Okay. Well, this has been a stressful morning, that's for sure. Ah, I need to figure something out to fix this. Because the stuff I'm doing right now, I can tell you for a fact, is not sustainable. Legs Warrior, yes. Hello, Rasmus. Hello, you're a local MILF. Good to have you both here. Hello, Thug Merrick's. So, yeah, apologies on the delayed stream. I know this keeps happening. In fact, hi, March. I posted in my Discord before the stream started. I don't know how many of you are on there, but I am gonna make changes to my upload schedule, because at this point, this is just not sustainable for me. I am just basically perpetually exhausted every single moment of every single day, and I cannot find the time to do all of this video editing. I simply can't. So I keep spending way too long trying to get all this done. And the main issue is I've been trying to improve my video editing, so I've been trying to spend more time, like, actually making it better. And, you know, taking the time needed to, you know, not just basically throw footage there and just do basic cuts. I've been trying to look into, like, you know, different ways that I can actually make it more interesting to watch. I've even, for some of the old, like, story highlights, I've gone back and recorded extra footage of, you know, basically stuff that I didn't explain properly that I wanted to elaborate on. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I've done a lot of stuff to basically make the videos better. And what that results in is it takes a lot more time. It takes me an absolutely insane amount of time to actually finish everything and get it all done. And I'm just not going to be able to continue doing that.
Blood and thunder.
So I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I'm going to have to do something, that's for sure, to make this more sustainable. Now, let's see. Definitely want to train Demo Shout. Victory Rush. Wait, did I just learn Victory Rush? Does Victory Rush not heal? Huh. So it's just a damage spell in BC Classic. Interesting. And I'm not going to go with Slam. So I can take Hellbore Carving Blade. It's either this or Unstoppable Force. I should probably check, but this has more DPS than Unstoppable Force. And I would imagine the Agi will make up for that crit rating. Only thing I lose is the chance on hit to stun a target. But I would say that's worth it. So I'll go with Hellbore Carving Blade. I do need to get arrows. That's another thing I keep forgetting to do. Now I just gotta figure out a good Arms Warrior build. So, TBC Classic Arms Warrior. Leveling talents. Okay, so talent builds, that's what I'm looking for. Definitely want to get Mortal Strike, but really, so people don't run improved Mortal Strike? Is that... So, I have to wonder if, like, the reason why this build doesn't seem good is this like a utility build? Because this says, basically, as Arms Warrior, you're supposed to be keeping Demo Shout up for your raid and stuff like that, but I don't know. Hmm. Let me see if I can find a better build, because I'm looking at this one and it just does not seem like this is a good leveling build at all. Yeah, nobody's running... Nobody's taking Improved Mortal Strike? Is Improved Mortal Strike just really that bad? That's so strange. Huh. Weird. Well, I can look at the ones that I know that everything is recommending. So, everything recommends, obviously, Improved Heroic Strike. Definitely Cruelty. I see every build taking. Then Deflection. Improved Charge. I can see that. And then I guess people are taking this just to get to the next tier. So Anger Management, yes. Deep Wounds. Yes, I remember. That was really good. Then Improved Overpower. Sure, I use that a lot. Two-handed Weapon Specialization. Impale. That seems pretty good. Death Wish is... Oh, shit. Okay, that's good. Then Pole Axe Specialization. Increases your chance to get a critical strike with axes and polearms. Well, I mean, I'm not using an axe or a polearm right now, so... I guess I just go with sword specialization, unless, like... Obviously, if I get an axe, that would be ideal as an orc, because, you know, orcs get axe specialization. That's tricky, though. I don't really want to completely change my builds. Shit. Like, obviously, this does nothing for me right now. But as an... Like, okay, so does orc... Yeah, it buffs two-handed axes as well, so I should definitely be aiming to get that. But then... Ugh. Fine. Even though this doesn't help me right now. Huh. I wonder what the CDR from the maxed out version of this talent is. Cooldown on all that stuff by 4 minutes. If each one is 4 minutes, then it would be 12 minutes, right? Which would still be bad. Because 12-minute CDR and a 30-minute cooldown is still not good. But looks like just one more and improved intercept to get to the next tier. Obviously, Mortal Strike. Then Blood Frenzy. And Second Wind seems good. But what I don't understand is why not Endless Rage? Is Endless Rage just bad? And is Improved Mortal Strike bad? I guess I can look in the Fury tree. So when you do melee damage, Unbridled Wrath. So it looks like Unbridled Wrath is pretty good. I guess Commanding Presence is good too. Improved Execute's good. Oh, well, yeah, you want Sweeping Strikes, right. Okay, I guess that's why. So you can't get Sweeping Strikes if you go for Improved Mortal Strike. Ah. Well, that sucks, but okay, I see it now. That's definitely the better pick. And then... Well, I can't get Sweeping Strikes yet. So... I'll just have to get as close as possible. Weapon Mastery... I don't know if I think Weapon Mastery is that great. Like, obviously for PvP this seems good. But... I mean, if it's just reducing the chance for attacks to be dodged, like, that's obviously good, but while leveling, I still have overpower. So it's not like that's the end-all be-all for me. And what is this? Enrage seems good. So I need to get to level 65 to get sweeping strikes, it seems. That's unfortunate. That's going to take me a little while. Oh well. But seems like this is what I'll be running. Can take off shield block, can take off this. What else? Shield slam, we don't have that. Revenge. That wasn't revenge, that was devastate, right. So here I don't have shield slam. Don't have that. Okay. Now I need to fix my bars. I wish I need warrior training. Do I use slam at all? If I remember correctly, slam was not good. But I'm not sure if slam is like good now in TBC or if I still just use heroic strike. Either way, let's go with... This is where the fun begins? Yes. Absolutely. Where... Okay, well, I'm not going to use Shield Bash now, so I guess I just go put Pummel there. Oh, yeah, I don't have Concussion Blow anymore. Yeah, Concussion Blow is a talent. So, I'll keep Shield Bash on there just in case, like in the off chance that I use it. I would imagine I still use Sunder. Slam is only used in specific cases where you want to do burst damage. Gotcha. Okay. Why don't you play Furi? I didn't play Furi once for the entirety of Original Classic, and I don't plan on starting now. I'm not a fan of Fury Warrior. Nothing against it, just not my cup of tea, really. I really enjoy Arms Warrior when I'm playing DPS. That's just how I like to play. So Victory Rush... Can this be used? Yeah, Battle Stance and Berserker Stance. I don't know what the hell I should keybind this stuff to. I'll keybind Victory Rush to that. Am I going to use this a lot? I probably will use this a good amount while leveling. Fuck it. Because I'm going to be killing a lot of stuff. Overpower is just Battle Stance. So... I have it there. Heroic Strike, I still want to use a lot. But I can... I have a macro, right, for Mortal Strike? Yeah, so I can take that, put it on all my stances. And... then I would imagine I still need to use Sunder a lot. So... yeah, okay, so I'll put Sunder on 3. Execute on 4. Sure, I think I'll go with that. And then Mocking Blow. I still have that bound. Yeah. Alright, seems good. I think I still don't use rend, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure rend is not useful. But maybe somebody will tell me that it is. But I remember, like, never using that. But okay. Caught the stream. Nice. Good to have you here, Bretman, bruh. Just getting set up and stuff. Mortal Strike and Whirlwind with auto attacks? Yeah. That's, like, what I remember doing. Because I did say I initially leveled its arms back in, like, Original Classic. So what I remember doing was mostly, yeah, Mortal Strike and stuff like that. Like, Mortal Strike, Heroic Strike, and then swap to Berserker Stance, and then Whirlwind on multiple targets. And then Cleave on 2 targets, stuff like that. Now, what's the thing that lets me stance dance? Okay, that's Tactical Mastery. I still don't have that. Trying to push your hunter to 70 today? The content's appreciated? No problem. Good luck on hitting 70. Your survival hunter's level 41? Nice. Now, I will check the auction house. I don't want to do a lot of this. Brain hacker. I mean, there's no way that that's actually better, but that is surprisingly cheap. And I remember this appearance was kind of cool. Yeah, I don't think it's good enough for me to buy, but figured I'd check it. Endless Rage is also a must-have for leveling. Yeah, I mean... all of the guides said not to pick it. That's the thing. It looked good, but every guide I looked at said, don't pick Endless Rage. I'm guessing because they all want me to go Sweeping Strikes, so I'm building towards that. So I figure, you know, I go for Sweeping Strikes at 65, and then I just have, you know, Mortal Strike and stuff like that. I think the idea of Endless Rage sounds good, but I don't know. Guides disagree for some reason, so it's weird. Then, let me, I need to clean my bags, so. Still have those there. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go for Netherweave bandages. I need to do that. So, let's see. My first aid is 326, so I need to get to 330 in order to use Netherweave bandages. So I'm gonna just try to level that up as much as possible. I'll buy some rune cloth and see if I can power level it. So, rune cloth. Stacks of 5 for 60 silver. What are the 20 stacks? Oh yeah, so that wasn't worth it at all. I'll go for this. I'll just buy a bunch. If I have leftover rune cloth bandages, I'll just use it when leveling an alt or something. If I level an alt, but I'm sure at some point I will. Okay, and then Harldan is my bank alt. That is not Wicked Claws. What can I send over? I guess I'm not going to use an Azerothian Diamond or a Star Ruby. Maybe I'll use a Modifier. I have no idea. Definitely won't need that. I can vendor that. Boglord Tendril I won't need. I'll hold on to Super Mana Potions. I don't think I'll need Mithril Ore, but just in case. Mote of Shadow, sure. Okay, so I've cleared out my bags a decent bit. Now I'm going to go ahead and try to power level this. Alright, 1 skill point. 2, nice. Just need 2 more, and then I can start doing netherweave. Alright, 1 more. Hey, there we go. I'm actually, okay, I can still gain skill points from crafting this, so I'm just going to keep doing that. Wow. I actually got up to 332 already. Then I have the manuals for netherweave in my bags, and I have a bunch of netherweave that I can just turn into bandages. I'd like to get at least 1 more skill point. Perfect, 1 more. Okay. Now I can learn this. And turn all of this into bandages. Or at least until I get to 360 skill, if I manage to get there quickly. How goes it? It's going well. We just got started. I looked up an Arms Warrior leveling build. I swapped all my talents, fixed my bars, and now before I set back out to Outlands, I am just working on my first aid, making sure it's up to snuff. Now, I assume netherweave bandages are better than heavy rune cloth, right? Yeah, okay. I was, like, pretty sure they were, but, you know, it's TBC, who knows? Maybe there's some weird thing where heavy rune cloth isn't good. Arms is fun, but you prefer Furi? Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people probably would want me to play Furi, but Arms is just... yeah, it's what I prefer at the end of the day. Hello there, Harldan. Hello, Joseph. Good to have you here. I can't even really explain why I like Arms, but I've always, I guess, liked the big, meaty hits. Furi always feels like that very fast spec, where you're just, like, hitting with a bunch of different attacks, and Arms is like, you just get those really big, meaty swings off. And, I don't know, that just, it feels really good to me. I like that. Feels satisfying, I guess. Okay, heavy netherweave. Didn't actually think I'd be able to get enough skill points to get there straight away. You really dislike the crafting time on WoW? Why can't you just make 70 bandages in one go? It's still so tedious on retail. Well, if you think crafting in WoW is tedious, try crafting in Final Fantasy. Oh, man. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Final Fantasy crafting, but holy shit does it take a while. One of the nice things about it, though, is because it's such a pain in the ass, you can make tons of money off it because nobody wants to bother with it. So even just, like, crafting consumables for Raid is, like, a really profitable thing to do. And, I mean, it's like, that's the thing, it takes a while. But I guess I've always just seen this as part of an MMO. Like, even in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is kind of the same as well with the crafting stuff. You know, I click create all, and then I just walk away and make coffee or something. Nice. Alright, well, my first aid is maxed. So I'm just going to create more heavy netherweave, just why not, right? Try crafting in Warframe to create new characters. It takes 3 whole days. Damn. The thing is, though, in Warframe, do you have to, like, actively spend all that time? Because what makes Final Fantasy crafting hard is you need to actually, like, do a rotation. to get your crafting, like, you know, done correctly. So if you're making, like, high-quality potions for your raid night, you have to sit there and actually do a crafting rotation to get the potions to be created. So each potion takes, like, 2 minutes, or it crafts in a set of 3. But each set of 3 potions in Final Fantasy, you have to sit there and manually craft, like, with a 2-minute rotation. And then you have to do that for as many potions as you need. Same thing with food. Yeah, so I love Final Fantasy crafting, don't get me wrong. Part of the appeal to it is how difficult it is. But I will admit, it is one of those things where if I want to, like, prepare consumables for, like, my entire Savage Raid team, I need to get started, like, an hour or 2 in advance just to make sure that I have time to get a full set of high-quality food and potions for the week. Because it can take a while to craft all that stuff. But once you actually level up your crafting in Final Fantasy, you can make so much money just because nobody else does it. Well, not nobody else, right? But, like, a lot of people don't bother just because it's really tedious. Greater healing potion? Could I level my cooking too? Oh, I haven't talked to a cooking trainer. Maybe there's one in chat. I did get something for my engineering, though. And did I train mining? Okay, I did train in mining, but smelting fell iron still doesn't actually do anything for me. I'm just gonna kind of hold on to all this stuff. If I need to mail it later, I'll mail it later. It is what it is. But either way, for now, I guess I can mail over heavy runecloth bandages, because I'm not going to need these anymore. So, Harldan, let's mail over Motive Fire, this, and my runecloth bandages. Alright. I doubt any recipe is going to require light feather, so I can send that too. I am going to check the auction house real quick for bags. I'm first going to go through my netherweave stuff. Wait, did I miss a runecloth bandage? Yeah, I still have 1 stack over here. Hello, Vetro. Good to see you. Okay, to Horde. There we go. That's it, right? Yeah. What level am I? Only 62. I haven't played since the last stream. All I've done is, like, I did a bit of, like, organization and whatnot, and mostly I did a lot of research. But in terms of actually leveling, I haven't done anything new. Primal Mooncloth is 345 gold, so that's a lot. But actually, wow, Imbued Netherweave is pretty cheap. Huh. I mean, all things considered, right? I assume this is the only bag that would be an upgrade. Yeah, because I already have Mooncloth. Netherweave is 16 slot. Yeah, Netherweave is super cheap. I kind of want to buy Imbued Netherweave just so I can not have to worry about bag space as much. And it's not even that expensive. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. While we're talking about Final Fantasy, you're stuck at level 46 and need 2 levels for the MSQ. What should you do to level? Palace of the Dead, I would say. Or Duty Roulette is the easiest one, but it's mostly easy if you're a tank, because without tank use, it can take a little bit. But if you are not a tank, I would say do Palace of the Dead. Palace of the Dead, you can unlock in Gridania if you haven't done that. So there's a quest in the Gridania Inn called The House That Dead Built, I think it's called. And then it directs you to Quarry Mill in, I think, southern Gridania. I forget which zone it is specifically. You go there, you unlock Palace of the Dead after doing like 1 or 2 quests, and that's like one of the best ways in the game to level alts. You play Pally? Oh yeah, if you play Pally, you might honestly just be better off doing Duty Roulette. That usually gives a lot of good experience. Okay, I think I'm just gonna replace these. And now I have runecloth bags to mail over to an alt, if I want to. Cool.
Dabu.
Hello, Cosmic. Now, before I forget, this is pretty much all I need to do. I could, in theory, get more bombs. I am kind of running low, but what I'm probably going to wait to do is, I'm sure I'm going to get, like, some new type of bomb, like Fell Iron Bomb or something like that. Like, if I go down to explosives... Yeah, actually, I already have it. Fell Iron Bomb. So, I can already start crafting these things. And then I'll replace Dark Iron Bomb. The little invasion thing is up. Or wait, it looks like they just lost the invasion. Okay. So there's like an experience buff here, right?
Interesting. Hurry back.
Let me check Wowhead just to make sure I'm remembering this right. Get a special experience buff. Mechatork and Sarfang give speeches at... Oh! It's only at 6 a.m. and p.m. Pacific time. I see. Okay. So, I guess I should come back here in 7 hours. It's only twice a day? That's fucking crazy. But yeah, I mean, Brewfest is up if anybody is interested in doing that. This doesn't give experience, right? I can take this, put it on like 4 or something. Okay. Yeah, it's just for tokens. Which, I mean, I don't think the tokens actually matter. God damn it, I messed it up again. Okay, so that's just telling me if I do Corn Dire Brew, I can get something. Let's see. None of this is actually, like, useful, right? I'm pretty sure this is, like, the only thing that would even be mildly useful. But I would have needed to start from the very beginning, so... Yeah, who cares? Well, I guess I need to go to Gromgol? Or maybe I can get somebody to give me a portal to Shat. That's probably a better idea. I'll go over there. Can I do anything with these? Harvest boar. Oh. It's a percent heal. Harvest fruit. Oh boy. The fruit is also a health restore. So this is just basically free food. Alright. What do you do with tokens? There's a lot of different things you could buy off the vendor. I would recommend just looking up the guide for it. It has a full list of everything you could buy. Oh, is there also harvest fish? So there's 3 different food items that I can get. And they all give health? I'm assuming nectar is mana. Did chat convince me to go arms? I went arms of my own free will. Obviously, you know, I'm gonna joke around with it and be like, ah, you guys twisted my arm. You made me go arms. You know, no pun intended. But, I mean, I leveled in Original Classic as ARMS. I was already thinking about it, so... You know, the last time I was streaming, everybody was like, oh, you should just play ARMS, and this time I just said, fuck it, why not? Especially because, I'll be honest, I got pretty frustrated the last time when I was trying to do leveling. So, if this ends up being more enjoyable, then it's just a win-win for me. But it was pretty frustrating before, trying to, you know, do all that. I don't think this person understands how ram racing works. So, can I put in trade, want to buy, summon to Shat? Or, I guess, it would be Portal. Portal. Right. Yeah. I assume there has to be a mage here somewhere that can do a portal to Shat. Because I don't feel like going all the way out there to the Dark Portal. I'd rather just pay somebody. But I'm not sure how common that is. Oh, this guy said he can get me? He's in the Undercity. Okay. I'll ask him how much he's charging. I have the Storm. Oh, yeah, they added that in BC. Forgot about that. Oh, fuck, there's a centipede. I thought I killed all centipedes. I guess there's still a few lurking about. No, 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 no. Goodbye. $2G, that's it? Man, I thought he was going to charge like 15 gold or something. 2 gold is like more than good enough. Okay. Can he... I have an outdated version of Questy? How do I have an outdated version of Questy? What about Questy could have possibly been updated in the 1 week since I've played? Did they patch TBC to add more quests? Okay, no, so he's an org. So I guess I'll go to meet him over there. Oh. Walked right past him. There he is. Okay, so 2 golds. Well, this is much easier than having to fly all the way to Stonard. Awesome. I'm surprised they only charge 2 golds. It feels like that just wouldn't be worth it for the amount of time it takes. I get that gold is, like, more valuable in BC, but... I won't question it. That's cool. That's way cheaper than I expected it to be. So, I am going Aldor.
Go with honor, friend.
I read the guides, and they said Aldor is the better pick. So... that's what I'm picking. Hello, Niels Everts. Good to see you. Okay, so it's this lift that goes there. Maybe it's someone bored on a lazy Sunday morning with nothing better to do. That's fair, yeah. I mean, either way, I think it's cool that, you know, they're willing to sell portals for that cheap. Maybe it is worth it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe, like, somebody figured out the cost and it's, like, efficient to do that. Marks have killed Jaden.
Good health.
Well, I'm pretty sure I can loot those even without the quest, so I might as well just not clutter my quest log.
Good fortune.
Restoring the light. The Brewfest music is something else.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Okay. And where's the quartermaster? I'm guessing it's this person?
May the light embrace you.
No.
Do not lose faith.
The Naru have not
Nope, not this
forgotten us.
person.
Blessings upon your family.
And then I need to find the innkeeper, so... time for Mythic Ner'zhul again for pull 72 onwards? Damn. You'll get it soon, I believe.
I hope you find something useful.
Oh, there's a vendor. I meant to click on the mailbox. I don't need any of that
Kind to
stuff.
those less fortunate.
Greetings, friend.
Okay.
Seek the path of the light.
Finally! Got my heart set here. It's gonna make life a
The
lot easier.
Legion's end draws near. May your days be long.
Speaking of, Mythic Remnants, so... I was doing Remnant on my Blood DK, which I am now maining, like, for sure. At the Aldor Bank? That's where the quartermaster is? I'm guessing that's over there. But yeah, so I'm actually maining Blood DK now. So I mentioned that before, but I guess if you weren't there for that stream, I know that I've shit-talked it a lot, but I am actually giving it a serious try now. Ooh, specialty ammunition vendor.
Good fortune.
Oh. So that doesn't help.
Do not lose faith.
I still need to buy arrows, can't forget that. But yeah, so... I really like how on... what's it called? On Ner'zhul, right. Blood DKs can just pop Death's Advance and be immune to the knockback. And I like how you just basically make yourself really heavy.
Open your heart to
Like,
the light.
that's my headcanon for it. Now, you're just really heavy, so you can't get knocked off. And, you know, that's how you do it as a Blood DK. That's your solution to the problem of not getting knocked off by Orb.
Road traveled by
Blessings
few.
upon you.
And as far as why I'm playing Blood DK, I'll give the quick TLDR of...
May you find what you
So
seek.
this is not the bank.
Remember
Is the bank is on the bottom floor, right? Okay, now I'm remembering it. Yeah, so the thing about Blood DK is, first of all, I'm just kind of bored. Like, I'm looking for something different. So, Blood DK seems like a nice change of pace. And if I had Prop Paladin already leveled up and, like, ready on Horde, I would probably be playing Prop Paladin, because I have said that I really enjoy it. But as it stands, my Prop Paladin's on Alliance. I don't really want to transfer it, and I don't really have the time to level and then gear another Prop Pally on Horde. So my only real viable options at this point would be staying on Prot Warrior, which I already kind of want to change. I don't dislike Prot Warrior. I've said before I think it's really fun, but I've been playing Prot Warrior for like pretty much half a year now. No, more than that. About like 2/3 of a year. And I just kind of want to do something different. Bank to the left. Cool, cool. Right. Okay, here it is. That's the guild bank. Ah, there it is. So, these are the things that I can get. There was the, where's the shoulder enchant? Because I remember hearing that that was the reason to go Aldor. Fuck it. I don't know. I'm not going to figure that out now. It doesn't really matter. But I think I'm just going to head back to Zengermarsh and continue questing. But yeah, so Blood DK basically, it's like I can choose between right now continuing Prot Warrior when, you know, the whole idea is I kind of want to take a break from it. I could play Brewmaster, which I consider doing. The main reason I don't want to play Brewmaster right now is I geared both my Blood DK and Brewmaster, and my Blood DK just got better gear. Right now, my Brewmaster has 3 unused trinkets because the fucking, what's it called? Yodan gear, Valkyr's Call, or whatever it is. That polearm, it counts as a trinket for some dumbass reason. So, I have 3 unused things that all share a cooldown. And, like, my current trinkets are Salvage Fusion Amplifier, which is good, but then I have Relic of the Frozen Wastes, which is bad. And I've done Heroic multiple times now, and I can't get anything else. I even did Mythic, where there's multiple chances for stuff, and I didn't even get a Mythic Yodan gear. So, my Brewmaster's just kind of gotten shafted on gear, whereas my DK's actually gotten a lot of good stuff. So, I'm just kind of more incentivized to play my DK right now. Admittedly, even though I generally like Brewmaster, I've not been enjoying it largely because of the fact that I've just gotten such shit gear. Ah, crap. Now, is Sunder Armor still worth using while leveling his arms? Oh. My two-handed sword skill has not been leveled up. Okay, well this is gonna be fun. I forgot that I didn't level this weapon skill. Fuck me! Oh, this is gonna suck. Toth, was that indeed for, is Sunder Armor worth using? They cost Holy Dust, you get that from an Aldor repeatable? Why do I do this to myself? I need to go into battle stance just so I can actually use overpower. Oh, you meant the weapon skill. Gotcha. This sucks because if I'm in Berserker stance, I can use interrupt. But I basically can't do any damage without overpower.
Can't do that yet. Ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Can't do that yet. Ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. Ability isn't ready.
I did it! I won! Whew. You can miss pummels? Really? I guess I just got really lucky. Better AFK for 10 minutes to level the weapon skill? Yeah. This should be interesting. Okay, my overpower missed. Awesome. Oh, we're getting there, slowly but surely. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so I obviously like Brewmaster. Like, I've always played Brewmaster. It was even my second main character in Nathria. Like, in Nathria, I still mained Prot Warrior, but I played, Brewmaster as, like, my main alt back in Nathria. So, I've still played Brewmaster a lot. I still really enjoy Brewmaster. It's just, especially with the gear that I've currently gotten, I'm not super interested in, you know, having to do yet another heroic clear just to even potentially be able to play Brewmaster without wanting to gouge my eyes out. Just because having 3 unused things feels so awful. Oh, thank you. If possible, could you get me coffee? I didn't have a chance to make it. Sure. Thank you. But, yeah, Brewmaster, I don't mind. It's just not something I feel like playing. And then the only other tanks I have actually ready to raid would be Vengeance Demon Hunter, which I've kind of already expressed why I don't really like Vengeance. Not to mention, Vengeance isn't necessary in the slightest right now. Like, we have multiple Havoc DHs on our raid team. In fact, we just recruited another one. So, it's like, I would basically be contributing nothing if I was playing Vengeance DH, and I don't really enjoy it right now, so it's like, why bother? And that just leaves Blood DK, so in a weird turn of events, I'm playing Blood DK. But I actually don't mind it, because there's definitely a side of it where, like, just being able to have that, like, fun challenge of figuring out a spec that I've historically not really enjoyed is cool. Right now I'm playing Necrolord just because Necrolord trivializes Soulrender Dormazane. Could you Mythic Raid on a Survival Hunter? Absolutely you could. There's many people doing it. It's not going to be easy, but, like, you absolutely could Mythic Raid on a Survival Hunter. The hardest part about Mythic Raiding on a Survival Hunter would honestly be getting a guild to take you. Like, Survival Hunters could absolutely do Mythic Raiding, but you're gonna have a, like, very hard time convincing people. On Vengeance, you would be getting the best damage. That's not true at all. Vengeance is actually the second worst damage tank right now, next to Blood DK. On some fights, Vengeance beats Prot Warrior, but basically Vengeance beats Prot Warrior on AoE, and Prot Warrior beats Vengeance on single target. And they're both down at the bottom. And then Blood DK is bottom on both, but, well, it's Blood DK. But Vengeance is not a damage tank right now, absolutely not. even before it got nerfed, it still wasn't the best damage option. Like, if you want to build for damage as a tank right now, you know, there are two options. Prop Heli and Guardian Druid. So, you know, if you're Prop Heli, you'll do a lot of damage. If you're Guardian Druid, you'll do a lot of damage. The other tanks lag behind. Brewmaster too. Actually, I should say Brewmaster. Brewmaster, if you build it properly, can also put up pretty good numbers, but I would say Brewmaster is like very consistent on single target and AoE, but it can't reach the absolutely bonkers numbers that Prop Heli and Catweaving Guardian can. But yeah, Vengeance is not a good DPS tank. Blood is not a good DPS tank. Prot Warrior is technically not a good DPS tank. Actually, I would say Prot Warrior is not a good DPS tank. I can push out really high numbers on Prot Warrior, but that doesn't mean that it's a good DPS tank. Like, I have to be honest with that and say that it's just, you know, because I'm squeezing every last bit of it. But yeah, it's no better or worse than Vengeance in that regard. The main reason right now, to be one of those tanks, right? Like, if you're playing Guardian or Prop Heli specifically, you're bringing, yeah, the damage aspect to your raid. Thank you. So you're bringing the damage component, right? If you need a monk buff, then obviously Brewmaster is a good option, but generally speaking, you're going to want to take a Windwalker. It's just that a lot of guilds can't find it. But because Havoc is so good right now, there's basically no reason to run Vengeance specifically. Same thing with Prot Warrior, right? So, I was only playing Prot Warrior because I enjoyed it, but I'll be the first to admit that it doesn't really bring much to the table right now, because of the fact that it, basically doesn't have any use, because pretty much every guild, including the one that I'm in, already has a DPS warrior. What about the Tazavesh hard mode trinkets? The only good Tazavesh hard mode trinket for tanks is the male one. Ticking Sack of Terror. So, if you're looking for a good Tazavesh hard mode trinket for your tanks, Ticking Sack of Terror is a very strong option. It is quite literally your best in slot trinket until you get to Mythic Sanctum. There are a few different trinkets in Mythic Sanctum that, depending on your tank, will pull ahead of Ticking Sack. But Ticking Sack is better than literally any Heroic Sanctum trinket, and it's better than, I would say, most 252 Mythic Plus trinkets. There's a few exceptions. Obviously, like, File of Putrefaction is really good. But for a lot of people, your best setup is going to be File of Putrefaction and Ticking Sack of Terror. Nice. Druid tanks? What about Druid tanks? Oh yeah, Druid tanks are very good. Every tank is good right now, so when I say that there's no point in running Vengeance, I'm not saying that Vengeance is bad. I'm just saying that if you're min-maxing, Vengeance brings nothing to a raid right now. That doesn't mean that Vengeance tank is bad. That doesn't mean that you can't get good results as Vengeance tank. Like, they're perfectly fine. It's just that if compared to, like, you know, a Druid tank, a Paladin tank, any other tank, really, they just don't really bring anything to the table. But Druid tanks especially are actually very, very good. I would say the best 4 tanks, by far, well, actually, it's easier to say the 2 bad tanks right now, in theory, are Prot Warrior and Vengeance. And that's not to say, bad tanks is a bad way to say it, because they're not bad. They're just slightly weaker than the other tanks at the moment, because they don't really contribute anything meaningful in terms of damage. They're both okay for survivability, but they're not, like, especially good for survivability. And they both contribute raid buffs that are, generally speaking, this tier covered by, you know, DPS already, so it's not super important. And I would say the 4th least impactful tank is a Brewmaster, but it's a decent bit of a step up because Brewmaster does do significantly good damage, and Brewmaster also generally is more valuable as far as raid buffs go.
I'll get something first.
Okay.
Not enough rage.
So, it's more likely to find a guild that needs a monk buff than it is to find a guild that needs a demon hunter debuff or, like battle shout, basically. Okay. So that's why I would say Brewmaster is more useful, on top of the fact that they generally do more damage. But then, right now, the top 3 tanks are by far, I wouldn't say by far, but without a doubt, right? They're not top by that much, but they are definitely the top tanks, kind of indisputed, would be Guardian Druid, Prot Pally, and Blood DK. Nice. What server am I playing on for TBC? I'm playing Horde on Grobbulus. Isn't Paladin struggling with survivability? I heard Shield of the Righteous is kind of weak. No. Paladin is definitely one of the hardest tanks to play, not because it has bad mitigation. It has difficult to manage mitigation. If you know what you're doing as a prop Paladin, you can absolutely be super fucking tanky. Now, that said, as a prop Paladin, you will never reach Guardian Druid, Vengeance Demon Hunter, Blood DK levels of survivability. That's just not possible. So if you're expecting to be, like, the tankiest tank as a prop Paladin, that's just not going to happen. But that doesn't mean that prop Paladin is not a good survivability tank. They absolutely can survive. Shield of the Righteous is a perfectly fine mitigation spell. The tricky part about Shield of the Righteous is managing your damage while also making sure you have Shield of the Righteous when you need it. So, Seraphim is the best talent for Prop Paladin at the moment, and because it consumes Holy Power, which is what you need to do to, keep Shield of the Righteous up, a lot of Prop Paladins, they try to build for damage, and they try to go for Seraphim, and they don't know how to play it properly, so they'll pop Seraphim at the wrong time, and then they'll starve themselves on Holy Power, and they won't be able to get Shield of the Righteous up in time, and then they'll just eat shit. And then they'll complain, oh, Prop Paladin has shit mitigation, blah, blah, blah. That's just because they don't know how to play it. It's nothing to do with Prop Paladin having shit mitigation. Is it one of the squishier tanks? Sure, but it has more than enough mitigation to clear all of the content. In fact, it was brought to the World First Race. If something is tanky enough to be brought to the World First Race, it's perfectly fine. It was slightly squishier in Nathria, which is why it wasn't brought. Also because warriors were not as good, so a lot of guilds opted to bring a warrior to Nathria because they needed the battle shout, because they couldn't afford to bring a DPS warrior unless it was like Denathrius or something. But for most of the prog, you brought a prot warrior to cover that. But that said, Prop Paladin still did a crap load of damage in Nathria, but they were much squishier. And especially, most fights this tier are not, like, super intense in terms of tank damage, whereas, like, Denathrius was just a fucking tank destroyer. So, Prop Paladin got buffed from Nathria to Sanctum, but this tier is also much more forgiving in terms of tank mitigation. So Prop Paladin is just in a better spot overall for this tier. Because that's the thing, right? You can't just look at things in a vacuum. You have to look at things compared to what the actual content that you're using it for is. So if you look at Prop Paladins and you're like, oh yeah, well they can't survive like extreme burst damage, but then you look at all the fights and that level of extreme burst damage just doesn't exist, well then it doesn't matter because you're basically saying they can't survive an imaginary situation that has no practical application. But the fact of the matter is, for every fight this tier, Prop Paladins have more than enough mitigation to survive it. And the nice thing, so Prop Paladins basically, they can survive, right? And they have really, really, really good damage. The reason why the other two tanks are good is Guardian Druid also has really, really, really good damage. Guardian Druid is the second DPS tank next to Prop Paladin. And admittedly, it has a bit of a higher skill cap than Prop Paladin, I would say, because cat weaving can be kind of tricky. It's not to say that it's harder to actually get the damage out, but if you're playing at a Mythic Raid level, knowing when to properly cat weave to not, like, accidentally fuck yourself, where, like, suddenly you need to get a taunt off, but you're in cat form and you can't taunt, that kind of thing, like, that's why I would say it has a higher skill cap. So, it may not be harder in the sense of, like, pressing your buttons to optimize your damage, but it's harder in the sense of if you're doing the optimal cat weave rotation in a Mythic Raid setting, it can be trickier to pull off. But if you learn it, it is absolutely a very powerful option. Nice. And the other thing about Guardian is when you need it to be, Guardian can just basically sit there, layer on fuck tons of Iron Fur, and just take no damage, right? Or, oh, is it magic damage? Well, then you just pop Survival Instincts and Frenzied Regen back all the damage you took. Guardian is pretty much the tankiest tank right now. Except for maybe Blood Decay, just because Deathstrike scaling is kind of fucking crazy. But Blood Decay is really good in terms of, yes, it obviously is ridiculously tanky, but also there are quite a few instances in this raid where Mass Grip or something like that actually really helps. So definitely you can cover it with A-Bomb Limb, but you obviously have the scenario of like Soulrender Dormazane. Blood Decay is fucking crazy for that fight. But then even you look at like Mythic Painsmith and stuff, or Fate Scribe, etc., Kel'Thuzad, right? There are a lot of scenarios where having Blood Decay's Mass Grip is really nice, and just the fact that they have really good survivability helps too. So, right now, any combination of Prop Paladin, Guardian Druid, and Blood Decay is going to be the best tank comp. It doesn't really matter which of those two you combine, that's going to be your best setup. But any combination of that is going to work out well. But yeah, I mean, if you're struggling with Druid tank, like, or something, let me know, and I can, like, try to explain it a little bit more, but to answer your question, I know that was a long way to answer the question, but yes, Druid tanks are very viable. I got convinced to try a less boring spec to level up. I don't think that Prot Warrior was boring. I just figured this would be faster. So, it's not that I wasn't having fun playing Prot Warrior, I just figured, like, fuck it, you know? I kind of want to get to 70 so I can experience the endgame content. It's going to take me a while to level regardless, but I figure I might as well speed up the process a little bit. And, honestly, I just kind of felt like playing ARMS. So. Ah, shit. Totem's going to go off. Okay. Bandage up.
Not enough
TBC leveling is painful just to watch. To be fair, the main reason why mobs are dying so slowly, so if you just joined in, I realized that I haven't leveled up my weapon skill for two-handed swords. So the reason that my attacks are doing like no damage and everything is taking forever to die is because I have no two-handed sword weapon skill. Which, you know, that's just kind of my fault for forgetting that. Otherwise, I would have leveled it up before the stream. But, you know, you get the full TBC experience here. You get to watch me just swing my sword at these things until I get this point up to... What do I need to get it to? 310 is what we're shooting for. Guess I might as well use my buffs. And I'll let the heal go off. I am kind of getting fucked here, though. Oh, fuck. Now I'm really screwed. Yeah, I'm dead here. 100%. I shouldn't have just taken that fight. I can't do enough damage to kill it without full healing in between every pull. They also reworked AMZ so the absorb cap scales with your max HP. Yeah, actually, I forgot about that. That's another really good reason to run Blood DK. You can also pop Vamp Blood and then drop AMZ after popping Vamp Blood to even further buff your AMZ. So I've been doing that a lot. Vamp Blood buffed AMZ is nuts. It basically works like old AMZ. Be back later after your raid. Good luck leveling. Thank you. Well, we still have 30-ish points to go. But we're getting there. Man, don't I need to level up my bow skill as well? Yeah, my bow is nowhere near high enough. Fuck me. This is gonna be fun. I might as well start working my way up here. Like, if I kill some eels while doing this, it'll just speed up the process, I guess. Yeah, that's probably a better idea. Better use of my time, honestly. Huh. Well, my attacks actually seem to be hitting somewhat consistently now. So that's nice.
I need to get closer. Not ready. The ability isn't ready. Not ready yet. Ready. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I can't do that yet. The ability isn't ready yet. Ready yet. Ready yet.
We're getting there, yes. Slowly but surely.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. The ability isn't ready yet. Ready yet. I can't do that yet. Ready yet. Can't do that yet. The ability isn't ready yet.
Oh, that's a level 70. Don't want to fuck with him. I guess because that guy's level 60, we're starting to hit more often. It's refreshing watching classic WoW content. Well, I'm glad. I still need to figure out what I'm gonna do for future videos and stuff.
Enough rage.
I will say, so one thing that I have decided that I should probably say, you can only do so much retail. Yeah, I feel that. At this point, I'm gonna try to cut my retail down to, like, mythic rating, and then just the survival hunter challenge, because it's just getting frustrating trying to do literally anything else in it. So I'll still finish the survival hunter challenge, because, you know, I promised I'd do it. But outside of that, I can't stand doing any of it. Shit, I'm drowning. God damn it, man. It's so much faster to drown in Classic. Ugh. Yeah. Love it. I hate underwater quests so much. You're far more about the journey than the destination? Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of about both. Like, I enjoy the questing experience in TBC. You know, sometimes this stuff happens. It's like, shit, right? But, you know, it is what it is. It's a different experience. I don't know if I'd want to, like, do this regularly, but as a one-off thing, it's kind of fun. But the thing about, like, vanilla, or retail, I mean, is there is no journey anymore. So retail at this point is, like, the journey is a speedrun. Literally, that's all I can stomach it as anymore, and even now, I'm getting bored of doing the speedruns. So what does Death Wish do? Increases my damage taken. How do I lose breath so fast? The journey is in retail is dead and gone, yeah. I will say, the destination, you know, nice death to join to, yeah. The destination still has some merit, right? Like, retail at this point is all about the destination, and admittedly, raids are good, so I'll give it that much. And I still think I'll enjoy raiding in TBC, so I am eager to get there. But I'm still going to try to enjoy the journey as much as I can while I'm on it, but I am looking forward to reaching the destination as well. It's not like I'm going to just play TBC and then quit, you know, the moment I hit 60. If I had no interest in doing, or hit 70, if I had no interest in doing anything at level 70, I wouldn't be playing TBC at all. Like, the leveling is interesting, but it's not enough to make me want to play the game as a whole. I am kind of eager to see what the dungeons were like back in the day, and what the raids were like. Because I've never really experienced any of the TBC raids outside of, like, farming them for transmog. And yeah, Toth, I agree with that. Definitely agree with that. With Winds of Wisdom, it was okay as well. But even then, I mean, Winds of Wisdom felt kind of similar to now. Eh. I think WoD leveling was the best it's been. Yesterday, attempting to drown to escape the work in starting area, it takes forever, and now the breath bar goes down like crazy. Yeah, that's the main thing. Like, it literally, that work and starting zone stuff is the reason why I just died right there. Because literally yesterday, I already was used to the breath bar taking forever. So I forgot that it's different on Classic, because I just had to try to drown myself yesterday. So I'm like, oh yeah, you know, I can stay underwater forever. And then I'm like, wait, no, this is Classic. The breath bar doesn't last that long. So that kind of fucked me up.
Out of range.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. I remember that the breath bar was increased. Like, the moment I died to that, I realized, oh, fuck, right, it's shorter in Classic. Like, that wasn't a surprise to me. It's just, I completely forgot. I was, like, I had it in my head for some reason that, like, I was with the retail breath bar, because I was literally just using it yesterday, and it didn't cross my mind that it was shorter in Classic until I heard the drowning noise, and I was like, oh, fuck! And then I just died, so, yeah. Oof. Let me get to shore so I can eat real quick. How am I finding arms compared to prot? Hard to really get a feel for it right now because I'm still leveling up weapon skill. So, while I'm leveling up weapon skill, it feels kind of the same because everything takes forever to die because I'm getting like a million glancing blows. But I would imagine that when I finally max out my two-handed sword weapon skill, or at least get caught up to the point where I don't miss half my attacks, then I'm sure it would feel better. You play both retail and classic, you enjoy playing both for very different reasons? Yeah, for sure. That's the thing, like, I wish there were more people that could understand that. Like, there's so many people that have such a one-dimensional mindset of World of Warcraft. Like, you can only play either retail or classic because, like, you either enjoy WoW for this or you enjoy WoW for that. And it's like, I can appreciate a game for, like, different reasons. So, you know, I'm definitely the same as you with that, James, and I don't know why more people can't understand that. But that's the thing, like, whenever I like criticize retail for something, like, you get like YouTube comments that say stuff like, you know, retail sucks, you should just play classic instead. And I'm like, I am playing classic, but just because I'm playing retail too doesn't mean I would just not care about having retail fix its issues. It's just like, it's a really weird mindset that some people have on it. I wonder why, does execute not miss? I don't know if I've just gotten really lucky, but like every single one of my executes for like the past 10 mobs has hit and just immediately finished off the enemy. But I would imagine that it still has a chance to miss and stuff like all the other attacks because it was getting parried earlier, but now it's hitting constantly. Maybe I'm just getting really lucky. We pay $15 a month and have access to both versions of the game? Yeah, might as well make the most of it. That said, I mean, if Classic isn't your speed, then, you know, I can understand why some people wouldn't play it. But, you know, perfectly fine to play both. I don't understand the mindset of only being able to like one or the other. I don't personally find Classic that fun, but that's due to the fact that it does eventually have a planned end. Yeah, like, to me, I probably won't put that much time into Classic, but I'll put just enough time to feel like I've experienced all the content, and then once I feel like I've done all of the content, then I'll just find something else to play. But I can still have fun with Classic while experiencing everything. Because, to a certain degree, this is new for me. Because even though, you know, I've been to Zangarmarsh before, I've obviously cleared every single BC raid multiple times, I've done it while one-shotting all the mobs for transmogs. So it's like, I didn't really experience it. So I'd like to at least get the feel for what it was actually like. And, you know, once I get that, and once I'm like, okay, you know, I feel content with the fact that, you know, oh, I've seen it now, I know what it's like, then yeah, I'll probably move on and whatnot. Especially seeing how there's a lot of new stuff coming out that I'm really interested in. Namely, Endwalker, within the next few months. A lot of the other games that I was interested in got pushed back to 2022, which is kind of nice, because that means I'll have more time to focus on, like, each game and give it its own, like, dedicated amount of time. But Endwalker is definitely something looming on the horizon that I'm interested in playing. On that note, so I started to say it before. I think I was like saying it right as I drowned or something. But future upload schedule, one thing I can say for absolute certain, it's going to be tri-weekly uploads. So no more, whatchamacallit, no more daily uploads. I might do uploads on some of the other days if I happen to have time and it's like a video that doesn't require much editing. But I would rather move to putting out 3 good videos a week than 5 videos that I don't have time to properly edit. Because that's the situation I'm in. I'm just so crunched for time that I'm having to kind of rush editing on some videos. And the end result is, well, like, the stream gets pushed back an hour and a half because I don't want to rush it. Or I end up not getting sleep because I need to stay up late to finish working on the editing. Or, I don't know, I end up having to cut out a part that I wanted to work on. So, what I'll be doing is, I'll be posting, still streaming, of course, Saturday, Sunday. That hasn't changed. But I'm probably not going to do videos on Saturday and Sunday as well. So, even on Saturday and Sunday, I've been doing, like, shorter videos. And I feel like even though it's not as much work to edit, it still does sometimes, like, take a bit longer, and then I end up having to delay the stream, and I don't want to risk that. So, I'm just going to make it so Saturday and Sunday are just the streams. I'm not going to do a video and the stream. I also have noticed, it's a bit of a more minor reason, but the videos that I release on stream days get less views, which makes sense, right? You know, if somebody's watching the stream, they're less likely to open up the video. So, generally speaking, I'm kind of like, you know, fucking over whatever video I release on a Saturday or a Sunday. That, like I said, it's a more minor reason. If I had the time to still do the editing, I would still release the video with the stream and just say, fuck it, I don't care. But it's like, if I'm already struggling to put out, in my opinion, really good videos that I'm happy with, and then I have to rush editing on a video that doesn't even end up doing well because, you know, it's on the same day as the stream, then it's just like, why bother with that, right? Better to just give it more time to get edited properly and then release on a day when it can actually, you know, do well and more people can see it. So, Monday, Wednesday, Friday are going to be video release days. No videos on Saturday, Sunday, just the streams. And then, if I do a video on Tuesday, Thursday, I won't always, so if I do that, it'll be like a bonus video, and that would be like unedited stuff. So if I just like turn on OBS and record 4 hours of me leveling through TBC Classic with like 0 editing, I might just throw that onto YouTube on a Tuesday or something. Because then, literally, all I need to do is just turn on OBS, play the game, upload the footage. It's easy. The hard part is having to sit there in Adobe Premiere for like 5 hours, taking 10 hours of footage down to 40 minutes, and making sure I get like the right cuts and all that stuff. That is what ends up taking such an extremely long time, and that's what I need to cut down on. So. Okay. Bandage up. So yeah, 3 videos a week now. This week, I'm probably still going to upload 5 videos because I still do have a lot of videos planned. It's just I have a lot of footage to go through, right? But in the future... Okay, that's just one druid. For a second, I thought that was a multi-boxer, but he just has Force of Nature up. But yeah, in the future, it'll be 3 videos. So this week, what I'm probably going to do is... tomorrow, I have a stream highlight ready. Waiting for all that footage to... It is, yeah. Nakasadu, that's another really big problem. Because basically, my computer isn't very good, so I have to basically let it sit there for however many hours it takes to, like, encode all of that stuff. And I can't do anything while that's happening. So what I usually have to end up doing is, like, I put together all the footage, and then I let it encode while I sleep. Or I'll, like, take a nap and stuff. Hello, Lycan, good to see you. But yeah, as a result, it's just doing 7 videos with all the editing it takes, with all the time it takes to encode. It's a lot, yeah. And especially, like, the main thing is, like, if I was able to just put out, like, you know, videos that I thought were good, that I was happy with, I would still be fine with it. But I definitely feel like I can do better. There's a lot of stuff that I want to improve on in terms of editing, and there's like better video ideas that I want to take the time to do that I just can't right now. So I'm hoping that by like shaving off like 4 videos per week, I'll be able to basically improve the quality of all the videos that I do upload, and then I'll be able to have more time to do like the Survival Hunter stuff, and then I'll have more time to later on play Final Fantasy XIV and to do other things. And obviously, you know, as school starts to ramp up, that's going to require much more time as well. So I need to start thinking about that going forward. Execute, come up. Fuck me. Nice. I'll land over here and just eat up. Well, my sword skill is... it's catching up. It's getting there. But yeah, so that said, what I'm expecting, tentative upload schedule. Tomorrow, stream highlight, it's going to be about like potential new specs that they could add, because on one of the streams we had like a long conversation about that, if you guys were there for that one. So I thought that would make for a good, like, you know, fun one-off video. Then probably some unedited TBC footage, just because I do plan on doing this a bit more, either after I'm done streaming today or maybe tomorrow, and then I can post that on Tuesday. Wednesday, as promised, is going to be the cheating officer story. So I've been working on the editing for that. That will still go up Wednesday as planned. Then Thursday, I'm not entirely sure. And Friday, I'm not entirely sure. I will have a video on both days, but I have multiple different videos that are still in, like, the early editing stage that I don't know 100%, like, which one I'll be finished with first. Because sometimes I get, like, halfway through a video, and I'm like, okay, this is taking way longer than I thought it would. I'm going to push this back a day. So, I'll have to see. 5th Druid spec when? Yeah. I know. You know, some classes here still only have 2 specs, poor Demon Hunters. And then we have Druids over here asking for a 5th spec. Like, you greedy Druids. Come on. Nice. Drop rate on this thing is terrible. Ah. One thing I did do is, I mentioned I was going to do a video on this, so I did actually end up recording, and the thing is, like I said, tentative upload schedule, because I might actually just post this video tomorrow, and then do the, like, different specializations one later on, but I finally did record a general discussion, WoW forums video, because... I couldn't resist. I said I was thinking of doing a video on that, and then, like, there was just this one post that was nagging at me that I'm like, this post is just too good. I need to make a video discussing it. So, I already recorded that. I have the footage. I just need to edit it. So, I'll see about finishing that and then turning it into its own video. Demon Hunters should get a ranged DPS spec. A lot of people want Demon Hunter Healer, but I think Demon Hunter ranged DPS would make a lot more sense. Definitely, I think that would be the most logical new spec they could add. The one forum post? I might have... Did I mention it? It's the one about Edgemaster's handguards. It's the one that I put in my Discord. Because that one, oh man, I was just laughing my ass off at it. It's the guy who gets so mad. It's just so good. Like, everything he says is so stupid. But then when people call him out on it, he just gets so defensive and starts calling everybody ignorant. So every time I read it, I just laugh my ass off. So I had to make a video about that. I also, like, I looked it up. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but does anybody have the source on there being multiple different, whatchamacallit? Multiple different weapon skill items in Classic Beta that got removed? Because the one thing that guy kept repeating in his forum post is that apparently in the original vanilla Classic Beta, there was, or like original vanilla beta, right? There were apparently all these different weapon skill items that were like green, blue, or purple. And at the last second, Blizzard removed them all. And he kept saying this and saying it was like a fact. It was easily like searchable and stuff like that. And I spent hours looking this up. And I could not find any evidence that that was ever a thing. So either I'm just really stupid and I could not manage to find this, no matter how hard I looked, or this guy just pulled it out of his ass. I'm pretty sure it's the latter, but I would be very curious if somebody happens to know whether or not he's correct on that, and whether there really were a lot of different items that were similar to Edgemaster's handguards that existed back in the Classic Beta that got removed. Because that would be good to know before I make a post calling him an idiot for saying that. Having a healer Demon Hunter is as much logic as a healer Warlock? Yeah. That's fair. Well, I forgot to buy arrows, so I don't know how the hell I'm going to properly split this pull up. I think I'm just going to not touch that. Maybe go back into the water. Demo Warlock back when it had meta? Yeah. Old Demo Warlock was pretty cool. That was the first time I actually considered leveling Warlock, and then it got removed, so I didn't bother finishing leveling it. There was that one character, Alari the Soul Eater, in the Demon Hunter story who used a scythe and a very non-physical Demon Hunter abilities. He could very easily be a third spec. Yeah, I could see that. I like the idea of having a scythe as a weapon. Obviously, that would just be like a polearm or an axe and stuff like that, but, you know, you could add, like, new Demon Hunter-specific, like, scythe models for axes and stuff like that. And I think thematically it would work really well. So maybe something like that, like a caster that has some melee abilities but is mostly, like, ranged and whatnot, I think would be cool. Love to see a Demon Hunter that uses throwing as a main form of attack. That could be neat, too. Yeah. Like, lots of different, like, empowered throw glaives and whatnot. I could see it. Range tank? I would love a range tank. Technically speaking, Prop Paladin is, like... Prop Paladin isn't a range tank in the true sense, but they have a lot of abilities that work from range, so you can do a lot of kiting from a distance as a Prop Paladin, because so much of your stuff can be used from pretty far away. Like Red Mage? Yeah, something like Red... I would love to have some sort of Red Mage comparison. Wow. I mean, Red Mage plays a lot like Balance Druid, to be fair. But, like, Red Mage is like Balance Druid, and then Balance Druid pulls out a sword and just, like, goes to town in melee range. But the like, caster aspect of Red Mage is a lot like Balance Druid. So there is that. But obviously, thematically, there's nothing similar to Red Mage. Make a samurai spec? I mean, that's just Arms Warrior. That's literally Arms Warrior. There's even katanas in the game already. I mean, samurai were literally just Japanese warriors that use two-handed swords. And sometimes spears. And sometimes polearms. AKA warriors in WoW. Specifically arms warriors in WoW. Unless you're talking, like, Final Fantasy Samurai. But, like, Final Fantasy Samurai honestly plays more like Ret Paladin. So, in terms of, like, gameplay style, they kind of have that already. You don't know about beta stuff, but there's some other stuff in Classic that's similar. Yeah, no. That's the thing. Nakasaru, there absolutely are non-Edgemasters weapon skill items in Classic. Like, we know that. There's plenty of different, like, plus weapon skill items that aren't, Edgemasters handguards. But this guy basically, his point was that for Classic Fresh, they need to nerf Edgemasters, and they need to add in all of the removed items from Classic Beta. And apparently, according to this dude, in Classic Beta, there were all of these different, like, uncommon, rare, and epic items that got removed from the game before Classic ever released. Or, by Classic, I mean, like, original vanilla. And he was like, these items should be brought back in, and then Edgemasters will magically be good. Or will not be good, and it'll fix the game. It was really stupid, but I also couldn't find any proof that the things he was talking about actually existed at any point in time, which makes it even more stupid. Did I finish getting eel fillet? Yeah, I did. Okay. Outlaw rogue, but gunslinger? Ooh. Yeah. Some sort of double pistol rogue would be really cool. Because double pistol rogue exists in Guild Wars 2. And, like, one of my friends in Guild Wars 2 always played double pistol rogue, and he fucking loved it. So, or it's thief, and I think, as the crow flies, so I have to use this item. I guess it's just an autopilot? Alright. So yeah, some sort of gunslinger would be pretty cool. I think that might work as, like, Tinkerer. Like, let's say they add, like, Tinkerer as a new class. Like, Gunslinger would be really cool for Tinkerer. Like, something that uses, like, double pistols and then, you know, has grenades and whatnot. You played Guild Wars 2 but couldn't really get into it. It's definitely very different. Guild Wars 2 is a very, very different MMO. Definitely can understand not being able to get into it. I mean, even then, for me, it's like, Guild Wars 2 is one of those things where you need to have a group of people to play it with. Like, I got lucky and I managed to find a guild of people that I really meshed with, and I had a lot of fun playing with them, but it's... I mean, you can play it as a solo player, but it's just, in my opinion, way less fun if you play it solo. So, it's kind of weird in that regard. It also doesn't have as much, like, fun endgame stuff. A lot of it is, like, world content, and PvP is one of the main things. So it's very different. But the builds are fun. The gameplay in Guild Wars 2, in my opinion, is very fun. Is that WoW Forums vid about the Edgemasters thing? Yes. That's what the first WoW Forums vid's gonna be about. That Edgemasters post. It's just so good. Like, not only is the point he's trying to make just so unbelievably stupid, but he gets so mad about it, and he just starts raging at everybody. Like, that's what makes it even better. So, I don't know. That post is comedy gold. I had to make a video about it. It's too funny to not, like, shine more light on. Outlaw should have been a range spec for Rogue, dual pistols, yeah. He went full fucking tilt over some hand warmers. The main thing I don't understand about that post is, like, it doesn't even feel like he fully understands what he's arguing for. Like, at first he's saying that Edgemasters Handguards is killing the game. And then he's saying that the reason Edgemasters Handguards is killing the game is because it's mandatory for people who don't play Human Warrior and Orc Warrior. But then his main point later on is that he doesn't want people to play Human Warrior and Orc Warrior. But, like, Edgemaster's Handguards helps people play off-meta picks. Like, if you aren't human, you benefit more from having Edgemasters than a human would benefit from it. So, it seems like his main point is that he hates how Warcraft logs is only human warriors and orc warriors, or at least so he says. But then he also argues against the one thing that helps other classes actually catch up to orc warriors. So it feels like, if anything, what he should be arguing for is that the human and orc racials should be nerfed. And then he kind of says that at one point. He kind of says that they should add more racials to balance it out. But then he also continues to go back to this idea that if they just add more plus weapon skill gear, the game will magically be fixed. And then he goes off into this whole different tangent about how the problem with Edgemasters is that it's a level 44 item and not a level 60 item. And the idea of using a level 44 item is like bad design, because as a level 60, you should only use level 60 items, which is just stupid because it's classic. There are tons of different items you use at low levels. But then, at the end of the forum thread, he also starts going off into this completely different tangent about how it's unfair that Feral Druids, Moonkins, and Shadow Priests don't get enough raid spots, and how he thinks that they need to make these changes to make Shadow Priests, Moonkins, and Feral Druids more viable. But what the fuck is plus weapon skill going to do to help a Boomkin, Shadow Priest, or Feral Druid? Like, none of it makes sense. That's the part that I find so nonsensical. None of his points seem to actually work together. In fact, he basically contradicts himself, like, from response to response. It's just so baffling to read. Which is why it's so funny. Because it makes no fucking sense. So every single time I read that, I just start laughing my ass off at how dumb he is. Oh yeah, I don't need that quest item anymore. But yeah, so that video is coming out at some point. Moonkins get mana per attack power for melee. Yeah, but like, they don't get any benefit from weapon skill, right? Like, weapon skill will do absolutely fucking nothing for a Moonkin or Shadow Priest. And that is like specifically the thing that he was talking about. Like, basically he's saying that they need to add more plus weapon skill gear to the game. Like, what we're talking about is, like, Edgemasters. Stuff that gives you, like, +5 to your swords. Or something like that. Because that's going to help make Moonkins more viable. But, correct me if I'm wrong, but that doesn't do anything for casters. It's literally just to help you with glancing blows for melee. Right? I think. I could be wrong in this, but I'm 99% sure. And I'm pretty sure that don't Feral Druids, like, have a different thing? Like, weapon skill doesn't benefit Feral Druids in the same way that it does, like, other melee specs, like Rogue and Warrior. I think. I could be wrong in that. And I know, like, glancing blows isn't a thing for ranged attacks, so for, like, Hunter auto shots, it doesn't work like that. And I would imagine it works the same for Feral Druid, but maybe it would actually help them. I'm not sure. So where's this mob that I need to kill? Okay, so there's the guy. Guess I just need to wait on the respawn. If he's gonna argue about that, he should look into Wolf's Head Helm. I checked and it was still used at level 70. That's the thing! He mentions Wolf's Head Helm, and he literally says that he's okay with it existing. So it's like, why do you hate Edgemasters if you don't mind Wolf's Head Helm? Oh, fuck me, it spawned right behind me. Well. Yo! This druid's really nice! He invited me to a group so we could share quest credit. What a bro. Yeah, alright. Thank you, Druid. You're awesome. He's playing 18D chess. He's too advanced for us to comprehend. Weapon skill equals expertise now, so it increases the chance you don't get dodges or parries. No, but he's talking about Classic Fresh, Austin. So the forum post in question was specifically regarding Classic Fresh. So he was basically saying that if they do a classic fresh, these are the changes they need to make. And he went on this whole long thing about weapon skill. So I know they changed it in TBC, but in classic I still believe it works the same way as before. Yeah, that druid's cool.
How you doing, man?
I guess Scroll of Strength would probably be best one for me. God damn it. Oh no, he saw that, didn't he? He totally saw me buff the NPC. God damn it. Fuck. I'm a fucking idiot. Oh well. Bear and feral tanks need expertise to get rid of dodges and parries? Yeah. Am I in college? Yes. I am in my senior year of college. Hello, freaks. Good to see you. Feral druids have an invisible weapon skill that keeps up with your level and isn't actually leveled up in Classic. Yeah, I knew there was something weird with that. So, having, like, +5 to, like, maces or something like that wouldn't actually help you as a feral, right? Even if you're using, like, Crowd Pummeler or something. Like, your weapon skill, your chance to hit would be, in Classic specifically, determined just by your level. It wouldn't be by your weapon skill in that case. I think, right? Yeah, that would be worthless. Gotcha. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so that's why I don't understand the point he's trying to make. There was also a completely different post that I talk about. So I went into the dude's post history because he made a second post on the TBC general discussion forums where he said, Brewfest drops cheated, ? And he said that he did 40 runs of Korin Dire Brew and didn't get a dagger to drop. And he was like, this makes no sense. The dagger has a 5% drop rate. Why hasn't it dropped for me yet? Is it bugged? And multiple people were like, no, I've gotten the dagger. You're just unlucky. And then a few people tried to explain probability to him. And he had no idea what they were talking about. So he just basically told them they had no idea what they were talking about. And said that they didn't understand probability when, you know, he was the one who didn't understand probability. It just typical WoW forum stuff, you know? But I just thought it was funny that, you know, after everything we had already seen from that guy, there was even more dumb shit to be found. Everything is either a 50-50. It either does or doesn't happen. Yeah. I'm trying to offer this guy a truce. Let's see. Will he be nice? How does it... Wait, is he using Gore Howl? Oh, Warsong Howling Axe. Oh no! It's Force of Nature! Oh shit! Ah. Okay. That was scary. Whew. You've ran Dire Brew over 60 times, seen 5 Kodos, 0 Rams, and an uncountable amount of daggers? Yeah. He was basically saying that he saw a bunch of Kodos and Rams, but he saw 0 daggers, and he thought it was bugged. And then when people tried to explain to him that it wasn't bugged and he just got really unlucky, he just got mad about it. So, I thought that was amusing.
Not enough rage.
If this mob aggro's onto him.
Not enough rage.
Okay.
Ability isn't ready yet.
God, my weapon skill's still so shit.
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Did I accidentally tab target attack them? I don't have any ranged abilities. How could I have done that? I don't think I did. Oh, he's Furi, okay. What did he... I love that icon. It's on like half the shit in this game.
Ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet. Do that yet.
You have 15 ults running Diabrew, and so far you've gotten 2 Rams and no Kodos? Damn. If you try hard enough, you can ranged attack it anyway. Yeah.
Range. Rage.
Jesus. This guy's doing way more damage than me. I guess he has sweeping strikes and whirlwinds, so... He alive. Yes. Fuck.
Fire away!
It was replaced with the question mark? Yeah. Did he just do slash open fire?
Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Ability is ready. Not enough rage.
Oh shit, he's dead. I'm about to die too. Well, shit. That's unfortunate. How are we gonna do this? I could try to slap on my shields. That way I can do more interrupts. Maybe that'll work. Okay, so he's going to focus the ad. I'll try to get interrupts. Hopefully with this strategy we can make it work. Oh, nice, and we got somebody else. It's a mage. Is there a way to understand all the WoW lore without having to read all the quests? I don't know if you'll be able to understand the WoW lore no matter what you do. At this point, it's just incomprehensible garbage, but yes, Nobble, if anything, will give you the best explanation. I mean, Bellular has good videos too, but at this point, the WoW lore is just... It's not great. You killed Remnant? Oh, fuck yeah. Grats, March. And yes, I am in fact dead. Oh, well, there's Alliance here. Okay. WoW lore is all over the place? Yeah, unfortunately.
Need to get closer.
I still have taunt, right? Or can that only be used in defensive stance? Yeah. Okay.
Need to get closer. I can't do that. Need more rage.
Well, they killed the NPC, so I guess we just kill more shit.
Ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage.
I might as well just put my two... Fuck me. Like, with Iron Foe procs like that, it honestly just feels like Prod's better. Or maybe I could just go Furi and use Iron Foe as one of my options. Honestly, might not be my worst idea. You'd like to give Guild Wars 2 a try? It's definitely a good game. Just, it's different.
More rage. Not enough rage. Enough rage. I need to get closer. Not enough rage. More rage. Not enough rage. It's too far away. Need more rage.
I'm always keeping an eye out for chests, but I don't see any. Oh, she's back up. Guild Wars 2 is definitely fun, yeah. Oh no, there's more Alliance? How many are there? What the hell? Let's get them. Yeah, let's take on 2 level 70s. Are you high?
Not enough rage.
Yeah.
Rage.
Not to mention, I'd be worthless in any sort of PvP fight. Why are there so many 70s doing this? Are these people selling carries for this? Chest noises, yes. Even more of an incentive to do it in BC. Chests are actually, you know, meaningful.
Rage.
In Classic, it's like, you know, or in retail, it gives XP. And it's like, kind of just cool. But
I can't do that yet. It's too far away.
yeah, definitely more rewarding in TBC. And, of course, original Classic. Fight him anyway, I'm sure you can kill them with the confusion of why 62s to 64s are attacking. Yeah. What? Free action potion. Oh. Thank you. Look, this guy's ambitious. If the ally attack us, we can use the free action potion. I don't think the free action potion's gonna do shit if level 70s decide that we've outlived our lease on life. Like, that's just not gonna end well at all. Alright. Leroy! Nice! Yeah, that wasn't actually too bad. Mage did a ton of damage. I did, like, fucking nothing. And now I have to continue to kill stuff for Naga Claws. My damage definitely could use a bit of work. But I think right now my gear is probably the biggest problem. Because I still have tank gear. And, well... I don't have good weapon skill. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Alright, let's find more Naga to kill.
I can't do that. It's too far away. That ability isn't ready yet.
What is my weapon skill up to now? For...
Rage.
two-handed swords, it's not even 300. Ah.
Out of range.
Definitely taking its time.
Not enough rage. I can't do that yet. Ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet.
Nice. You miss some of these old ability animations? Yeah, I feel that. I do as well. A lot of the old animations have just like an endearing quality to them.
Ability isn't ready.
Whew. Okay. That felt good.
Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Ability isn't ready. Ready yet. Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Ability isn't ready.
Okay, that Overseer doesn't seem to be patrolling too far.
Ready yet. Do that
Ooh. Lots of stuff there. 9 health per 5 seconds. Huh. I could use that to, like, regain health over time, but it's just, yeah. Rather vendor it. Rather just take the golds. You'd love if they had some toggle for older new animations for abilities that used to exist back in Classic? Yeah, for sure. Even some of, like, the spell icons. For, like, Intercept and whatnot. I guess Intercept, though, works, like, fundamentally different here than it does on retail. So, I don't know if that would work too well. Spell icons, you can use macros. That's fair. Yeah, actually, that's true. Didn't really think about that. I like how it had the parry sound, but I still one-shot him. I don't understand how that works. Not gonna complain, though.
I need to get closer. Ready. Do that yet. Isn't ready yet. Not enough. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready. I can't do that yet.
Nice. Fire is still, yes, very good for DPS. Absolutely nothing wrong with fire. It's not as good as it used to be, but it's still good.
It's too far away. Not ready yet.
Oh, it pulled the slave with it?
Not
Ah.
enough rage. Not enough rage.
That's gonna pull more mobs. Why is my trinket not bound here? Oh, it leashed. Okay, I thought it was going back to pull more enemies, but it just stopped fighting me. Neat. Why not use Berserker Rage, free rage while fighting? Oh. I didn't realize it did that. Huh. Good point. Thank you for letting me know. Berserker Rage on retail just has the break fear stuff. So I didn't realize it had a different effect. So yeah, that's definitely a good point. I should be doing that.
I can't do that. Isn't ready yet.
Nice. Always love execute crits. That never gets old.
Do that.
Okay.
Not enough rage.
I guess, yeah, technically I don't need to be cleaving here because the slave resets. You love seeing an execute crit for 4K? Yeah. Those gigantic executes are my favorite part about arms. Really, really fun. Oops. Whew. Nice. Okay, just eat up real quick. Don't see any chests.
I'm out of range. Ability isn't ready. Can't do that yet. Ability isn't ready.
Oops. Okay, one more Naga Claw. Just gonna check to see if any chests are over there. Doesn't look like it. And execute. Okay, let's try again. And execute. Nice. Oh, it missed. Okay. Never mind. Ow, not getting big hits right now. Naga Claws. Nice. Okay, we're done with that quest. You love execute as an ability. There's one video from back in Legion with DBZ audio while Warrior goes absolutely insane on execute phase in the meters. I'm pretty sure I know the one you're talking about. Isn't that on Argus the Unmaker? Because I remember that video like went pretty viral, at least in terms of WoW videos within the community. But I'm pretty sure I remember seeing somebody on P3 Argus the Unmaker just doing ridiculous execute damage. So I assume that's the video you're talking about. It's been a while since I saw it. Ah, okay, cool, cool. So it is that one. Yeah. Especially back in Legion, execute was fucking crazy. Still is, but like with really high rage, you could just pump out ridiculous numbers on that fight. Execute practically doubles as a warrior's overall DPS once you hit the percent. Yeah. That's kind of one of the most fun parts about playing warrior. The moment the boss hits execute phase, you just see your damage go through the fucking roof. And then they design fights like Sylvanas, which don't have an execute phase, so it just feels like fucking ass to play a DPS warrior in that fight. Or, well, it feels ass to just play a warrior in general. I kind of hate tanking that fight as a prot warrior, because I don't really get to do that much damage. It's kind of not fun. And that's coming from the person who has the rank 1 Parson Sylvanas on Heroic, so, you know. Not my favorite. Definitely, I mean, that's not to say that warriors aren't good this tier, they obviously are, but, you know, if my favorite spell for a class that I play isn't even usable on a fight, I mean, it's technically usable on, like, ads, like, whatever. But yeah, in that case, I'm not having that much fun with it. Kibbles. Huh. There's a druid friend that I used to raid with named Kibbles. Wonder if it's the same guy. Never remember him saying he played Classic, though. It's like Boomkins with Ravenous Frenzy. Target this eye and it loses like 30% HP in 5 seconds. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I have to go up this tower. Watch, like, the moment that I max out my two-handed sword skill, I'm gonna get a different weapon type. Guarantee it. Um. I mean, I'm losing hit rating, but that's definitely a damage increase, and it's going to be a decent survivability increase, so I'm just going to find hit rating on other gear. Alright, where to next? Well, I can try to do that escort quest for like the 20th fucking time. Maybe I'll actually manage it. Might be a damage decrease with my current weapon skill. Probably, but, you know. I gotta level this at some point. Once I actually get my weapon skill caught up, you know, then we'll be smooth sailing. But obviously for now, it's not the best. Ah.
It's too far away. Ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Can't do that yet. Ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Ready yet.
I'll try to do this escort quest. Been trying to do it since, like, last weekend, but every time I try, something happens. But maybe, just maybe, this time I'll succeed.
Ready yet. Not enough rage. Can't do that yet. More rage. Ability isn't ready.
Good luck with it, thank you.
Rage.
I'm gonna need it. Okay, back up to 12.
Can't do that. Ready yet. Ability isn't ready. Can't do that yet. Target.
Still despise escort quests to this very day, yeah. Definitely not my favorite, but I gotta do them at some point. I mean, technically I could skip it, but I want to do every single quest that I could theoretically do. Like, obviously, I skipped one in Hellfire just because I was like, fuck it, it was this one. And then I haven't done the other group quests because I just can't really, unless people are forming for them, which nobody is right now. But if it's theoretically possible for me to do, I'll do it. But yeah, fuck escort quests. That's part of the charm of TBC, I guess, you know? The reason to play this game, to a certain extent, is to relive the nostalgia of hating your fucking life, right? So,
How may I aid you?
escort quests are part of that. Okay, that's one hand. I was about to say, if I get a really good, like, two-handed weapon that's a mace, I'm gonna just fucking cry. Alright, now, fingers crossed that no alliance jumps me and kills me. Escort quests where they're faster than walking speed, slower than running speed, go to attack an enemy, kill it, then run back and reset. Yeah. Definitely. Curious what the longest escort quest in WoW is, since I'm pretty sure some go for over 10 minutes. Yeah. There are some really long ones. I don't know for sure. Can't even loot those? That's lame. Sometimes walking backwards on a mount with walking speed puts you at roughly their speed. Interesting. That's an oddly specific combination. I mean, wouldn't you have to just dismount and remount constantly for that to work, though? My boots are like... I just realized my old boot model was like really bulky. And these are just a texture. Huh. Okay, at least this one's running pretty fast. That's better than nothing. Walking speed is in walking toggle, then going backwards. Yeah. Boglash. Oh, enemies ahead. Oh, shit. I didn't get a charge on.
Ooh. I can't do that. Need more rage. The ability isn't ready yet.
Cool. Wait, is he actually gonna solo it? I can't help him right now. But, like, after this, I can try to run back and help him with it. Yeah. He died, but that was impressive. He actually almost killed it. Where is he? Okay, the run back's not too bad. I would have used jumper cables if he was really far away, but... They did do really well. I'm surprised that he just went in. And it doesn't even look like he has really good gear. So, yeah, that's impressive. Can I separate this?
I'm out of range.
Nice. Okay.
Not enough rage.
Okay, let me bandage. Probably going to be better off just trying to burn it. The worst case scenario, I can Mocking Blow if he drops really low. Yeah, he doesn't even have, like, super good gear. So definitely impressive that he managed to do that much to it. Sunder. Oh yeah, we got this. Nice! Okay, well that's another group quest down. Full set that, no fear, yeah. I respect it. What level was he? Damn, he was only 62. Yeah, okay, that's fucking impressive, man. God damn. Yeah, so he's using Slam.
Peace be with you.
Oh,
Go in peace.
vendor value. Then this thing.
Hello. Bashar Salah. Goodbye. Can I assist
It's
you?
wrong. It's Narian Thickets.
El Nadres.
Looking for something special? Be careful.
Oh, okay, that teaches me
Goodbye.
cooking. There's the item. God, this thing takes so long to use. What the hell?
Alone be with you.
Alright, 15-second cast time to learn cooking? Damn right it is. Good old classic. Might as well use these potions. I'll put these on my bars so I don't forget to use them. Alright. So, what can I make with cooking? If anything. The answer is nothing. Unless...
Well
does she teach me recipes? No.
May the
All
eternal
right.
sun shine upon thee.
Well, shit. What else do I still need to learn? I think that's it. I think I've trained all my professions. Skills. Have I trained fishing yet? No, I need to learn fishing. I see.
What brings you here? May the eternal sun
Need to
shine upon you.
Talk to these ancients and receive their blessings. I don't know if you heard that. My dog just dropped his bone and, like, slammed on the floor directly above me. He does that every now and then. Good old Tucker. Huh. These are good buffs. Or at least this is a good buff for me.
You wish to speak? Ancestors watch over.
Alright, that was a pretty nice quest. Just get buffed and boom. There you go. I'll take it. Now, I need to kill... I need to do something there. That's a group quest. And that's something I can do solo. Oh shit, there was another one up there that I never did. So I guess I should go down here. I should do this quest, or there's two here. Damp Dark Place and saving the Sporelocks, and safeguarding the Watchers, but that's also a group quest, it looks like. Then I can just head up here and disable these controls, and then return. And I guess I need to swim to Serpentrine to do that. Nothing says... Jesus. Uh-oh. Blizzard's gonna rename this quest. Don't let him see it. Fucking hell. Okay, so there's... I think this is in a cave. If I'm looking at the map correctly. All the way to the south. What level can I learn flying, by the way? Can I do that while leveling up, or is that like a level 70 only thing? I obviously don't think I have the gold for it, because still only at like 300 gold, roughly. But I think those bags were a good investment either way. Flying's at 70 only? Gotcha. Alright, well in that case I have plenty of time to save up the money. And then when I get to 70, I can just farm some gold, do some mining, etc. Alright, where is this cave? Oh, there's the path. Okay, so I have to kill these guys, and these ones are friendly. I see.
Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. Ability isn't
Whoa, that was a beefy execute.
closer. Not ready. Ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet. Not
What's it up to now?
more rage.
300. Alright.
Not enough
So my skill isn't too bad. Definitely getting a lot more consistent hits now. Feels much better in terms of damage.
I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
I'm not sure if I should still be stacking Sunders, but this feels good still.
It's too far away.
So I'm gonna keep doing it. I would imagine that stacking Sunders is still the faster way to kill stuff in the long run.
Ready yet.
Nice. And I'm looting fish from these mobs. Huh. Don't kill me, please. Are you really? Really? Why? I'm literally going to transfer off this server. I'm so fucking tired of this. I, like, genuinely can't do shit in this game right now. Grobbulus did not used to be this bad when I played before. Like, I remember in Classic, it was relatively balanced. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but this is just kind of insane. It's like, I swear, every 30 minutes somebody just says, yeah, I'm just gonna kill this horde for no fucking reason. Like, they don't even get honor for that, right? What's the fucking point? Just honestly makes me want a server transfer. Oh well. I mean, yeah, I get I'm leveling after a bunch of other people are already 70, but this is still just fucking absurd, man. Like, I've seen infinitely more Alliance players than I've seen Horde players. And there's just, every now and then a level 70 just decides, I'm gonna kill this guy because reasons. Did Asmund server transfer? I don't know. I don't really watch Asmund that often. And I didn't watch any of his TBC stuff, so I have no idea. But I'm pretty sure it still wasn't this bad in Classic. I'm actually gonna look it up. TBC. I really don't want to give Blizzard money, though. That's the only problem. But it's just... I mean, I'd like to be able to play the game, right? And this is definitely just actively hurting my ability to play. Guarantee you it's still probably full price, right? Would not be surprised. He gains nothing. No, it literally is just, I feel like being an asshole, I'm gonna drop down and kill this guy, because no fucking reason.
I need to get closer.
It's just annoying.
I can't do that. Ready yet. The ability isn't ready. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet.
I guess anyone have good suggestions for Horde servers on TBC Classic? Obviously, North America.
The ability isn't ready yet.
I don't know if anybody knows, like, a good one to play on.
Ready yet.
Worst case scenario, I'll just look it up.
Out
But
of range. I can't do that. The ability isn't
Mirzale?
ready yet. I need a target. I can't do that.
What's the pop on that server?
Ability
Like, I definitely want, like, a high pop server that isn't, like, stagnant. Because generally, you know, if I'm gonna continue playing this,
ready yet.
I would want to be able to find a rating build to actually do stuff with. Probably, I don't know, like, weekends would be ideal in that case. But it's easier to find a guild that, you know, meets your criteria if it's a high pop server with lots of options. Okay, so honestly, if it's a 99 to 1 PvP server, that's basically a PvE server. I generally don't mind PvP servers, but I like PvP servers when it's not just, like, getting ganked 100% of the time. So I guess probably just to make shit easier, I would probably do a PvE server. Like, I had fun leveling on this server. Back in Classic, I had a lot of fun. You know, you didn't have the random gankers. I've said this before, but it was like, anybody that was actually trying to speed level, the people that out-leveled me, they didn't just randomly gank people because they were trying to go fast. And obviously, taking time out of your day to gank somebody is a time loss. So, I never really had problems with that. It was fun. The occasional world PvP encounter was usually, like, pretty even. And it felt cool. It was like, ah, nice little distraction. But this is just one-sided. It's like somebody drops out of the sky, and I can't escape them, right? Because they literally land on top of me. And I obviously can't do shit, because they're level 70. And I'm a warrior. So, yeah. Yeah, PvP leveling can definitely be fun, but not in this instance. This is just fucking misery. That's your server? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna transfer, I don't know, maybe it is the biggest server, but I would want to transfer to whatever the biggest server was, just to make sure my chances were the highest at actually finding something. Copy New World, a button to... I mean, retail literally has that, right? Like, that's a thing. Obviously, you know, war mode is a thing that exists in retail. I'm not even gonna sit here and say that I think war mode should be a thing in TBC Classic. In fact, while I was reading the TBC Classic forums, I actually saw a lot of people saying that they should add war mode to TBC Classic. I think that's insane. I think that the idea that people actually think that war mode would be a good idea is fucking batshit. Because war mode just kills world PvP. So I'm fine with world PvP existing. Now, it is obviously frustrating to deal with, right? Like, I don't like to just get ganked by a level 70. It's not fun. But at the same time, I don't think that the solution to it is to just let you opt out of it. At that point, it, you know, you just murder any sort of world PvP at all, because that's where we are in retail. I can tell you, as somebody who used to play on a server that had a lot of world PvP back in Legion, the introduction of War Mode effectively killed any sort of actual world PvP in retail. Now you just get the random encounter at a world quest. That's it. It's nowhere near what it used to be. So the problem with this system is, unfortunately, it does mean that some servers will gradually become completely lopsided. But, you know, the servers that do manage to maintain a fun balance end up being usually pretty enjoyable to play on. And that's what I always liked back in the day. There's definitely, like, a middle ground, I think. Like, first of all, I don't know how you would do it, but in order to encourage world PvP, you would need to make it so world PvP existed for its own sake. Like, the idea of War Mode being this thing where you enable it so you can get better, like, PvE rewards, like you get more anima and shit like that, is so dumb. It's literally the laziest design Blizzard could have done with it. Because everybody enables War Mode, but nobody actually wants to fight, because everybody has War Mode on just to get extra rewards. That's it. So it's just, it's dumb. You would need to make it so everybody opting into War Mode was doing it because they wanted to do world PvP, and then you would need to, in addition, make it so there was some actual advantage to doing world PvP. But that would require, like, actually doing, you know, work, right? It would require game design instead of whatever the fuck you can call what they do at the game now.
I need to get closer.
But it certainly isn't any sort of good game design, that's for fucking sure.
Out of range. Ability isn't ready.
If World PvP gave decent honor points, conquest, and maybe low amounts of rating, yeah, that honestly, that would be good. Like, you wouldn't want to force people to do it if they didn't want to, but if they made it, like, an alternative to doing, you know, random BGs or something like that, so it's like, if you just preferred doing World PvP, I know a lot of people would opt into that and just fuck around and have fun. And then they would also need to do proper balance, so you would actually need to make it so you don't have, like, 90% Alliance players in one shard, which is 99% of the time what happens right now. Like, every single Alliance player ends up in a single shard, and then you have one shard where Horde are just getting camped at all world quests, and then the other shards are just 100% Horde. It's like, what the fuck? Like, just spread it out. The world PvP world quests from Legion were fun. Yeah, oh, for sure. Bareback Brawl, I remember, was really, really good. I love that one. But that said, one of the things about those world quests is back then, once again, War Mode did not exist. So it worked well because War Mode wasn't a thing that existed. How the fuck do I separate this? Can I? Okay, I separated it. Nice.
Out of range.
So yeah, like, on my server, Bareback Brawl, whenever it was up, was like a PvP hotspot. Because my server had active world PvP. It was really fun. My friends and I would camp there all the fucking time. But, you know, if it was War Mode, then everybody would just be there because they wanted the bonus rewards. You know, it is what it is. Your shards in retail, you only see the opposite faction, whether you're Horde or Alliance. Yeah, it's super skewed 99% of the time. You're going to reference a private server for this, because... Oh, 1 second. You're going to reference a private server because they did War Mode, they did high-risk PvP where you can lose drop items. I would never think that's a good idea. Yeah, I don't think high-risk, like, losing items and stuff, like hardcore, works in World of Warcraft. Definitely, I can see how private servers, there's, like, an appeal to that, but I don't think they should ever do that in retail. The vast majority of players would not enjoy that at all, myself included. Gear is already enough of a frustrating thing to get in this game. I don't need to potentially lose it because I lost the PvP encounter. Okay, so how the fuck am I gonna do this? Hopefully I can just separate this. This guy doesn't have a lot of health. Then intercept. Okay. He closed the distance.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. I can't do that yet. Not enough rage. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. Need rage. Can't do that yet.
Nice.
Not enough rage.
Nice.
Ready yet.
Okay, well that was supposed to be a group quest. Cool. That guy was surprisingly easy compared to most of the other ones. Maybe it was marked as a group quest because there were like all the mobs around it, so they expected you to actually pull it all in one big thing instead of splitting up the pull. Ah. Absolutely gaming. Yeah. High risk PvP part of Ascension classes. WoW private server. I see. Yeah, people have told me about that server before. Interesting.
It's too far away.
You already opt into war mode because it's generally fun to fight people, but RBGs are pretty boring. Over here, you get maybe 3 alliance per shard with a good few horde, but also Draenor. Yeah. Basically, when I do Korthia in war mode, one of two things happen. Either I never see a single alliance, or every single person in that Korthia, except for me, is an alliance character. There's no in-between. It's never like an even split. I don't know why that happens, but for some reason, Blizzard just cannot properly balance war mode shards. It's frustrating. So 99% of the time, I just turn it off, because the one chance where I walk out into Korthia and then get zerged by like 10 alliance is just kind of frustrating. Have I seen Conquest of Azeroth? That seems like a pretty cool thing. I have not heard of that. There are ways to protect your gear, but you don't want to talk about a private server when not many people are going to play it. I think a lot of people do actually play Ascension, specifically in my chat. I've heard a lot of people mention Ascension to me. So, it is something that a lot of people seem to enjoy. Now, I've said before, I don't know necessarily if I'll check it out, but that's more just because I don't have the time. But definitely doesn't seem to be like as, you know, not played as you might think. Yeah. People use Group Finder to hop to Horde shards or Alliance shards. Yeah, I've never bothered doing that, so it makes sense. Huh. Conquest of Azeroth is also part of Ascension, but it's currently in a closed beta / alpha. A bunch of custom classes with their own abilities and everything. Interesting. What's different about it from, like, regular Ascension? Because, like, people have explained to me how Ascension works. But I guess, what about the custom classes make it, like, unique in that sense?
I need to get closer. Ready yet.
Nice. Almost gone through all my netherweave bandages, then I can just start working with the heavy netherweave. 20 or so custom classes with their own abilities and specs. Interesting. So it's like not even just original WoW abilities but classless, it's just completely new custom abilities that the Ascension team created, kind of? Indeed. Okay, cool. I mean, I think that's one of, like, the biggest draws for a private server, right? Would be custom content. Like, especially now that, you know, TBC Classic exists. If you're playing on a private server, for the most part, you know, if you just want the old experience, Blizzard does technically offer that. So, that's actually kind of good that they're doing their own stuff, because that gives people more of a reason to try it out, if it's unique. Ooh. And crack open these Jackal clams. Now I'm going to work my way up and do these disabling the lake controls quests. It's completely new, custom self-made abilities and classes, though some do take inspiration from WoW itself, or classes we never got, like Necromancer. Huh. I mean, I always kind of figured that Necromancer was just Death Knight. You know? Like, Necromancer, in most depictions, is just like Death Knights, but with cloth. So that one is I've never really been big on. But I guess if they're doing something kind of like that, then it's neat either way. Conquest of Azeroth, part of Ascension, is a paid alpha. If you want to try classless random WoW, look for their site. Interesting. You don't play it yourself, but you know a bit about it because you watch a particular YouTuber who covers it and does fun builds and whatnot. Interesting. It sounds cool. I mean, the idea of just a basically WoW private server becoming kind of its own MMO in a unique way is a cool concept, so I'll look into it. More just out of curiosity, though. I can't say if I'll actually play it, but I'll look at it. Okay, so where are these lake controls? Is it this thing? I assume I need to use some item. Oh, Iron Vine Seeds. It's this thing. Ah. Oh, shit.
Ready yet? Enough rage. Do that yet? Need more rage. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Ready yet? Not enough rage.
Oh, shit. You have to download their launcher, it'll install without touching your WoW client. I would say Random WoW is kind of a min-maxer's dream, but I'm not a min-maxer, so I don't know. It's a very unique concept, it plays out very well. There's obviously controversy over the Random WoW being pay to win, but that's drama due to it being a private server, yeah. Pretty sure it downloads through the torrent protocol, blah, blah, blah. Gotcha. You could do perfectly well without paying. Yeah. I mean, definitely any sort of pay-to-win like that will turn me off a little bit. I might still check it out just, like, for curiosity's sake, but if it has some form of pay-to-win, that inherently ruins min-maxing. If you need to pay to min-max, then that's not good. Then it is inherently not a min-maxer's dream. In fact, any sort of pay to min-max is a min-maxer's worst nightmare, to be honest, speaking as somebody who min-maxes. And the other thing about min-maxing, at least, I can only speak for myself, of course, but it's this guy again. Is this person really just going around trying to kill people for no fucking reason? Like, why, buddy? Why just randomly do this? So I'm dead now, right? Where's my... Did I not take my invisibility item? I can take out Gnomish cloaking device. Put it on my bars here. I'm just gonna run and hope he doesn't find me. But what a fucking dick. The same guy, he's just flying around Zangarmarsh ganking lobies for absolutely no reason. Yeah, very cool world PvP. Just level 70 with an epic flying mount, killing level 63s for no fucking reason. Actual fucking loser, man. Pay to win is very minor. I mean, I can't speak on whether or not it is or isn't, but pay to win at all is generally a slippery slope. If it's just cosmetic, that's whatever. But if it's like you can... One thing that somebody's told me, I don't know if this is true, but I know the whole idea about, like, Ascension is you have, like, randomized abilities or something, and you can basically set up these really good builds and, like, min-max like crazy, but if you want to actually reset your abilities, you need to, like, spend money or something. Or you need this currency or something like that, and you can spend money to get more currency to reset your stuff. That is pay to win. So if it is like people have described it to me as, then that is not good. But if it's not like that, and people were just explaining it to me poorly, then, you know, maybe I just have a wrong impression of it. Like, it sounds interesting, but if, like, I have to pay money to optimize my stuff, then I wouldn't care about min-maxing it. I would just play it for, you know, fun, I guess. Can get something that makes leveling fast? Yeah, that's also pay to win. Anything that shortens leveling time, if leveling is a major aspect of the game, is pay to win, right? Like, at this point, in retail, leveling has been kind of diminished to the point where it's more just like a speed bump, if anything. I don't like boosts, but at the same time, it's not like the worst thing in the world. But, you know, boosting is definitely more of an issue in, like, TBC Classic, for instance. So, if Ascension is more like Classic and that leveling is meant to actually matter, then, you know, having some sort of leveling speed up or whatever is a problem. But, once again, I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna try to go in from the shoreline here so I don't have to pull as many mobs.
It's too far.
Oh my god, that mob spawned literally as I charged in. Okay. Shit. Now, whatever. I'll just single target this guy. There's an XP increasing aura that benefits your entire group. There's also XP increasing potions that you can get off the auction house. Interesting.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Ability isn't ready.
Yeah, that's a slippery slope for sure.
Not enough rage. Ability isn't ready.
Definitely don't love the sound of that. I will say, though, one of the other issues with, like, min-maxing, right? I've been told that nothing in Ascension is really that hard. Like, everything that people have told me about Ascension, they're like, yeah, it's an interesting concept, right? But, you know, I play retail for Mythic rating. And Classic is challenging, but in a different way. So I do like a challenge, and I've been told that Ascension is just not very challenging. It's more just fun. And, like, if it's mindless entertainment, right, then I'm like, okay, yeah, I can try it. But why would I bother min-maxing if I don't need to min-max? So that's another thing. Like, there is no real... Oh, it's that fucking hunter again. Shit. There's no real advantage to min-maxing if there's no hard content to min-max for. At that point, you're just dedicating all this time for nothing. So, I min-max because I need to min-max, because by min-maxing, I'm helping my raid team kill the boss in, you know, a faster time. And by faster time, I mean, like, faster number of pulls, as in we get the content down. So that's, like, the main reason to do it. They have heroics and mythics? Yeah, but are heroics and mythics hard? Because, like, heroics and mythics for dungeons are piss easy even in retail. Let's be real. So, if they're hard, like, you know, that's one thing. But if they're about as hard as a retail Mythic Zero dungeon, then, you know, who cares? Okay, I'm gonna try to not pull anything. Might be difficult. You can donate to the Ascension team and buy stuff from their store. I mean, if it's a donation that gets you in-game rewards, like, that's not a donation, that's just a microtransaction with fancy wording, right? You know. I'm sure they need to call it a donation, because if they, like, if it's a private server, are they, like, not allowed legally to say that, like, you're paying money for something? I could be wrong in that, but I'm pretty sure, like, you can accept donations for it, but you can't, like, you know, actually make people pay money. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass, but either way, if you're donating money to a game to get in-game rewards, then that's just a microtransaction. Like, there's no other way to word that. Now, whether or not that's bad, that's up to you, but, you know, I definitely don't think that calling it a donation makes it any better. Gold comes by quick. I assume you get gear from doing everything. You get a 6-piece from doing BGs. It's a private server. It's illegal regardless due to it being Blizzard's IP. Yeah, I mean, for sure. But I don't really know all the legality on private servers and stuff like that. So. Oh, shit. The main thing is, like, you know, I wouldn't want to spend all that time in a private server for it to be potentially shut down. So if I check it out, I would only check it out just as like a neat type of thing. Because there is always the possibility that just all of the time and effort you spent gets wasted. It's the reason why I'm never super interested in private servers in general. Like, I don't really care that much about, like, the legality stuff. To a little, like, minor extent, kind of, but it's mostly just I don't want to waste my own time. Hope that guy doesn't decide to, you know, kill me, because he probably could. So I need to figure out how to do this coil thing quest, and then I think once I do this turn-in, I'm done with this side of Zangarmarsh. So then I just need to go over here and do all the quests at Zobrajin. Oh wait, no, there's one more over there. So I could do that and then head back to Cenarian Refuge. Pretty sure only 2 private servers have actually been shut down by Blizzard. The rest died due to lack of players or server costs. I mean, true, that's another concern, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter how it dies, be it Blizzard or, you know, people are just giving up, right? Either way, you have the potential to lose your progress. I need to level my mining skill. I honestly might just go back to Hellfire Peninsula and hit Fell Iron nodes just so I can actually mine stuff. Because not being able to get that adamantite thing kind of sucks. I should equip this. Increase my swim speed. You're not here to sell the server. You didn't want to talk about it much either. You're good, man. I'm not trying to, like, criticize you or anything. I'm just more just giving my personal feedback on whether or not I'd be interested in it. I'm not saying that, you know, there's anything wrong with being interested in that. No, if you want to play in a private server, more power to you. Like, you know, do what makes you happy. Okay, so I got quest completion for that. I think that's all I need to do. Don't want to pull all those piranhas. Looks like the ones over here won't attack me, so I'll swim across this way. Then I need to do Nothing Says Lovin' Like a Big Stinger. And then I can head back. Really worried about being here, though. Kind of expecting somebody to drop out of the sky and murder me at any point. Alright, that's the guy I need to kill. So let me re-equip my belt.
Not enough rage. Ability isn't ready. More rage. Not enough rage.
Oh, that was the hunter that got ganked earlier.
Ability isn't ready yet.
Nice, we share credit. I wasn't sure if it would actually share quest credit, but... Awesome. Now, I just need to make it back to Cenarian Refuge without running into that Night Elf Hunter again. Fingers crossed. Because fuck that guy. I don't know if doing that actually helps, but, like, on retail it does, obviously. If you face a target, they're less likely to daze you, but don't know if that's a thing on TBC as well. And this zone is so much larger than I remember it being. Days and dismounting is cringe, yeah. It's one of the nice things about being a tank on retail. Can't get dismounted. And then they even have that mount equipment thing that lets you avoid it. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. I need to go this way. First hit dismount. Yeah, that always sucks. Definitely glad it didn't happen there. You can only be dazed from behind in retail? Yeah, I think so. But I don't really know how it works in BC. That's why, like, when I kite something, like, if something's hitting me and I don't have, like, the dismount thing, I, like, bounce like this in tune with the auto attacks. So that I take the hit from the front, but I'm still carrying my speed by jumping and then turning. It's also a good way to kite as a tank. Obviously not well mounted, but if you need to kite stuff as a tank, you can jump like this. So jump, jump, and you kind of want to strafe jump like that, so that you basically take all the attacks from the front, so you don't get like mega crit or something like that. And you can still move far away to kite like necrotic stacks or something like that.
What brings you here?
Ooh. Wait, this is just a straight upgrade to Fellblood bands. Alright. Well, that is an easy decision then. Cenarian Post in Hellfire Peninsula? Wait, did I not finish the quest?
May the stars guide you.
Marshlight Lake? Where's Marshlight Lake? Oh, all the way out there. Oh, shit. Okay, well, at least I didn't miss one of these. I guess I'll just finish the quest later. Oh, well. Welcome back, Bretman bruh. Pretty much finished this side of Zengermarsh, so going well there. I think I have enough plant parts for this turn-in. I would imagine. Yeah, I have 31. I have more than enough. Ooh, we got sockets now. This is a tough call. So I lose stamina, and I lose 1 strength. But I gain crit rating. And if I socket stuff, that would actually benefit me. I think that I probably want this. Ironically, the leather hood has, like, really good stats. Even better stats, honestly, because hit rating is nice. I need that. The Agi's gonna give me, like, not the same crit rating, of course, but I already have a lot of crit rating. And the attack power is slightly less. I'll definitely take the plate one, but the Agi one is surprisingly good.
Goddess watch over you. Greetings. Go in peace. Goddess bless you. Asha Felah.
So that gives Cenarian Expedition rep. Nice.
Must not give up.
Alright, let's see here. None of this is good for me, I think. I don't want to lose the armor. I'll just take vendor value here.
Peace.
But those leather boots aren't bad.
The winds guide you. Walk with the earth mother.
Okay. Oh, I got Expedition Flare, and I got Scout's Arrow. I mean, I'm not going to bother with this. At this point, my bow is literally just used for, separating poles. I don't really need to worry about making it do more damage. But... oh, no, don't want to vendor that. This one I want to use. Can sell that, can sell that. Okay, this one I'll hold on to. And then I have one more turn in up this way. Yeah, I think somebody else said they had to go to raid. So, I think that's why he's confused. I forget who it was. But I know at one point March went to do Mythic Remnant, but, you know, he popped back in to say that he killed it.
What you want?
Alright, let's see here. Ah, it's a caster plate item. Male shoulders. I mean, this is technically better, right? Obviously, I lose survivability by equipping this, but damage-wise, it's better. I'll just take vendor value. I'm tempted to play a bit more risky to actually start doing more damage, but at this point, I think it's better to just start selling things. It's not going to give me that much damage. I'd rather just take the money. I think I need to put Unstoppable Force and this back in my bank. I don't really want to carry it around with me. Yeah, oh yeah, Owner I think said he was going to raid. Right. Good point. Ah. Okay, so I'm going to head back into Hellfire. Let me look up TBC Classic Mining. I got added by some random Discord that I don't recognize. I had to check to see what it was. I was confused for a second. Sim the questing rewards. Oh, totally. Okay, I need 325 mining level to get adamantite. Rich adamantite requires 350 and corium requires 375. I see. So bare minimum, I want to get to 325. So I'll hit some fell iron until I can do that. Okay, just sends me right back. This is definitely an upgrade. Or, well, technically not a direct upgrade, but it's gonna be worth using. I'm gaining strength. gaining stamina and armor. I lose defense rating, but I don't really care that much. That one I will take and I will equip. Have I ever played A Hat in Time? I have not. That is a game that I know about, though. I've watched playthroughs of it. I've actually watched speedruns of it. Seems like a cool game. Something that I'll probably try at some point. But have not actually personally played it. Quest chains that make you walk in circles are the best? Yeah, I know, right? What is my current mining skill? 318. Okay, so I need to get 7 more skill points. Guess I just need to keep an eye out for fell iron. Oh, well, there we go. There's one. Don't pull, don't pull. Nice. Alright, I got 1 point. Alright, well I only got 1 point from that node. But better than nothing, I guess. I'll just keep hovering around mountains until I run into some. Start of the Druid campaign in Moonglade. It's been a while since I've done that, so I forget. Definitely takes a lot longer to find a node when you're actively searching for one. Like, I felt as if I found a bunch of fell iron the first time I was leveling. But now that I need to find fell iron, it's like, man, it takes forever to find a node. You walk around Moonglade 3 times, then you go into the Dream Grove? Yeah, I did that like once way back in Legion. So, I forget. I remember, though, at the start of Legion, if druids were hated by the Cenarian Circle, they couldn't begin the questline. They couldn't do anything. Oh, that was great. There was a post on the WoW forums about that. Just imagine, like, new expansion comes out day 1, you're ready to get in, and then you realize that you're not allowed to play druid because you just killed a bunch of Cenarian Circle guys. I wonder if I can find that post. That was good. Maybe I can capture this. I still have a quest to do this, so can't hurt to try. Or, well, I mean, I suppose it could hurt. If a level 70 drops out of the sky, it absolutely would. Foot of the Citadel? That link isn't working for me. Is that the quest down there that I did solo? I think that's what he's linking. Oh, well, I guess you guys can't see chat. Bird of Prey. Watching you play BC Classic has really given you the urge to resub and play again? I mean, play BC Classic or just play WoW in general? Because if you're Like, if you want to play BC Classic, I mean, yeah, definitely. I can't, like, say whether or not it's worth the investment. I'm enjoying it, but I'm more enjoying the experience. I have no idea what it's going to be like once I hit max level. Hopefully I enjoy it then. But I can actively discourage people from resubbing to play retail. Both, yeah. If you resub, I would say don't touch retail until you, or until 9.1.5 comes out. Because, yeah, fuck doing anything in this game unless you're already set. Like, at this point, my characters already have most of what they need. But trying to get caught up right now is just such a pain in the ass. Especially the whole covenant swapping thing. It feels so awful to have to swap covenants now, knowing that Blizzard has already addressed the fact that they're going to change it. At this point, I literally just log in, do my mythic raids and stuff like that, do alt heroics, and then I'm out. Fuck that. Fuck me. God damn it. Well, can't say I'm surprised. Is he gonna hunt me down? Of course he's gonna fucking hunt me down. Can I... God damn it, man. This didn't work. It did literally nothing. Free action potion, that's supposed to save me, right? It did not do that. Ugh. Come on, please, just let me live. Why? No, no, Druid. Fuck me, man. Okay, thank you. Fucking hell. You're gonna play Classic until 9.2? Yeah, Lycan's right about that. Have fun waiting for 9.2. If it ever comes out. I mean, they probably will release it, but it's gonna be a long fucking time. It doesn't remove effects that are already on you? Really? That sucks. What's the point? Well, shit. I've never used one before, so I wouldn't know. Blizzard is in shambles? Yeah, unfortunately. Don't do post 60 things till 9.1.5? Yeah. It's gonna be a long fucking time, yeah. It'd be funny if they skipped 9.2 and went straight to the next expansion. I honestly wouldn't mind. I mean, obviously we need to beat up the jailer, so I think we're still gonna get 9.2. Just because of that. But I really don't see Shadowlands playing out in any way other than we get a patch where we go beat up the jailer, and then, you know, okay, expansion's over. Like, at this point, how the fuck could they even try to justify extending it past just beat up the jailer and move on with our fucking lives, right? You're over the Shadowlands garbage? Next X-Pack, please? Yeah. I definitely would ideally want them to just say, let's pretend this never existed and do a new expansion, but they're not going to do that. That would be too bad even for Blizzard. That would make this expansion literally worse in terms of lack of content than WoD was. It's already bad in terms of, like, unfun, like, non-playability stuff. But for it to be even that... Oh, chest. But yeah, for it to be that bad, of, like, we don't even have a second patch. Or, yeah, a second patch. Like, and you know they're gonna do a Sylvanas Redemption arc. Like, I don't want them to, either. but you know it's gonna happen. There's no universe in which Sylvanas does not get a redemption arc. We would literally need to go back in time and fire Steve Denuser before Shadowlands even got into the script writing phase for Sylvanas to not get a redemption arc. We're well past that point. She absolutely doesn't, but, you know, she's the lead writer's waifu, so you're gonna get it, I guess. Oh, it's so fucking dumb. Anyone want to make a time machine to go do that? Yeah. Putting time machines to good use. Yeah, honestly, I would not recommend retail at all right now. I could maybe recommend it when 9.1.5 hits, but only if you enjoy Mythic rating. Like, even 9.1.5, it's not going to make the game less shit. It's just going to make getting into Mythic rating less tedious. So it's still going to be the only thing in retail that's actually, like, functional. But it's just going to be not as much of a pain to get geared up and get ults prepared, etc. Can I outrange this? Yeah, come on.
I need to get closer.
Even for 9.1.5, I couldn't recommend it to friends in good conscience. I literally could only do it if they're interested in Mythic rating. And, like, a lot of my friends are interested in Mythic rating, to be fair. So, like, I think Sanctum is a good raid. So, I personally would tell somebody who I think enjoys raiding that, yeah, you can come back now. Especially because, like, if they're my friends, right? Like, I'd be able to run them through dungeons. I'd be able to help carry and, you know, boost them up to a point where they could do raiding. The problem that I have with 9.1 is, no matter how much I boost one of my friends, it's not going to matter. There's still so many, like, garbage systems that you have to slog through, completely independent of, like, other players. So, getting caught up to Mythic rating is just a personal chore. That's going to be less of the case in 9.1.5, so I can kind of recommend it to people who just want to see the new raids on the hardest difficulty and join a guild that's already progged. Like, that is understandable, right? But if you're just looking to get back into the game for fun, then you're not going to find it there. You're interested, but you can't be asked to gear and level? Yeah, I mean, in that case, it's still probably not going to be enjoyable for you, right? Where am I going? Oh yeah, I'm looking for Fell Iron. Right. That was literally the entire thing that I was trying to do. Never done Mythic rating except BOE farm? Yeah. Like, it's not for everybody. I would say that everybody should at least try it to see what they think. You know, in my opinion, it's fun. It's the reason that I play retail, but some people don't really like it. So, who knows, right? But if you've never tried Mythic rating before, then you might be missing out on something that you would potentially really enjoy. But if you have tried it and you've decided it's not for you, then that's completely understandable. You'd love to Mythic raid? I mean, give it a shot, yeah. As I've always said, just find a guild that's looking for people and, you know, tell them you want to learn. Okay. I'm not gonna bother you. I'll let you take that one if you let me take this one. Look, I'll leave you... Buddy, I'll leave you alone. Just fuck off. Don't kill me. Why? You already got the node. You have no advantage to doing this. What the fuck is wrong with people? Why? You literally already got the fucking Fell Iron node. I'm already running away. Why? I'm checking the boot. I'm checking the fucking server transfer price. I fucking can't stand this anymore. This is actually just impossible. I can't do anything. I literally cannot play this game on this server. Why is Blizzard's shop so fucking trash? It probably is like $25, but look, if I have to spend $25 to literally be able to play this game, then I'll fucking spend it, right? I'm not going to buy a boost, but I want to be able to actually try TBC without literally pulling my fucking hair out because every 5 minutes I get ganked by a level 70. This is just literally unplayable. I mean, the Blizzard shop isn't in-game for TBC, so... Only massive selling point for 9.1.5 for me is Legion time locking a Mage Tower, and then the Mage Tower's only armor sets, and some of them are mediocre. I actually really do like the Warrior one. I like how it has this kind of like Scarlet Crusade type of recolor. But I will admit that a lot of the Mage Tower sets are kind of garbage, so there's that. Honestly, though, the appeal of the Mage Tower to me really is just to revisit the challenge. It's to try something that I never actually got to try at the time. That's why I'm excited for the Mage Tower, but I'm also really just excited for Legion Mythic Plus time locking, right? That alone would be enough to make me excited for 9.1.5. I just wish it was permanent content and not, you know, only 1 week or something. Or I guess 2 weeks on launch and then 1 week every time after that. I love having to run 3 minutes back to my body because one warrior decided he wanted to be a fucking asshole. I mean, if it was only one warrior, actually, it wouldn't be a problem. It's just, it's every fucking level 70 for some reason. I just ran past the level 60 earlier who had no HP. I could have charged him and just one-shot him with Immortal Strike, right? I didn't, because why the fuck would I? What do I gain by doing that? I don't fucking understand people. Like, I get attacking me to basically be like, shoo, this is my Fell Iron node. Like, yeah, fair play on that. But then chasing me down and killing me when I literally presented zero threat to him is just, fuck, why? My server is ally majority? I know, yeah. It didn't used to be ally majority. But apparently it is now, and that's fucking awful. It was very, very close to 50-50 back in Classic. You'd like to Mythic Raid, but you don't like the thought of WoW feeling like a job? I mean... I disagree that Mythic Raiding feels like a job in most cases. It depends on the level you're pushing at. Wonder why it is now? I'm not sure, but I would imagine, like with most servers, probably just a few big guilds maybe stop raiding or transfer off. And then you have, like, maybe it's 50-50 and then, like, a small part of the Horde moves. And then it's 55-45. And then maybe some more people go to join their friends that transferred off the server. Now it's 60-40. And then you're already starting to feel frustrated. You're already getting ganked a bit more than, you know, you aren't getting ganked, right? And you're like, this isn't fun. Then a few more people transfer. Then a few more people transfer. And then every single time people transfer, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Until it just gets to a point where it snowballs and then nobody wants to be on that server anymore because it's completely fucking lopsided, right? I'd imagine that's how it goes with most servers. That's probably how it happened with most retail servers. I mean, there's a reason why almost every single major server in retail right now is 99-1 for one faction or another. Like, Storm Rage, 99 to 1, Alliance Horde. Then you have a million different 99 to 1 Horde to Alliance servers. You know, it's how it goes. You killing someone who has no threat to you makes you go to hell? I mean, if you're religious, I guess. I think it just makes you an asshole.
Something you're doing?
Yeah, I would say, so Nakasado, to respond to what you said, if you're not in like a super hardcore Mythic guild, which I would say the vast majority of Mythic guilds are not super hardcore, like, it doesn't feel like a job, in my opinion. Like, to me, showing up at this point, my guild raids Mythic 6 hours a week. And they do Heroic for about 5 hours a week after that. And some of that I lead. So I make like the decision. I give other people the option to join me as I do Heroic clears. And stuff like that. Oh, look, it's the same fucking warrior. And that's my decision. Like, I technically don't have to do that if I don't want to. And there's a lot of other people in the guild who don't do that. The reason I'm mostly doing that is because I want to get alts. So in order to get my alts geared, I do Heroic runs. But if all I wanted to do was do Mythic rating on one character, I literally would not need to log in outside of those 6 hours that my guild does Mythic rating. And I would say, like, a lot of people play WoW for at least 6 hours a week. You know, if you're even remotely interested in rating, you probably have at least 6 hours a week to give to WoW. And I wouldn't say that's like a second job. That's not that much. Sure, the getting ready for rating part definitely does take a bit longer. But if you're not doing like Omega hardcore rating, like limit level, it's usually not too bad. Like, I have rated at the level that you're describing, not like limit level, but levels of it does kind of feel like a job where, you know, you raid for 16 hours a week and then you basically need to do tons of work outside of raid and stuff like that. And it ends up being like a 40-hour-a-week type of thing, where it basically is a job, right? But for other guilds, especially with this expansion's level of farming, the problem that I have with Shadowlands isn't that you need to invest a lot of time into it. Shadowlands isn't necessarily like, you need to spend tons of time grinding. Shadowlands is RNG. Shadowlands, like with Domination Socket stuff, like Domination Shard stuff, if you're just getting into raiding, that's really random, and it kind of sucks when you don't actually get the items, and then you have to wait another reset. So the problem with Shadowlands isn't farming, it's like RNG and time gating. So that's where people really end up struggling in terms of keeping up with it, because you want to progress your character more, and you just can't. The game blocks you. But in terms of the actual amount of hours you need to spend, it's honestly not that bad right now. So that definitely is one of the nice things about getting into Mythic raiding at the moment. How do you have the mental fortitude to play 40 hours? I mean, for me personally, when I did, you know, 40 hours or more of WoW a week, that was back in Legion, right? That was back when every single moment when I was playing the game, I was having fun. So I had a shit ton of fun doing stuff in Legion. I enjoyed every single one of those 40 hours, except maybe KJ Prog. KJ Prog at times was kind of fucking awful, but other than that, it was pretty fun. So that's how I tolerated it. But if I played Shadowlands for like 40 hours a week, that I would fucking die. I could not do that. Like, I do... There's still... Yeah, it's so hard to compete for these people for mining. Yeah, so there's a node up there. That guy just flies to it. Oh, man. I still need 5 skill points. You mostly play Hardcore Classic? Yeah. But pretty much outside of the, maybe 10 hours a week that I raid, with Mythic and Heroic combined, I mean, I do the streaming stuff. So I did, like, the Survival Hunter, whatnot. Every once in a while I do, like, you know, Korthia on one of my alts or something like that. I don't know. But overall, at this point, I'm playing retail maybe like 20 hours a week-ish. Maybe more if I do like a speedrun or something, but I haven't done one this week, so... Yeah, I don't know. Currently get like 6 hours a week minimum according to those emails Blizzard sends through, though half of it is AFKing at the auction house. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of time where I'm logged in, but I'm just kind of like sitting there. Just, I don't know what I want to do. And I'm like tabbed out, just keeping the game open because I'm like, I should be doing something to get my character ready for raid, but I just can't actually bring myself to do it, so I just kind of sit there like in Ouroboros for 2 hours while watching shit on YouTube. That's kind of how it goes for me. I don't know how I'm supposed to get Fell Iron. That guy's going to be sweeping this side of the map. My best bet, I think, is to head down here to Falcon Watch. Maybe I can just find one that he hasn't reached yet as it respawns. Will Worgen Druids be BIS? My testing implies that it's not efficient enough. So, unless somebody manages to find a more efficient way to do the Worgen skip that I did, I don't think it would be worth doing. So I think in that case for 1 to 60, Night Elf Druid would just be faster, right? Or, I mean, I guess you could do Worgen Druid starting in Exile's Reach. You could do that, right? Just any sort of Druid, but specifically Worgen would not be faster with the skip that I found. It's an interesting skip, but it doesn't, it doesn't happen fast enough to actually let you do some, like, cool time save trick. It's not worth it, right? And even then, that would be for one specific category of 1 to 60, right? Which, it's not the fastest for any other category. I'm also not a fan of Exile's Reach, yeah. I don't hate it, but I just don't think it's very fun. It's, like, okay, and then it gets boring after, like, the second time you play through it. The feeling of your time being dedicated to something rather than just being able to freely go do whatever feels like a job. That's fair, Nakasadu. The way I see it is, like, I want to spend my time doing mythic raiding. Like, that is what I enjoy doing. If I don't join a guild that has a schedule, I won't be able to do it. And it is always more time efficient to join a guild than it is to pug your way through something. So I see it as like, sure, I am committing to a schedule. And yeah, it's not always fun to have to commit to a schedule. But at the same time, you end up saving more hours of your week if you commit to a schedule and do it with an organized group than you do if you just try to pug through it. But that's also, once again, because I know that I enjoy raiding. Raiding is something that I want to do. So I understand your logic as well, but I'm just trying to explain my logic for why I enjoy it. Exiles get stale fast? Yeah. The amount of time it's going to take me to find 5 Fell Iron nodes is just... ugh. Each their own? Yeah, for sure. Exile's Reach is just as boring as other starting zones after the first time you've done each. They don't have much replayability. Yeah. No, definitely. I agree with that. I think Exile's Reach is a bit more, like, railroading than other starting zones. So I can understand the mentality of, like, disliking it even more than normal ones. So many quests feel like just Yeah. Like, there's a lot of forced RP, for instance, in Exile's Reach. Some of those, like, class quests force you to listen to dialogue and whatnot. And then there's, like, the quest where you have to go into the spider cave and you hop on that druid's back and you have to run, or the druid runs all the way out of the cave and it takes fucking forever, that kind of thing. So, yeah, that kind of feels a little bit boring in my opinion. I got one node though, so yay. It's a modernized starting zone to teach new players. Yeah, but even then, what does it actually teach new players, right? It teaches them the, like, sheer basics of gearing and, like, using their abilities. But then, some of the tips that they give new players are just so mind-bogglingly stupid that I don't understand how it can actually be considered a new player tutorial. Like, if you've never done the mage one, go look at my leveling speedrun where I do Exile's Reach on a troll mage, and look at the advice that they give to new mage players. It literally tells you that the ideal way to use Scorch is to run into melee range and scorch an enemy directly in front of you. Which, like, what? Why? What advantage do you have to using Scorch in melee range? There's no difference. It's like Scorch is a instant cast spell that you use while doing movement. The idea that it's somehow useful... yeah, Fire Blast, right. That's what I'm thinking of. Right, sorry. Thank you, Lycan. But yeah, Fire Blast in melee range. The fact that that is, like, actually a thing they suggest to new players, just... what the fuck? So, that really confuses me. So it's not really that useful for new players. You know, you look at stuff like the Hall of the Novice in Final Fantasy and compare that to Exile's Reach, and it's fucking laughable trying to call Exile's Reach like a tutorial for new players. Fucking Fire Blast in melee range. Just, that one baffled me. Some of the other ones are fine. Like for Paladins, they teach you how to use Holy Power. They're like, oh, build up Holy Power and then spend it. Like, okay, yeah, sure. But for mages, they just clearly had no fucking clue what they were doing. And they just said, yeah, tell them to use it in melee. Like, what? Why? Welcome back, Toth. 4 more Fell Iron. Is there Fell Iron in Terracar Forest? I should probably check this. No, it says most plentiful in Hellfire Peninsula. So, apparently adamantite is most plentiful in the Grand and Blade's Edge. So, I'm guessing that it's, that, like, Terracar and Zangarmarsh are probably, like, a mix of Fell Iron and Adamantite. And then Hellfire is just pure Fell Iron. Thanks to you, I started leveling a Nightborn Survival Hunter. So much fun. Awesome. I'm really happy that I've converted so many people to Survival Hunter. We're gonna start a movement. Convince everybody that Survival Hunter isn't as bad as they think it is. It is honestly really good, though. It's not, like, OP, but it's much better than most people will make it out to be. And it's just fun, right? That's what's important. Year of the Spear? Yeah. Year of the Spear. Fuck it, I'm just gonna go check out Terracar Forest. It's gonna suck if I run into Adamantite, though. But at this point, there's just so many people circling around Hellfire Peninsula. I'm lucky if I can get one node. You've always played Survival Hunter? Hell yeah. Saw a Survival Hunter post on the WoW subreddit a short bit ago. Running into each other in the wild. Was that the one with 3 Survival Hunters in 1 Mythic Plus dungeon? I think I saw that one. It definitely is gaining traction, which is cool. Cosmic's gonna help with the movement. Let's go. It's really something because you've been playing since release, and this is fun in a different way. Yeah. It's just a really fun spec, especially once you, like, really figure it out and get, like, Wildfire Infusion and all the really fun talents. It's just really enjoyable to play. And the nice part is, everybody thinks it sucks, so you get to have fun playing a cool spec that's actually viable, and you also get to show everybody that it's not bad, right? So you're going to get whispers, once you start doing higher keys, of people like, what? I didn't know Survival Hunter did damage. Ooh. And that's always enjoyable, right? Harpoon is like Charge, but different. Oh, Harpoon is Charge on crack, my man. Harpoon, unlike Charge, doesn't require you to be over, like, ground. So if you get knocked off a platform, you can still cast Harpoon while floating above the abyss, and it connects and yanks you back to the target. It's fucking awesome. I got shot off on Remnant, and I just Harpooned right back. Easy peasy. Ner'zhul down, Soul Render on 32%. Damn. You just killed Remnant, and you're already at 32% on Soul Render? That's actually really good. Admittedly, the end of Soul Render is the hardest part, but still, that's like really fast progress either way. So now you're like immediately hitting the part that you're going to really need to prog on, which is good. More time for you guys to do that. But yeah, Soul Render, I think... I'm not a big fan of Soul Render, honestly, because the fight is just super repetitive, in my opinion. And it only gets hard because of really nasty overlaps. And whenever something is just hard because, oh, the mechanics line up in a janky way, I don't know, it just doesn't feel great. So, can't say I really enjoy the fight all that much. That said, it's not bad. It's just not my favorite. I also kind of dislike how much you have to class stack, so the fact that you effectively need Death Knights to make it easy, like, you don't need Death Knights, right? But if you want to have a much easier time on Soul Render, you just stack DKs, and you grip all the adds. You know, there is no downside to doing that. No path available is pain? Yeah, for sure. You're maining a DH since Legion, so you can't stand anything that can't move? Yeah, for sure. Harpoon can work like that, but I sure as hell can't Heroic Leap to another Edge in Torghast because no path available. Yeah. Like, I love the Heroic Leap build in Torghast, but it does feel super janky sometimes. I really wish they'd update it to actually work properly. The spell, specifically, not just the Torghast thing.
Ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet.
Excuse me. Alright, so I think I just need to loot it on this tower up here, right? Yeah, okay, that thing right there. I remember doing this quest back in the day.
Ability isn't ready.
First couple of pulls was the DK tank figuring out how to pull them effectively, then people forget to do chains and you get overwhelmed. Yeah. Like, once you get towards the end of the fight, the timings get, like, really aggressive, and it's frustrating, but there's, like, basically one overlap that happens at roughly 20%, and once you get past that overlap, if you don't fuck up, it's a kill. That's the hardest part of the fight, that one particular overlap. But also, I mean... you have a Death Knight tank, so that explains a lot. Like, my guild was struggling really hard with Soul Render, and then I went to Blood DK, and we killed it that night, so... makes it a lot easier to have a Blood DK. Admittedly, it was a bit trickier because my Death Knight is still 230 item level, or was 230 item level when I did that kill. So if you have a geared Blood DK, it's just, the fight's a fucking joke, honestly. But even just DPS DKs are really helpful. Oh, shit. I can take one of these. Nice.
Ready yet.
And now I'm gonna heal so I don't die. What's my prog now? We just killed Soul Render last week, so. This next week, we're still going to be re-clearing. We haven't actually attempted Paintsmith yet, because we killed Soul Render, like, right at the end of the week. But, whatchamacallit. Next week, hopefully we'll have a very fast re-clear. I'm gonna be much more geared on my DK. So, my DK is already, like, 236 item level. I'm probably going to try to do a heroic clear before raid. And then, you know, ideally the vault gives me something nice. So I should have a much easier time, you know, actually tanking the bosses. So that should help. We got a few good new trials. So DPS should be a lot more consistent overall. And ideally, Remnant and Soul Render go down on re-clear without too much trouble. And then Painsmith prog. So that'll be fun. Yeah, I'm also really excited to do Paintsmith prog. Paintsmith I've heard a lot of really good things about. I've heard it's hard, but, I mean, to me that's a good thing, you know. I like a challenge, so people have said, oh yeah, Paintsmith prog, it's gonna be really brutal, and that makes me excited. I want to do a really difficult boss. Okay, so there's some mountains over here. I'll check to see if there's any fell iron. I hate getting dismounted the moment I, like, touch the water ever so slightly. Ah, damn it. Fucking dazing. My sword skill is still only 304. Huh.
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Your guild can't do Soul Render, there's no DKs, and people won't stop messing up eruptions. Nah, that's unfortunate. Definitely not having DKs is going to make the fight so much more difficult. Aw, man. Oh, it's adamantite. I suppose I can't use it either way. So fingers crossed that this guy doesn't randomly decide to kill me. Oh, I didn't get dismounted. Nice. Whew. Classic Gorgron lag. How do I get out of Chromie time or change it? If you want to get out of Chromie time, just talk to her and say return to present timeline. And changing it won't do anything. So changing your expansion for Chromie time doesn't actually change anything. All it does is it gives you the starting quest for that expansion. Every instance of Chromie time is the same expansion. So you're either in Chromie time or you're out of it. Let me catch up in chat real quick. I've never raided, but I can say Shadowlands is still not a fun time. Bad story, bad systems, and grinding, yeah. I mean, even for Mythic Raiders, Shadowlands is not very fun right now, outside of Raid. Like, obviously, I have fun in Sanctum, but outside of Sanctum, I'm just not really having a good time. But especially if you don't enjoy raiding, then Shadowlands is just awful, right? Or at least so I've been told. Pretty much everybody I know who doesn't raid has told me that they're just not having fun at all in Shadowlands, so, you know. It's unfortunate. I guess I can turn this quest in.
Strength and honor. Go forth to victory.
And I can pick up this flight pod. Not going to grab these quests yet, though. Oh yeah, you also change the dungeons that you're offered. That's true. So I guess that's another side effect of changing your Chromie time. In terms of phases, it doesn't change, but... Yeah, it does give you the quest and gives you the other dungeon options. Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. Cannot bring myself to play WoW in its current state. Been off playing other stuff. Yeah, I can't blame you. Definitely isn't doing super hot right now. Outside of Sanctum, you're not playing the game? Yeah, fair. And it is definitely true that for most expansions, nobody queues for Chromie Time dungeons. There are some expansions where a lot of people do. Especially WoD. Like, the vast majority of people just know WoD equals good, and they queue for WoD Chromie Time stuff. But outside of that, you're not going to find a lot. Where can Blizz even take the WoW story now? Nowhere. It's a total fucking jumbled mess. There's nothing even remotely satisfying that they can do to, you know, salvage it. Honestly, their best bet is to just fall back on the years of really well-developed lore they had before they ruined it, do a time reset, and then just try to get some better writers in to rewrite the lore. Honestly, that's it. That's the only way I could see them fixing the story. It's too far gone at this point. Like, once you break your world building so badly that people lose interest because nothing actually makes sense anymore, it's impossible to just change it. It's impossible to just, oh, now we're going to write a better story. Like, it doesn't matter. Nothing actually has stakes. Nothing makes sense anymore. It's impossible to actually write a good story in this universe anymore because they've already fucked the world building and the years and years of character development so badly that they would have to basically make WoW something completely unrecognizable to actually tell a good story. Which is unfortunate, but that's the game that we're living in right now, right? Tired of getting 4 zones plus central town each expansion? It's not a world anymore? Yeah, exactly. Especially in Shadowlands, where they're all just completely disconnected. Like, you have to take an RP flight in between every single zone, or just use Wormhole Generator, right? It's fucking dumb.
Greetings.
Maybe I'll get better luck with Felliron and Zangarmarsh. I don't know. There's random dialogue that makes no sense given Shadowlands. Yeah, like, they've retconned so much this expansion, it's just, like... Why? I don't know. There are so many easier ways to write a story than just shitting on years and years of world building. Just so you can tell some dumb fuck writer's story and add, like, undeath. I don't want to get into it. I've ranted about it before. I really don't like Shadowlands, at least the storytelling aspect. I don't like the expansion either, but I especially hate the story. It's just frustrating. When does Shadowlands Season 2 end? You have time, my man. Rexy, you're gonna die of old age before Shadowlands Season 2 ends. At this point, like, God even knows when Season 3 is gonna be. It's gonna be a while, though, I can tell you that. You have, like, at least, if I had to guess, half a year. Would not be surprised. I think that's a generous estimate. Got into a guild, they cut ratings shortly after I joined because everyone else also can't be fucked playing. Yeah. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Lycan. And also, it's unfortunate because you're Alliance, right? So, rating on Alliance is especially problematic because if you lose players, you're basically just fucked. Because recruitment on Alliance is really hard right now. Most, like, top-end Alliance players, or even, like, mid-tier Mythic Alliance players are server transferring, and faction transferring, to be specific. So, Yeah, it's rough. It's definitely not fun at the moment. You've gotten into a grand total of 1 Chromie time dungeon while leveling multiple characters? Damn. Legion has a decent population? That's fair, yeah. Legion also has a lot of dungeon quests, so I could see that. They should retcon BFA and Shadowlands at the very least, and maybe even go back to the pre-WoD story. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not saying retcon Mop because I think Mop was bad. Like, I think all the Pandaria stuff was fine. I think they should retcon Mop just because Garrosh. I'd prefer if we got the Kata version of Garrosh. I also don't really like Cataclysm. I think the whole idea of, like, let's destroy the entire world because it gives us an excuse to revamp the old zones was like, just revamp the old zones, man. Like, when you think about it, Cataclysm doesn't make that much sense. Like, random areas got hit with massive climate change, and other areas that are right next to it are completely untouched. It was literally just an excuse to revamp the old zones, which, like, I get it, but, you know, there had to be a better way to write that. And I mean, I think at the time, most people were just like, whatever. But if you're gonna go back and retcon the story, I think the last expansion that everybody was probably universally like, yeah, this story was good, was Wrath, right? It wasn't amazing. It wasn't like, oh my god, this is the best story ever. But I'd like to think that most people are kind of okay with how the Lich King's arc ended. Like, you know, Father, is it over? All that stuff. Yeah, it's fine. It's not going to win any awards, but it sticks in your memory. It's a good story. But I think if they did something like that, like, maybe if they did Classic up to Lich King, and then after Lich King, they just kind of, like, reimagined all the expansions past that, I'd be down with it. It would mean that we wouldn't get Siege of Orgrimmar, though, which, come to think of it, I actually do really like Siege of Orgrimmar, so, I don't know. You know, I hate what they did to Garrosh, but I fucking love his raid fight. Garrosh as a raid boss was fucking awesome. What is my favorite WoW lore story / zone? That's a hard question to answer because, like, the jaded part of me wants to say none of them. I would say Suramar probably, just because WoW succeeds when it stops trying to do, like, all of the cosmic bullshit, and it just focuses on a character. So I think Suramar following, like, Thalyssra's journey was a good story. That was fine, right? So that would probably be my answer, but, like, other stuff like Frostfire Ridge, Shadowmoon Valley, even Spires, they're, like, okay, but, yeah, it's not amazing. They could old school RuneScape, classic WoW post-Wrath. Yeah, I think that would be cool. On one hand, I kind of want them to just, you know, do Kata Classic as well, because I would like to experience the raids, like, for real. But if they decided they were just going to go ahead and completely redo Cataclysm and whatnot, I would kind of be like, whatever with it. I don't think that many people would care too much. I have no idea where to find mining nodes in this zone. Frostfire's Biss? Yeah, Frostfire definitely had a good story. It's definitely, like, top 3 for me. It's way too much work. They're never going to do that. Yeah. I kind of agree with that. I don't think they would, but, like, I can dream, right? Maldraxxus is hideous? Yeah. Oh, chat moved fast. Hold on. Let me catch up on messages real quick. Shadowlands is probably the first expansion you didn't get excited about because because you're rarely at the zones. You play in Ma Korthia, zones that you can't fly. The fact that you can't fly in Korthia, in my opinion, is the dumbest fucking thing ever. I don't understand it. Like, why? What about those zones prevents you from flying? I don't understand it. Just put a kill plane if you try to fly outside of it. It's not that fucking hard. It's literally just pure laziness on their part. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to fly there. So, yeah, I agree with that. I think it's fucking stupid. Only good part about Shadowlands is the art and skyboxes. Yeah, that's true. You like to raid and do Mythic Plus, but you don't like leveling and Covenants? Yeah. Mop was fine. Yeah, I like Mop. I just don't like what they did with Garrosh's story. I like everything about Mop's story except for what they did with Garrosh. That's the only thing I dislike. You're not even looking to get into anything hardcore or Mythic level rating. You just want to do Heroics and Mythic Plus keys, but it's just an unfortunate time. Yeah. You had a relatively easy time finding a guild and alliance because you knew of one beforehand. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking just for a Heroic guild, I'd imagine there are definitely options on alliance, but for Mythic, that's where it starts to be a bit more tricky. Well, if that guy's flying this way, assuming he's mining, then everything is probably already cleared out. The story didn't even matter until Wrath? Yeah, that's true. I mean, there was some story in BC, but it definitely wasn't well developed. They didn't do a very good job representing it, I should say. I don't think they'll retcon all the way back to Wrath, but I'd be fine if they did. Yeah, they're never going to actually do that, but I'm just saying what I would believe to be the best option would be doing that. But we all know they're not actually going to do that, unfortunately. Spires is probably the coolest zone introduction ever, but the actual leveling experience is meh. I like the characters in Spire, yeah. Zone introduction, I agree, is really cool. And I think the characters within Spires are pretty neat. But the overall experience starts to feel a bit disjointed later on, so I'll give you that. Probably a result of, like, budget cuts and stuff like that. You'd love Cataclassic. Deathwing's kind of one of your favorite WoW villains / characters. Yeah, that's fair. Don't worry, buddy. I'm not going to kill you. Cat form is 20 in Classic. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about Classic Druid. No clue. You don't recommend trying to fly without trying to mine without epic flying? See, I get that, but on one hand, you know, I keep running into all of these like adamantite nodes that I just can't mine because my skill's not high enough. So I'm like, well, you know, I might as well just level up my mining so I can actually do that. It might be a bit frustrating now, but if I get 4 more skill points, then I can actually hit all the nodes that I run into while leveling. What does Glow Cap even do? Is that just like a item that I can sell or something? The stories spread across different media types? Yeah, that's definitely a big problem. WoW was on life support for as long as they can milk it. I don't think they'll ever do anything with Classic. Probably not. I mean, they're doing Classic Fresh, which is something. That's more than I expected them to do, just even if it's like a seasonal server, right? that's still more than I expected them to do. But I don't really expect them to do Classic Plus. I think it would be nice if they did, but they're probably too lazy for that. But Classic Fresh is still something. I hope they realize, though, that Classic Fresh is not going to do that well. Like, if they just do another no changes Classic Fresh, some people will play it. I might play it, but it's going to fail pretty hard compared to original Classic release. They would have to do something new with it to actually make it interesting. But I think they might... what I'm afraid of, right, is that some, you know, disconnected executive was like, hey, when we re-released WoW Classic, it made us a lot of money, right? What if we just do that again? And they're just going to try to release it with absolutely nothing done to it because money. And I can see that being the type of, you know, not understanding mentality that, you know, leads to us getting shit content. I hope not, but, you know, let's be real here. It's what we are all kind of expecting. If you want Fell Iron, go to Hellfire Peninsula. There's very little ore in Zangarmarsh. Yeah. I decided to check because I was mining in Hellfire a little bit ago, and I got ganked by level 70s over and over. So I was like, let me check Zangarmarsh, because I have no idea what's here. And as I now see, there's, like, nothing here, but, you know. Hello, Leviosa. Good to have you here. But I'll probably go back to Hellfire. Just, wanted to spice it up. Wanted to see if I could find something. I also found, like, fuck all in, Terracar Forest. I almost said Talador. I'm so used to calling it Talador. But, yeah, Terracar Forest had absolutely nothing for me. But I'll go back to Hellfire. I'll grind out the last 4 skill points. Wait! Oh! Yes! Haha! Speaking of which... Well, at least there's some Fell Iron here. Ooh, 4 taps? Nice. Oh.
It's too far away. I can't do that. Ability isn't ready yet.
Actual Fell Iron he can mine and not get ganked for. Yeah. The fact that I managed to mine that entire thing without getting one-shot by a level 70 is very surprising. But, you know, we take those. No. Fell Iron is gray. I already did look at that, so good idea, Bretman bruh, but unfortunately, I've already outleveled it. I should have thought of that, right? I should have smelted earlier just to make the most of my Fell Iron nodes, but by the time I remembered it, it was already gray. How far from Adamantite am I? 3 nodes. So I only need 3 more Fell Iron nodes, and then I can get Adamantite. We're almost there. I'd like it if they did seasonal classic servers with Diablo 3-esque season things. Yeah, I mean, but that would be, in a sense, Classic Plus. Like, it would be a very, very, very minor version of Classic Plus. Like, Classic Plus in the loosest sense. But it would still be some sort of change to original Classic. So, even something as small as having, like, D3 seasonal effects on, like, Classic Fresh, in my opinion, would be enough to draw interest. What they absolutely cannot do is nothing. That is not going to go well.
Goddess walked over.
Okay. Where's the helmet I got? Is it already better? Yeah, it's probably better already, and then I can just socket it to make it even stronger. So. Oh god, this helmet looks awful. Hold on. Display. How do I... show helm. Okay. Alright, that's much better. That helmet looked absolutely terrible. You're gonna go to bed? Oh, good night, Bretman, bro. Sorry, just noticed that. A full Classic Plus would be overall better, but I could see Blizzard doing the D3-esque stuff. And I would be fine with that, right? Like, obviously, I would also love to have a full, like, revamped Classic Plus type of thing. But if they just did minor changes, like, some changes, I would still be okay with that. You know, minor tweaks and stuff like that. You know, seasonal effects, maybe more efficient leveling, right? You know, I'm fine with doing the leveling once or even twice, but if I'm going to be, like, playing Classic more often, I think a streamlined leveling experience would be kind of nice for, like, Classic Plus or something like that. I don't think it should be retail fast. I still think it should take, like, multiple days, but I think it should be something where, like, if you play Classic, you know, I don't know what a good amount would be. Maybe, like, 40 to 80 hours or something like that. Ooh, Bell Iron? But yeah, like a 40 to 80 hour, like, time to hit max, I think would be okay. Surprising that somebody killed all these Hellboars, but they didn't get the Bell Iron. I don't mind Blizz trying new things, but as long as they don't hype it up and blow it and listen to testers, I'll be happy. I mean, that's the real test, right? Blizzard actually listening to feedback, you know, I'd love for that to happen, but there is unfortunately zero precedent. We'll see. Wait, another one? Yo. No. Okay, fair play. So I lose out on that node. Oh, shit. They're gonna hype it up, that's how business works, but I do hope they listen to testers. Yeah, same here. Yeah, Shadowlands was very overhyped. They did the same thing with WoD, right? But I mean, they do that with every expansion, to be fair. That said, right, like, if you played the Shadowlands beta, you know, the hype meant nothing. I played the Shadowlands beta, I saw the problems from the start, to the point where I made a fucking spreadsheet to raise awareness about how bad the Covenants were. You know, I was under no delusions that Shadowlands would be a good expansion. I think, like, I was hopeful that with the delay, it would be passable. Like, I think I remember saying at some point, like, I'm hoping it will be good. Like, I probably even said I think it'll be good. But that was definitely more me being a bit hopeful after they started making changes. But they did not make changes nearly quickly enough to fix it. The biggest thing that I think killed Shadowlands is that after you had the pretty meh launch with, you know, all the systems failing, they just doubled down on it. If they had continued to make improvements post-launch and said, yeah, we understand that this is a problem, we're going to fix it, I think, honestly, it would have been fine. It's the fact that they made changes in beta, and then once the expansion launched, they're just like, okay, we're done. And then they added more dumb bullshit in 9.1. That's what really fucked Shadowlands. Like, I've said it before, but I genuinely think that 9.1 made Shadowlands worse. Honestly. If we were still in 9.0 and we had just the same conduits and soulbinds and stuff, no additional grinding and bullshit to do, no shit shards of domination, things like that, if we had the exact same stuff from Nathria and we just had new content, honestly, that would have been infinitely better. They actively made Shadowlands a worse experience by adding stuff in 9.1. So, that was unfortunate. that one I obviously could not have seen coming. You know, it's one thing to release a bad expansion, it's another thing to make a bad expansion even worse. They kind of did that in BFA a bit, but they backpedaled in BFA a lot faster than they've done in Shadowlands, so... And even, like, the annoying stuff in BFA, like Corruption, was still at least kind of fun to use. Like, Corruption was an absolute pain in the ass to farm, but it was still kind of fun to play with, so I didn't mind. But what about Shards of Domination is fun? Absolutely nothing. So, overall, it just ended up being a massive, massive flop, this patch. But here's the thing, the 6.1 selfie camera patch, I don't care about. Because here's the thing, when WoD launched, I was having fun. Believe it or not, I was enjoying my classes. The game was fun to play. There was like no fucking content, but the content that was in the game was fun. I loved challenge modes, I loved raiding. I was having a good time back in WoD. So when they added the selfie camera patch, and they didn't really change anything, they didn't add new shit for me to grind, they just added some garrison updates, the selfie camera, Twitter integration, and like catch-up gear for alts. I was like, alright, you know, it's not a good patch. It's a very lackluster patch for sure. But did it actively make my experience worse? No. I just continued doing challenge modes with my friends, and I had a lot of fun doing that. But when 9.1 hit, I actively started having even less fun in Shadowlands than I was already having. So, that one was a big oof. They also didn't listen to feedback that was being said from beta. Yeah, they pretended they were listening and they made a few token changes, but all of the big things like covenant swapping, they never actually listened to. And that was the main thing that people really wanted. So, you know. It doesn't really help a whole lot. Okay, so I need only 2 more Fel Iron nodes. Almost there. What were challenge modes like? Challenge modes were like Mythic Plus, but better. So, everything that people hate about Mythic Plus, like the really garbage of fixes, that didn't exist in challenge modes. Challenge modes, first of all, they scaled your gear down to a preset level. So all of your gear was scaled down to, it was like, I think 630 at the time, or 830, I forget what it was. Yeah, 630 back in WoD. And everybody got scaled down to the same level, which meant that gear was not an issue. It basically a fresh level 100, I think it was in WoD, or no, WoD was, yeah, 100, right. So a fresh level 100 in WoD could do challenge modes, legit. So if I wanted to do CMs on a different server, I leveled a character up to max, which in WoD was really easy. Then I got basic 630 item level gear, and I enter challenge modes. And I could do the hardest level of challenge modes, which was gold. Well, technically there weren't levels, it was just how efficiently you completed it. And I could do that with basically no gear, because it all scaled. But there was still basically a meta for how you geared up. There was, like, more optimized stats. So let's say your stat prio was like, you just wanted to stack as much crit as possible. You would look throughout the game to find which piece on your gear had the most allocation of crit for every single slot, and you would get that at any item level. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's LFR, heroic, mythic. Doesn't matter because it scales. Ooh, Fel Iron. And then you would equip that piece with the perfect stat allocation in every slot. And then when you entered the thing, it would all scale down. And all of your stats would be literally perfect. So you want to talk about min-maxer's dream? Challenge modes was literally just like amazing for me. I had so much fun min-maxing the crap out of that. Like, so bonus armor was a stat for tanks back in WoD, and bonus armor was really fucking good. So I had multiple double bonus armor pieces, which you could only get from like world quest rewards, or not world quest, like daily quest rewards, in Tanan Jungle. And they weren't competitive for raid because they were like catch-up gear level stuff. But because item level didn't matter, you could get that like catch-up gear with the double bonus armor stats, and it was your best in slot for challenge modes. So I was like geared to the teeth, perfect itemization, perfect everything. And it felt so fucking awesome because I would go in there and I felt just like really good. Like everything played super well. And oh man, challenge modes, when you actually got it done, because there was no bullshit affixes to worry about, it was challenging, right? Like basically think of it as like you're doing a plus 20 Mythic Plus dungeon, but with no affixes. I would say that's probably how the content was tuned. It was around like what a plus 20 will feel like now. And honestly, it wasn't hard to complete the dungeon, but challenge modes were based around speed. The rankings and stuff was how fast could you clear this? So the way that you approach challenge modes was literally speedrunning. You literally found the fastest way through it, took the best comps, which in many cases was like triple enhanced shaman, and you would just go with a Flame Nova, where you would stack up like 20 mobs on top of each other, and then do uncapped AoE Flame Nova and nuke everything. And then you would do these gargantuan pulls with really, really risky, like, it could fail if you do a slight thing wrong, but when you pulled it off, it felt fucking awesome. And you would do these crazy pulls. It was so much fun. I fucking loved CMs. Just, there was no even reward for this, by the way, outside of cosmetic stuff. Challenge modes gave no actual gear. It was just those cool appearances. And once you got gold challenge modes, which I got way earlier before I continued running them, right? I could have stopped there and gotten every single last reward. There were technically special titles that you get for having server first, which I had. I had the server first time. Admittedly, I wasn't on a big server. But I did play with the rank 1 team in the Worlds. My friend Paul, who has stopped by the stream a few times, I have mentioned this, he was the Ardruid healer for the rank 1 challenge mode team. And because I was friends with him, he would help me out with challenge modes. So he taught me basically everything I knew about it. And sometimes he would bring like other people from his rank 1 world team to help me do challenge modes on my server. So I had all the rank 1 times, but I still tanked it. So I still had to learn all the pulls as a tank, learn how to actually do the dungeons, right? So I knew how to do it. I had a lot of fun doing it. It was awesome. And when you get that perfect challenge mode run where everything's going right, it feels so good. And that's the thing. I did it for fun. I did sell a lot of carries, admittedly. You know, if I'm going to be doing challenge modes anyway, just for fun, you might as well make gold off it. So that was one thing we did a lot. My friend Paul would like find buyers and we would 4-man it, and the buyer would just kind of sit at the entrance, right? But honestly, doing it 4-man was even more of a fun challenge, because then suddenly every single DPS check just got harder. So you need to min-max even harder to make sure that you're actually meeting the damage check with only 4 players. And God, I loved challenge modes. So all that to say, even when there was no content in WoD, I was still having fun, because challenge modes was the only form of content I really needed at the time to just have fun. I enjoyed doing that. I enjoyed just playing my class, and I didn't really care that 6.1 didn't add much, because, I mean, I didn't really need them to add anything. I just needed them to not fuck over the game they had already built, and, well, 6.1 didn't touch anything. So, yeah, it just kind of didn't hurt me. Whereas 9.1, well, it did. A lot of specs got nerfed. Boomkin mains definitely probably weren't happy about having to swap to Venthyr, right? And then you have a ton of additional grinds that you now need to do. It's just, nothing good came from 9.1, honestly. The only thing that's going to fix this game is 9.1.5. And that's even just kinda. It's not going to do enough, but it is going to be a start. Why is Parachute Cloak not on my bars? I need one more Fell Iron node. Come on. 15 seconds until I can skydive. Don't die. 5 seconds. Geronimo! I did not think this through. It doesn't last for 2 minutes. It's not a goblin glider. What the fuck am I doing? Fuck. I'm so used to having goblin glider. Yeah. Shit. I'm such an idiot. Alright. Well, parachute cloak. You did good, but unfortunately, I'm just that fucking stupid. Ah. Thankfully, it's not a long run back. Do I take durability damage from fall deaths and stuff? Or is that only from dying to mobs? Because if I'm losing money from these stupid mistakes, then that would kind of suck. You know, I still need to save up more gold. I don't have nearly enough to buy flying. It does do durability? Fuck. Well, shit. Hopefully I can at least find Fel Iron down here. Pizza sounds good. Oh, you don't know if PvP deaths don't do durability damage? Yeah, that would kind of suck if I've been taking durability damage from all these ganks. I would hope it doesn't remove durability, because that would be really unfortunate. Oh, so PvP doesn't do durability damage in Classic. That's good to know, actually. Okay. Cool, cool. Any chests? No. Oh! Please! Yes! I did it! I can mine adamantite ore now. Do I need to train it? Either way, I'm going back to Thrallmar just to take the flight point. Oh. Took forever. I guess I'm doing Zaberjin now. I should check this for chests. I found a lot of chests in this little caravan thingy. Yeah, nothing. Whew. Druids can flight farm and farm the map. I tried to farm herbs and found somebody doing that. Yeah. I mean, even non-druids I've been seeing a lot of, unfortunately. Like, flight form is especially rough for herbalism because you can interact with the node while still in flight form, but... You know, mining, there's just people on epic mounts just flying around. Then they land, they steal your node, and then they punch your teeth in. So, yeah. It's fun. Oh. It's actually not a bad weapon. Not amazing, but, you know. Warbringer? Ooh, that's sick. That's just ancient bone bow. Nice. Alright. Now, to conserve inventory space, I will smelt all my adamantite stuff. I should also craft more bandages. Because, you know, why not? I might as well get my mithril smelted. Why I have mithril ore just chilling in my bags, I can't remember. But, you know, if it's here, may as well smelt it. Oh, and I should make dark iron bombs. Or not dark iron, fell iron bombs. What's the recipe for that? Fell iron casing, handful of fell iron bolts, and elemental blasting powder. I forget what elemental blasting powder is made from. God, if I... That's gonna take forever. Let me check engineering. So, elemental blasting powder requires mote of fire and mote of earth. Okay, well, I mailed a bunch of those over. Hold on. Yeah, I actually mailed a ton of that stuff to my hunter. Let me mail that back. Probably should have realized that. I didn't know that I actually needed that for recipes. Okay, so... this character... Does anybody know how much faster leveling like 1 to 60 is in TBC? Like, is it actually a significant difference? Or is it still mostly the same? It's 1% faster. 20% less experience from 20 to 60? Interesting. That's a decent amount. Some group quests were made into solo quests, and Dustwallow Marsh is revamped. I don't know if I ever did Dustwallow Marsh. I think I did a few quests there, but I can't remember. Definitely not something that I recall a ton of. But that's good to know. I'm just curious, because I probably will try leveling in Alt and TBC at some point. Like, at this point, if I'm playing it this much, I might as well. I'm gonna hit 70 first, of course, but... Oh, nice. Mail is instant now. Cool. Okay, so I need to go to engineering, then... blasting powder down here. Wait, I just reread James's thing. They farm underneath the map? How do they get under the map? Like, they can clip through the ground and farm it from, like, below the terrain? Oh, that's fucked. Well, gotta start smelting, I guess. A lot of dungeons also have their level range narrowed and loot buffed, but very few people do Azeroth dungeons now. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, I would not imagine I'd be able to find consistent dungeon groups, right? So, where are the guards going? Oh, somebody pulled mobs in there. Making you tempted to play BC just to do that for fun? Wait, so let me get this straight, Nakasaru. Your idea of fun is flying underneath the map and farming herbs as a druid? I don't know. That sounds like kind of evil. I mean, hey, to each their own. I guess you'd make a lot of money off it. Bots can herb mine in the ground in dungeons, but I haven't seen it happen in the open world. Yeah, I haven't run across that yet. Huh. I wonder how they do that. Definitely strange. Maybe Grobbulus isn't a big enough server for people to care. In TBC, it seems like most bots are in dungeons because they're less likely to get reported. Look at the Slave Pens portal and you'll see a ton of bots. Yeah, I've seen videos of people like showcasing how many bots are in Slave Pens and stuff like that. So I definitely know it's a problem. But I mean, the only way that Blizzard can solve it is active moderation, right? And that requires, you know, paying people to actually do work. I don't know if that's really in their modus operandi right now. Okay, so if I want to make a Fell Iron Bomb, let's make 20 of these. So 20 Fell Iron Bombs would be... I would need to make 5, so 5 Fell Iron Casings, and then 10 handful of Fell Iron Bolts. Can slash who Slave Pens, and most of the nonsense names are probably bots? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I need to make 10 of these. And then I'll have more bombs that I can use, because I was running low on Dark Iron ones. Not really getting any skill points, though. Oh, well, as I say that, I get 1. Cool. I'll take it. Hopefully I'll get a few from the bombs, at the very least. Alright, and now... Fell Iron Bomb. Oh, guaranteed skill points is nice. Quest you have says it's level 5, but the things you have to kill are 8 or 9. Yeah, I'd say in that case, probably just wait and do it later on. You know, Classic can be a bit inconsistent at times. It is what it is. Arcane Bombs, huh. I know these things are, like, super expensive, but I'd imagine that's pretty good for, like, doing speedruns of dungeons. Just because you could basically get an OG Arcane Torrent off on those. Where is the engineering trainer? I forget where I learned engineering.
Keep it real.
I know I did it somewhere in here. Oh well, I forget where the engineering trainer was. Am I still 62? Yeah, I'm still 62. To be fair, I did just spend a good, like, hour or so mining. in getting my mining skill up so I can get adamantite. But it's been slow going. It's especially been slow because I keep getting ganked by Alliance, and that's kind of frustrating. Engineering trainers in Zangarmarsh, that might be where I learned it. Alright. Rest of the stuff can go into my bank, but I'm not at one right now. Am I going to try raiding in TBC? Yes. T5 is proving a bit tougher than a lot of people are expecting. Is it really? Well, if anything, that is the best way to encourage me to try to do something. If you tell me that something is difficult, that makes me want to do it even more. So, I was already going to try raiding, but if you're saying that it's actually harder than people are making it out to be, then I'm all on board for that. I'm gonna abandon this quest. I'm not gonna fuck around with that. Might as well abandon this. Nobody's grouping for it. Same thing. And same thing. Oh no, I don't want to abandon that. Because I still have some of those. You love how active I am with chat? I mean, that's the point of streaming, right? If I wasn't active with chat, like, why would I bother streaming? I could just record this and upload it. I still do that sometimes. Every now and then, you know, if I have free time and I'm not streaming, I just record and then upload just, you know, footage. I usually try to even fill that with commentary and stuff like that. But, you know, if I'm streaming, the entire point of doing a stream is to talk to people. So, I couldn't imagine streaming and not interacting with chat. It's not hard by retail standards, but Vosh and KT have a lot of wipes. Interesting. I mean, I know that it's a different type of difficult, right? I get that in terms of, like, really intense mechanics and stuff like that, it's not the same. But a challenge is a challenge nonetheless. So, even if it's not the same type of difficulty as retail, I would still be interested in it if it was, like, hard. Even if it's for a different reason. There are many streamers that are far less interactive. I mean, I get that, right? I'm not saying that, you know, oh yeah, every streamer does this. I 100% understand that there are a lot of streamers that are just, like, dead, right? So, yeah, I'm saying for me, I don't understand the idea of streaming and not being interactive with chat. Like, any streamer that I like to watch personally is, like, super interactive with chat. So, the way I see it, it's like, personally, I enjoyed either way. I enjoy talking to people. This is fun. But I also look at it from a standpoint of, if the streamers that I enjoy watching are the ones that are really interactive, wouldn't I want to do the exact same thing? Because if that's what I enjoy, then clearly that's what other people would probably enjoy as well. And all feedback I've gotten seems to imply that's the case. So, you know, I'd want to make the type of content that I can personally enjoy watching. It's not that they're less interactive, but that they struggle to interact. A lot of them try, but have trouble with it. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, I do understand the aspect. Like, there's two sides to it. Some people basically are just really good at talking. And, I mean, I have a tendency to just talk and talk and talk and stuff like that. So, I get that. Yeah, I know not everybody can do that, I suppose. But the other side of it is, you know, some people get really anxious while streaming, I think. And, you know, they don't like having people watch them and stuff. And I completely get that because I was kind of the same way. You know, when I first got into streaming, I'd like to think that even from the very beginning, I did a pretty good job at interacting with chat and stuff. But I completely relate to the feeling of, you know, oh my god, all these people are watching you, like, don't do anything stupid. But eventually I just kind of learned to roll with the punches, right? You know, if I do something stupid, it's like, who cares, right? Just makes it more fun. You know, I do something stupid, everybody, like, pokes fun at me for doing something stupid, and it's just, you know, it makes people laugh, and I can just be like, ah, yeah, you know, I'm a fucking idiot, that type of thing. So, it's not the end of the world. You have trouble talking and getting words out, but typing's fine. Yeah, and even then, like, you've heard me, I stumble over my words sometimes. Like, I absolutely fuck up words. And here's the thing, I used to do that a lot more. So I was always really afraid of streaming because for the longest time when I was younger, I was really, really, really bad at, like, holding a conversation and stuff. And I would always be afraid that I would get nervous and, you know, trip over my words and stuff and look like an idiot. And honestly, the main reason is because I didn't try. Now, I'm not saying this is the case for everybody, but for me personally, I realized that the more I actively started talking, I just became better at, you know, holding a conversation, at, you know, being able to talk and stuff like that. And, you know, practice makes perfect with pretty much anything. For me, the main thing that helped me wasn't even streaming or video making, because I've only been doing this for a year. It was actually raid leading in World of Warcraft. So when I was pretty young, like back in MOP and stuff, when I first started to get into raiding, I was like that quiet person who never talked. Like, I barely ever used my mic. And then I started doing more raid leading, like starting in WoD, because I kind of like got my confidence up, right? So honestly, I have my friend Paul to thank for a lot of that, because... Oh, thank you. My dad brought me pizza. What are you... What up with this video? Huh? Oh! Cool. I don't want to keep talking while you're still in here fiddling with things. It's kind of hard to stay focused while you're messing around. I appreciate it, but, you know, I'm just gonna wait. There you go. Thank you. You didn't close my door. There's a lot of background noise. Thank you. Anyways, so yeah, I have my friend Paul to thank for a lot of that, because my friend Paul basically, you know, when he taught me a lot of the stuff in WoW that, you know, I was kind of uncomfortable with, he taught me how to do raiding, he taught me how to, you know, do dungeons and stuff like that, and he made me feel a lot more confident in my own abilities just in the game. And then when I felt more confident just, you know, playing WoW, I felt more confident telling other people how to play WoW. So leading raids became much easier for me because, well, I was confident in what I was saying. And I realized that when I was able to be confident in the stuff that I was telling people, it made it a lot easier for me to actually, like, express that, right? And over time, as I began to lead raids more often, then I realized that I was able to slowly overcome my social anxiety a bit. Now, that said, I still have really bad social anxiety IRL. I mean, I can still hold a conversation, right? But the biggest issue for me is if I'm talking in a group of people. I mentioned this before, but like large group conversations, I don't do well at. Because I'm just always too afraid to speak up. You know, everybody's talking and stuff, and like sometimes I have something I want to say, but I don't really feel like interrupting somebody. Like, the hardest thing for me to do is to maybe, like, potentially cut somebody off and be like, oh, yeah, and, like, give feedback on a conversation, because I feel really bad about that. So, if I'm in a one-on-one conversation, it's easier, or if I'm in a call with friends and stuff, that's fine. But just a general, like, group discussion on, like, a project or something in school, I really struggle with that, so... I'm still not perfect with it, but I'd like to think I'm getting better. Let me scroll up real quick just to make sure I read everything. Depends on your guild's skill level and how hard TBC rating is. My guild's all old people, so it's tough. I gotcha. You'd be surprised how many streamers suck at interacting with chat. Yeah. It's hard for you to type English on your German phone. Autocorrect is fucking you over. I mean, honestly, it's perfectly legible, right? So I've been able to perfectly understand everything you've said, if that's any consolation. Interacting with Harldan has been pretty fun and chill, and you're not even the most talkative. I mean, yeah, it's good to have you here, Lycan. It's good to have everybody here. I mean, if I was just leveling through TBC Classic alone, it would honestly be a lot more boring. Usually, if I'm doing that, I just put on some music and just kind of mindlessly grind, but it makes it more fun when I have actual people to talk to. I've watched your tens of hours worth of streams and videos. To this day, I'm amazed that you can talk 99% of the time about stuff. It gets difficult, I will say. Honestly, I find streaming a little bit easier in some senses. Like, streaming is harder in some ways, and it's easier in other ways. It's much easier to fill the time when I'm streaming, because if I'm streaming, like, I don't ever really struggle to find things to talk about, because usually there's something in chat that I can respond to, and somebody will ask me something, and that gives me something to talk about, to, like, answer. But I will be the first person to admit that I actually really do struggle sometimes filling all of those, like, all those hours of, like, speedrun stuff. A lot of times, I've mentioned this in passing, like, a few times, but I actually have a list of topics that I have, like, on a Google Doc. And if I'm ever in the middle of a speedrun, and I can't think of something to say, because every once in a while, just nothing comes to mind, I look at my list of topics, and I'm like, oh yeah, that happened a week ago, I could talk about that. So I have to give myself, like, a little cheat sheet of things to talk about if I run out. So in that sense, it's a bit more difficult to constantly fill the air while doing offline things, but it's easier with streaming. That said, there is still a level of anxiety and stress while streaming. So I'm usually, like, very relaxed when I'm just doing offline recording. It's not really a big concern to me because, you know, worst case scenario, if something absolutely catastrophic happens, it never does, but, like, on the off chance that it did, right? It's still offline. I could just, you know, stop the recording, edit that part out, etc. So I've had one or two speedruns which honestly went absolutely terribly. And those speedruns never saw YouTube. It's rare. It doesn't happen very often, but one or two of my Alliance speedruns honestly just did not go well at all. I was not happy with it, and I just didn't post it to YouTube. And I wasn't really stressed out because I knew that I had that option. So there is definitely more of an element of stress when it comes to streaming, because everything that I say is, like, immediately preserved online, I guess. So even though it's more fun and I enjoy talking to people and it's easier to find things to respond to, I'm basically, like, constantly kind of tense while I'm streaming. Which means that basically the moment I turn the stream off, I, like, collapse. I am just dead. Completely exhausted for hours after I finish streaming. Which is why it's so brutal sometimes to, Oh, I got the... Okay, so that was a drop item. Cool. Yeah, so the most brutal thing for me was, like, yesterday, where I have to finish stream and then immediately go into leading a heroic raid for 4 hours. That literally just killed any sort of, like, I guess, I don't know, stamina that I had left. Basically, the moment that heroic raid ended, I just fell into bed and died. I could not get anything else done, which is why I woke up this morning and I had to do all that editing work and stuff like that. I was initially going to put out a different video today, and then I got to work on editing that. It was taking a lot longer, so I put out the video that I, you know, released, which was a bit shorter, but then I had to basically switch gears to making that video and editing that down and stuff like that. So it's a whole thing, right? But overall, it's a lot easier, I guess, on my... Yeah, I guess on my stamina and exhaustion levels or something when I'm streaming, or not streaming, when I'm just doing stuff offline, right? But easier to fill the time. And more fun, I guess. I have more fun usually when I'm streaming, so there is that. What sort of pizza is it? Oh, my dad brought me pepperoni pizza. pretty much the only type of pizza I really enjoy eating. I mean, plain pizza's fine too, but I don't really like too many toppings. Pepperoni's like the only topping I don't mind. And like sausage stuff. Any type of meat, I guess. It's so underrated what social skills and other useful skills gaming's able to give you. Exactly, yeah. That's why I never understand why people say that, oh, playing video games makes people antisocial. Like, I was really, really, really antisocial for my entire childhood, and playing video games helped me overcome that. Like, no bullshit. So, I absolutely never understand when people try to use that argument. It was the exact opposite for me. Video games really helped me in that regard.
Ready yet. Not enough rage.
Please don't kill me. Please, I'm not doing anything to you. I'm literally just questing. Thank you. He considered it. You know he fucking did. Why do I have a timer on the screen? To block chat. That's it. You know, just gotta block chat just to be safe. So, I've used the timer to block chat before. I don't need to do any special setup to, you know, get it to work, so it's the easiest way to block my chat. Are you actually gonna kill me? I'm literally... What am I doing? I'm just... Why? Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Why? What did I do to deserve this? No? Okay. This is what we're gonna do, huh, buddy? This is how we're gonna spend our Sunday evening? Is this fun for you? I mean, hey, I'll just... You know, he can do what he wants. I'm just gonna respond to chat. Okay. Let's see. I don't understand how people explain how to play a class when 90% of it is intuition on what to hit. That's very fair. Yeah. I mean, you can explain to people, like, the priority system, and you can explain, like, when the ideal time to use your cooldowns is, but definitely a lot of playing WoW is muscle memory and stuff like that. So, it definitely isn't 100%, like, easy to explain. But you can teach people basics, I would say. But you could teach people basics, but they have to actually practice it and learn more. My whole knowledge on English came from communicating in games and watching series in their native language. Yeah, my comments are fine, I guess, but I need a lot of time correcting the autocorrection. That's fair. Okay, I see what you mean. Is he getting bored? I think he finally got bored. Oh my fucking god. Maybe? If you're on Android, you can throw an English dictionary into most keyboards. I don't know for Apple, though. I'm on Android, I have to swap my keyboard. Ah. Yeah, I could see how that would be frustrating. I think my dad has to do that whenever he talks in Portuguese to our relatives. Let's see. There's a chance the person was just trying to figure out if you were a bot. I immediately responded with /question and then /truce. And then I waited a bit, then I bandaged. I mean, like... Here. Ah. Like, why would a bot be killing random mobs out in Zangarmarsh? We cool, buddy? Can you let me quest, please? Okay? Can I go? You gonna kill me? Can I kill this thing? Well, they're jumping. I assume that means that we're cool.
Ability isn't ready.
I'd like to get back to questing. Thank you very much.
Ready yet.
Okay, yay, he's helping me kill things.
I won't forget this. That ability isn't ready yet. Can't do that yet. Ability isn't ready. I can't do that.
Gotta do slash dance to really plead for your life. True.
It's too far.
Uh...
To get closer. Still reaching.
I mean, at least he gave me a chance to plead my case and didn't finish me off. So, that's better than nothing, I guess.
Do that yet.
Most people don't even give me that courtesy. He did kind of derail my leveling a little bit, but like, no. At least he didn't kill me, so there's that. Okay. Well, he helped me kill 3 mobs. I guess that makes up for it. That was a 2K execute? Yeah. Ooh. Alright. Ah. Hamstring him and run. Janik out here, going with the aggressive option. Now, see, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure if I had tried to run away, he would have just murdered me. My best bet was to just accept defeat. Because, like, here's the thing, right? With people like that, if you make them feel like they have power, then they're more likely to just, like, roll with it. So, if I had tried to run away, my guess is that he would have tried to, you know, assert dominance by killing me. But by just sitting there and accepting death, I'm basically being like, alright, buddy, you killed me. You know, you have all the cards now. And then he gets to be a benevolent god and spare my life, you know? And he took that option, it seems. So, then he gets to feel all good about himself because he spared this Horde's life, even though he was the one who put my life in danger in the first place. But, you know, whatever. If I get to live, that's all that really matters, right? So, I made the decision that, you know, was important for survival. You never know with bots? I guess, but like, I mean, sure, there's a lot of bots, but at the same time, it's not like literally every person in this game is a bot. You know? And I'm, okay, honestly though, if you were gonna bot, why the fuck would you bot as a warrior? That's another thing. What kind of dumb fuck botter would pick a warrior to do leveling on, right? Like, just play a mage and do, like, AoE farming or something. I feel like that would just be a better option. You could have died in honor by snipping his Achilles tendon and make him suffer for 8 seconds. Nah. I'd rather live with shame than die with honor. Fuck the run back. I've died enough times today, alright, man? I need to win one. I'll take what I can get. Pick a warrior so people are less likely to think you're a bot? Well, we just found out it doesn't fucking work, because they try to kill you anyway. Playing a warrior doesn't give you a free pass, evidently. People are still just gonna kill and sight you for no fucking reason. I feel like you should be more generous to a warrior. Like, hey, they're playing a warrior. They're already having a hard enough time as is. You know, let me not go over there and shit on their parade, you know? But apparently that's not the way that people approach this game, right? Harldan's like, just let me eat my pizza before you kill me. Yes. The druid bots that farm the lake outside of Shat are the weirdest ones. Yeah. I'm good, Slamfunk. How are you doing? Warriors deserve preferential treatment? Yeah, you know, people complain about tank shortages, and then they're out here ganking poor little prot warriors just trying to level up in Zangarmarsh, alright? I'm doing my best here. Oh, I don't... What? Excuse me? What? What? Okay. Fuck me, I guess. That was something. I thought I was out of that. But even then, I didn't expect to be hit for 2 fucking K. Okay. Technically, I'm an arms warrior. Okay, fair. Yeah, I'm no longer a prot warrior. But I'm a prot warrior at heart, alright? No matter what weapon I use, I am still, in my heart of hearts, a prot warrior. Slash spit is the new way to thank people. You could have slash licked them, oh god. Warriors are meant to be strong fighters. They asked for this PvP. Dude, I just want to tank dungeons. I don't want PvP. Alright, where the fuck is this control switch thing? I should probably heal first. Glad to hear you're enjoying World of Cash Grab? Yeah. Hey, I haven't bought a Dark Portal Pass. Unfortunately, I probably will buy a server transfer just because this is fucking hell. But I just want to be able to play the game, honestly. And so far, it's been kind of miserable trying to level on a Alliance-dominant PvP server. Okay, true shot, bitch. Please do not kill me. Okay. True shot, bitch evidently has better things to be doing than killing a level 62 prot warrior. Or arms warrior, technically. Alright, round 2. I am just going all the fucking way out into Timbuktu. I'm not even gonna try to fuck with that this time. Alright. Whew, that mob dealt more damage than a level 70 mage. Yeah. Nobody likes warriors in TBC. Why? What did I do to them? He cooled my hands. That must be hurting from slapping on those crabs and stuff. Rue. I thought I was going to aggro that Enchantress. I'm surprised I didn't. to be honest.
Ability isn't ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
Execute. Did my execute just hit for 92 damage? What? That was unfortunate. Whew. Okay. Come on. How the fuck? Come on, follow me. All the warrior specs are considered subpar, and people really want to dunk on warriors after they were so dominant in Classic. Fair, I guess.
I can't do that. Ready yet. Ability isn't ready yet.
I mean, Prot's not subpar, right? I've heard that Prot is a really good tank. But, you know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. That's just what I remember hearing. Oh, shit. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Fuck, 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 fuck. Don't kill me, please. Whew. ARM still crushes PvP? Yeah, I heard that too. I heard they're not amazing in raids. Don't you bring one for like a buff or something? It's okay in T4, but Bear scales much better. Still playable for the entire expansion, but Feral overtakes them eventually. Gotcha. I mean, I do plan on leveling a Feral, so that's good to know. I guess, what about Paladins? Paladins are squishy, but they're the only AoE option. Gotcha. Well, I do like AoE. So, in that case, I'd imagine that prop pallies are the best for dungeon tanking. If that's the case, then I'd probably want to play that. Because, you know, dungeons are probably my favorite thing in this game next to raids. But if any of them can tank raids just fine, then I'd want to make sure I'm able to do dungeons effectively as well. Pallies are the best dungeon tanks by far? Okay, cool. That's good to know. I do know my AoE as a prot warrior is kind of shit. You hope I enjoy Feral even if it's Feral tank? Yes. I mean, if I'm playing Feral, I'm technically gonna be count weaving, right? So, in a sense, I will be playing, like, DPS Feral. All the tanks have very different niches. It's not like retail where any tank can do anything. Interesting. Isn't cat weaving super expensive mana-wise for TBC/Classic? I thought, isn't there like a way to make it work really well? Holy shit, that buff just melted. That was nuts. Yeah, I thought there was like Wolf's Head helmet or something that makes it much easier. Oh, there goes my dog again. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But I mean, if I can't catweave, then I can't catweave, but whatever I need to do to maximize my damage, I will try to do as Feral. Wolf's Head Helm is energy in cat form? Huh. But isn't there a talent that reduces the mana cost of shapeshifting? And then you, like, run that in combination with Wolf's Head Helm for, like, power shifting or something? I don't know all the details, but I just remember reading a little bit about power shifting, and I'm probably getting the specifics wrong, but I thought that was, like, the gist of how it worked. Wolf's Head Helm gives you 20 energy whenever you shift into cat form. It's what makes power shifting work. Master Shapeshifter? Yeah. So I guess, is using Wolf's Head Helm and power shifting as a tank Pharaoh Druid, like, actually viable? Or are there things that you absolutely need to get that would prevent you from going with that build? You're going to sleep? Have a nice stream? Thank you for stopping by, Neil Everts. Hope you sleep well. Power shifting was used to maximize cat form damage? Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, even in retail, right, you can still shapeshift into cat form to push out extra damage. So, I would imagine in TBC, where, you know, tank swaps aren't as demanding, you would still be able to do some sort of cat weaving, right? Tank and DPS Feral use the same talents, it's only gear that changes. Oh, sick. So, I would still be able to do, like, a Feral DPS, like, damage rotation as a tank, right? I would just need to shift to bear form when I need to do that to tank the boss. If you're using the same talent builds, I would imagine that's how it works, right? Why did it split the stack? Yes? Oh, nice. Yeah, okay, that actually sounds kind of awesome, then. I don't know. I mean, I've heard a lot of good things about both Feral Tank and Prot Pally Tank. Kind of on the fence about which one I actually want to play. Or which one I actually want to level as my first alt, to be more specific. Because they both do sound fun. Like, on one hand, the idea of being a really good AoE tank for dungeons, I do like that. Because I do enjoy tanking dungeons, but at the same time, I also really like the idea of being able to have a full, like, DPS rotation as a tank. So, you know, if I'm not actively tanking, you know, I just shift to cat form and pump damage, right? That seems pretty nice. Assuming that's, like, actually a viable strategy. So, I don't know how demanding the raid bosses are. I imagine there's probably some raid bosses that require you to actively tank more than others, but I can't imagine that there aren't a ton of raid bosses that, you know, you only need, like, one tank for most of it and, you know, an off-tank for some of it, and then the off-tank can just, you know, go into cat form and do work, right? How do you leave a guild? Type /G quit. Why is there a wolf head helm for a cat? I don't know. Feral Tank is the best single target DPS and threat, and it's much better threat when they're not actively being hit. Their dodge also scales to insane levels with gear. Oh, so they're a dodge-based tank in TBC. Oh, that's sick. I love dodge tanking. That reminds me of, like, OG Brewmaster Monk with Elusive Brew. So I like the sound of that. They have quite a narrow toolkit compared to Warrior. No defensive cooldowns, no Thunderclap. Do they have Frenzied Regen? So... Or literally is their only mitigation their passive armor? Wait, there's Fell Iron at the bottom of the ocean? Huh. Sick. Yes, but it kind of sucks. Yeah, because Frenzied Regen in retail is fucking batshit crazy.
Loot that one now.
Nice. Their only mitigation is armor, health, and dodge. So I'm guessing in that case, your main survivability as a bear comes before you even enter the raid. It's like how you build, right? So in that case, I'd imagine you stack like a lot of dodge and stuff like that on your gear. And I would imagine there's probably some armor and weapons that give you additional gear while, or additional armor while in bear form. I remember hearing that that was a thing that exists. So if that's the main way that you survive as a feral druid, tank specifically, that's interesting. Woo-hoo-hoo! Meaty execute crit. Frenzied regen is like over a third of your health instantly in retail. Yeah, it's crazy. Demo Roar? Well, isn't Demo Roar just like a worse version of Demo Shout? So like in raids, you just have the warrior apply Demo Shout, if you have one. I remember hearing that. Ooh. I like this. Oh, these mobs are just getting shredded, and I fucking love it. At the moment, people still stack stamina, but that may change to agi later, not sure. By high dodge, I'm talking like 60%? That's crazy. I mean, if you're over 50% dodge, it just starts to get fucking ridiculous. I mean, avoiding damage in general is by far the best, like, form of mitigation, so that honestly sounds really good. Like, even if Bear only has, like, half-decent armor values, if they don't take that many hits, that alone is going to make them a really good tank. That sounds nuts. One thing is certain, if you want to do big damage as a tank, Feral's your best bet. They had to give all the mobs in Sunwell a negative 20% chance for target to dodge debuff just to keep Feral tank scaling under control? Shit. You have a prop heli in TBC with shield blocking stacked so you can dodge, parry, and block and not get hit, and you put up a shield spike and mobs melt themselves. Damn. There was also a way for rogues to stack dodge and tank Mother Shiraz in Black Temple? Really? Okay, yeah, you guys are doing a good job selling me on Feral Tank. I mean, honestly, Prop Heli Tank still sounds really enticing, but my decision's getting very difficult. I don't know which one I want to level first, because they both sound super fun. Obviously, I'm going to finish my warrior first, because, you know, this was my classic character. I still have attachment to it. And I already started leveling, right? I'm not going to throw all of this progress out the window. But once I get to 70, maybe before I actually look into raiding, maybe I'll just, like, start working on a second tank. We'll see. I do have a decent amount of additional free time now, since I'm lowering my video upload schedule. And that should help a lot. But whether it's enough to level 2 additional tanks on TBC Classic, that I don't know. Do Druid or your feelings are hurt? We'll see. It's kind of funny to have bears with 20 to 30k HP. That's insane. Pearl will be painful to play through in heroic dungeons compared to Paladin, so you'll have to be willing to put up with that. I mean, I've been tanking with Brat Warrior for all of Classic, right? Like, I already know the struggle that is tanking dungeons with shit AoE. There's a reason I'm an engineer, right? You know, I had to go engineer in Classic, because otherwise I had absolutely no way of establishing AoE threat on big pulls. But having engineering is kind of nice with bombs and all that, so I'm already kind of used to that. I guess I should ask, is it that significantly worse on Feral Druid compared to Prot Warrior? Because on Prot Warrior, my AoE threat is dog shit. So that I've already gotten used to. But if it's even worse, then I guess that would be something to consider. Feral and Prot Warrior are about the same. Okay, yeah. Then I'm already used to having to, like, work really hard to establish threat on multiple targets.
Out of range.
Blocking doesn't prevent you from getting hit. It reduces the damage you take by your shield block value. Yeah.
Not enough range.
Don't want to pull that Mudfin Frenzy.
Ability isn't ready yet. Do that yet. Ability isn't ready. Do that yet. Ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
Differences in TBC, you have Warlocks with Seed of Corruption, which will pull aggro in 0.5 seconds. Oh god. Well, knowing how bad that is at pulling aggro on retail already, I can't even imagine what it's going to be like in TBC. It's squishy at the beginning? Gotcha. I assume there's no, like, misdirection or anything like that in TBC, right?
I need to get closer.
So, you're just kind of on your own when it comes to holding threat. That's the Warlock's problem? Yeah, I like that mentality. That's what I'll be going with. Fuck the Warlocks. You want a Seed of Corruption? Do it at your own risk. Hunter, wait, really? Hunters have misdirection. Oh, that's actually awesome.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh shit, my inventory's full. Do I have any other Jackal clams? Okay, I do have one more. Oh shit, I'm about to start drowning. No, 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 no. I'm alive. Air? Yeah. I was distracted cleaning my inventory. I forgot that breathing is kind of important, so. Yeah. I'm not gonna... fuck Brewfest, I don't care about that, so I'm just gonna delete that. I need to start sending some of this stuff away. I guess I can eat through my Alterac Swiss. I don't need that. Okay. How many more of these things do I need? 2 more. Alright.
It's too far away. That
That's awesome that hunters have misdirect, though. I actually didn't know about that, so... I don't know how good it is, but just the fact that it exists is comforting. Forgot how small bags are? Yeah, and I bought bigger bags. I don't know if you were there for that, Nakasadu, because I did it at the start of the stream. But I bought full imbued netherweave. So, we have even more bag space, and it's still a struggle. Where's this sword? Oh, it's there. Huh. How do I... What's a rogue? Ooh. Alright, one more. Where the fuck are they? Something like misdirected threat from the next 4 attacks. It's useful, but you sometimes have to ask your hunter or they won't do it. I see. Well, if I'm struggling with threat, I'll definitely bully hunters into doing that. And I mean, hunters are really good right now, right? So I'd imagine it won't be too hard to find some to group with. meaty overpower. Oh. Execute got parried. Either way, though. Dude, that white swing. Holy crap. Alright. Gonna throw on Azure Silk Belt, and then swim to the bottom for this quest. Hunters and Warlocks are the flavor of the month? Gotcha. Why would they cast an ability that lowers their DPS? Yes. Very true. It's gonna be tough convincing Hunters to do that, but... I mean, they kind of need me to tank for them, so... hopefully they'll be reasonable. Do I have any, like... I don't have anything that lets me breathe underwater. I think there's still the helmet, right? That still exists in Classic. The one that lets you do underwater breathing. Please don't kill me. Please, we cool, Mr. Death Defier? I've still barely touched my pizza. I take like one bite every 5 minutes. Alright. That's a lot of dead bodies.
Ishnu Allah.
Ishnu Allah.
Goddess watch over you. Del Madras.
That's a dungeon quest, so. Alright. And back out we go. I forget where I got Azure Silk Belts. All I know is I've kept it ever since I obtained it in Classic. It's actually proving pretty useful. Gotten to use it a few times already. And I mostly used it for fishing in Ashara. Like, whenever I was fishing in the Bay of Storms and I had to go to those, what were they called? The ones that gave, like, the elemental water, or whatever it was called in Classic. Those, like, fishing pools way out in the bay. I would always slap on the Azure Silk Belt and just, you know, swim out to them. It was always very fun. Okay, so I need to go down here, get these totems. Oh, there's something over there that I need to get to. Oh, I just checked, finally. BC Classic character transfers are actually 25% off. Wait, why are WoW Classic character transfers full price? So if you're on a Classic era server, fuck you, you have to pay $25, but if you're on BC Classic, it's cheaper for some fucking reason? Why? Like, that's so greedy, because, okay, I've had so many people say that Classic era servers are, like, really dead right now. So the only reason I could see why they would, not reduce the price for Classic era servers is because what I'm imagining is happening, right, is if the servers are as dead as people say they are, there's probably a lot of people moving to, like, a high-pop server on Classic era so they can actually find people to play with, right? So, does that mean that they're basically keeping the price the same for those servers because they know that so many people need it? That's like fucking extortion, man. Like, we're not going to do server merges or fix our game because we're going to make people pay money to transfer. That's kind of fucked. I guess it's good to know there's a sale for me, so... I will transfer, by the way. It's not even a question of if. I've already gotten a bit tilted this stream at getting ganked and stuff like that. And I mean, the main thing is, if I'm gonna try raiding, why the hell would I want to raid on a server that's like, you know, mostly Alliance dominated? It's gonna be even harder to find a guild. So, might as well just say fuck it and transfer to a high pop Horde server. So I'll do that after stream. Sucks because I'm gonna need to recreate bank alts and whatnot. Like, Harldan is already chilling in Booty Bay. And now I need to find a way to carry all of my items with me. Oh, it's gonna be fun. But, is what it is, I guess. It doesn't show it anymore? Ah. Maybe it was temporary? I probably will just for now. I'll probably just pick a PvE server. Because I haven't really been enjoying World PvP so far. If I find, like, a really high Horde pop server that's, like, 99 to 1, and it's PvP, then, like, fuck it, I don't really care that much. Okay, I can start using Heavy Netherweave now. There's a 100 to 0 Horde PvP server? How? There's no alliance on it? Like, is it just rounding? Or are there legitimately 0 alliance players on there? They transferred off? Damn. Does it track, like, active players? So, I would imagine there has to be a handful of people that just said, fuck this, and quit the game. So, unless it's, you know, filtering out inactive players, then... Most PvP servers are very Horde favored because of the snowball effect started by Horde racials being stronger. I guess I just got unlucky in that the server I happened to pick ended up snowballing Alliance for some reason. Because this server was absolutely 50-50 back in Classic, and it had pretty active World PvP. It was fun, honestly. So, for some fucking reason, this server, I guess, went against the trends, which... unlucky. Probably during the Phase 2 incident. Grobbulus US. What's the Phase 2 incident? Herod on Ironforge Pro shows this 100%. Damn. Or Herod, I don't know. Your servers where a lot of the Alliance refugees went? God damn it. Just my luck, right? It kind of sucks because a lot of my friends played on this server. I mean, they're not actively playing TBC Classic, so... that's not a problem, but I guess it just sucks because if I wanted to play with them again, they would have to transfer to whatever server I'm on. But I don't know if they have any interest in playing Classic again, either way. On some servers, the Horde literally wiped out the Alliance so hard that they abandoned their servers. Jesus Christ. That's what Blizzard wishes BFA was.
Not enough rage.
62-38 favoring Alliance.
More rage.
For my server, really? Definitely feels a lot worse when I'm playing on it.
Isn't ready yet.
It's probably rounding from 99.9. That's a fair point, Nakasadu. Yeah, if it's doing that, I could see it. If it rounds up, then yeah. There are some servers with like 30 or less recently logged in max level players. God damn. Whew. I'm glad I'm at least not in one of those servers. Like, you know, even if I'm getting ganked, I guess I'd rather be ganked than be on a server that makes me feel like there's just absolutely no souls left alive. That would just kind of be lonely. This sucks, but at least it reminds me that, you know, the world is active and the world is dangerous and stuff. Which has some appeal, but... like, so here's the thing. Grobbulus is an RP PvP server. So the reason why I played on Grobbulus is when Classic came out, Grobbulus was like the designated server for Emerald Dream players. And I no longer play in Emerald Dream, but when I was looking at Classic, Emerald Dream is probably one of those servers that I have like the strongest like emotional attachment to. Like, I don't give a shit about Mal'Ganis. Mal'Ganis is where I play right now. It's where all my characters are, really. But I don't give a damn about that server. Like, it means nothing to me. I have no attachment to it. The only server that I ever actually felt a strong attachment to, I guess, was Emerald Dream. I had a lot of fun there. It was honestly kind of toxic, and it was a bit of a shit show, but the time that I spent on that server was fun. I definitely have fond memories of playing on there. So, when Classic came out, a lot of people from Emerald Dream basically banded together and decided to say, Grobbulus is going to be our server. This is going to be our, like, Classic haven, so to speak. So, pretty much every single person that I knew from back in the day on Emerald Dream played on that server. And it was really fun. A lot of my old friends that I played with and stopped raiding with, because basically I raided with them during Legion, and then over the years, you know, as I had basically pushed for higher and higher Mythic prog and they kind of had fallen off, you know, I stopped talking to them as much because we just didn't get chances to play together as much. So it was actually really cool being able to play with a lot of those people again, and it was, you know, really fun. And I enjoyed that. And overall, the server mentality was very much that, like, rah-rah, like, you know, Horde versus Alliance type thing. And it had a pretty even split. There were a lot of active guilds. I remember, I didn't participate in it a lot. I was mostly focused on, you know, experiencing the content and whatnot. But the thing I always enjoyed about Emerald Dream was just the vibe of the server. I thought it was a cool environment to be in. And I remember one time my friends, like, kind of dragged me to this big PvP battle they had in Silithus. On Grobbulus, I should say. So, but it was, like, a lot of the big names from Emerald Dream with their new guilds on Grobbulus, and they were basically doing a giant, like, 60v60 battle in Silithus that was, like, reminiscent of the good old days back in Legion when we had all those really fun battles back in Emerald Dream. So, there was a lot of fun stuff going on back then. It definitely was really fun to play out in the open world. There was, you know, pretty balanced PvP and stuff. And I remember really enjoying it a lot. So, unfortunately, I quit playing, like, when Blackwing Lair came out. And I don't really know what has happened since then, but apparently, in the time that I've stopped playing, this server has just become much more Alliance-favored. Which is a shame, because I really liked the whole, like, last haven of RP PvP servers, like, recreated on Classic type of thing that people are going for. Guess the population died out? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, a lot of people didn't survive the actual leveling experience in Classic. I know a ton of people who basically went into Classic and were, like, really excited, like, yeah, we're gonna recreate the old days back in Legion here on Classic. And then, go figure, a lot of those Legion babies ended up quitting really early on. So, I had fun with Classic for what it actually was. I was enjoying the Classic experience. To me, the whole PvP element of it was more of a fun side thing. But some people went in there expecting it to be just like the good old days of Legion, and had a pretty rude awakening. So, that already hindered the whole experience that people were trying to set up, but it was pretty fun back in the day. It's just a shame that it didn't last. Which was fun, but I must go. Your bed needs you. Well, good to have you here, Gamer Unknown. Hope you sleep well. I'll still be streaming for a few more hours. I would like to hit 63 at the very least. It feels like I've been streaming forever, and then I check and it's only been 6 hours, but at the same time, my stream started like 2 hours late, so, you know, is what it is, I guess. It definitely feels really late. But I still want to see it through. I want to at least get 1 level per stream, right? I think I want to keep up that trend. If I'm doing a TBC Classic stream, I will hit a new level. Ooh, chest. Wait, but I can't. It's locked. Can I use the Seaforium charge? This is the reason that I brought it. Well, actually, the reason I brought it was for doors. But if I can blast open this chest... Does it actually work? Let's go! I feel so accomplished. Who's laughing now? You know, people said I wouldn't need Seaforium charges when I packed them away, I don't even know, 20 hours ago. I found the use for them. What is this guy picking locks for? Wait, are there... There's a lot of these chests. Oh, so it's not rare. Huh. Oh. Well, I was excited that I found the chest. Apparently, it's not a rare chest. It's just a regular chest. Also, my inventory is full. Fuck. I guess fish oil. No, just in the off chance it's useful. I never finished eating my Ravager egg omelets or Hellboar bacon. I should put that on my bars. Fuck it, shiny fish scales. I have way too much junk in my inventory. I need to go back to town and vendor some stuff. I wanted to finish this quest first, but I think I need to make a pit stop. They're mainly for leveling lockpicking? Alright, well, you know, at least I got to feel good about myself for like 0.5 seconds before I realized it didn't actually matter. Oh well. Barney has been on this server. He made some cool videos about the Scarab Lord Wars. Interesting. Yeah, I wish I had played during the, Encourage stuff. I thought about coming back, but I forget what was going on in WoW with all that. Like, I'm pretty sure when Encourage came out, it was when I was, like, doing Nyalotha progression, if memory serves, so I was just really busy with that. Definitely a big regret of mine that I never checked out, like, the end of Classic. Never tried Naxxramas. Naxxramas, though, I was doing YouTube stuff at the time, so that I just wouldn't have had time to do. But I probably would have had time to check out Encourage, I put it off, and, yeah. Enormous brain, thank you. Yes, I know. I've managed to open a locked chest that apparently has no value. What bags do I have and how do I get them? These are imbued netherweave, and I just bought them off the auction house. So I assume they're tailoring, but I don't know for sure. That's the best way to have your inventory. My OCD is going fucking nuts right now. You have no idea. It's so hard to, like, not have a panic attack when I look at my bags. Like, part of me is like, this is just classic WoW, it's part of the experience, and the other part of me is like, oh my god, this is awful. There's shit everywhere, and I can't stand it. So I just have to not think about it. Why does everything only stack up to 5? It's so... Ah. Edible stalks. Hmm. I think this is the only stuff I can really afford to vendor. Everything else I should probably hold on to. That's how mine is in retail 90% of the time, even with 32 slots. Fair. Yeah. I try to stay a bit more organized in retail, but I definitely lose track of it sometimes and just get super messy bags.
Spirits be with you, man.
Okay, so after this quest, I can head down here and do Spawning Glen quests, unless I get more.
Don't be shy.
Onslaught Elixir. That's pretty good, I think.
Bye-bye now.
Oh, another quest. Pursuing Terror Claw. Oh, I passed by him. I was wondering what he was for. Wait, I'm still using Azure Silk Belt. God damn it. I've had this equipped for, like, all of those quests. Oh, my god.
Greetings, man.
Don't need that. It's probably not worth it, yeah.
Be seeing ya.
I'll catch up on chat in a second. I'm just trying to process all this stuff. So, it was Terror Claw, right? Wait! They give you potions of water breathing? And I've been just swimming through all of it with none of these like a fucking jackass? Ah... I'm fucking dumb. So this is 21 strength. But it has 2 sockets. Yeah, it's gonna be better. Okay, let me catch up in chat. There was fun stuff happening in the server? Yeah, for sure. Imbued netherweave is tailoring? Gotcha. They are very expensive, though, Cosmic. It was like 32 gold per. Did I watch any WoW YouTubers back in the day, like Total Biscuit, OMFG Kata, WoW Krindor, or Swifty? I watched Total Biscuit, like, a lot. So, yeah. Definitely all the, you know, the stuff with Total Biscuit was really sad to hear about, you know. I was following that pretty closely, you know, when, you know, he was in the hospital and all that. It was definitely sad. But yeah, Total Biscuit, I mean, I watched a lot of different Total Biscuit stuff. So out of all of the ones you mentioned, definitely Total Biscuit more than any of the other people. I don't know who OMFG Kata is. I watched some of Krendor's videos, but he was never my favorite YouTuber. Nothing against him, just didn't watch a lot of his videos. And Swifty, I've seen like 1 or 2 of his videos, just never really appealed to me. Didn't he do a lot of PvP stuff? That was just never my cup of tea. I mean, I've said this before, but I've never watched a lot of WoW YouTubers. Like, not even historically. I've watched some videos. Like, even right now, the only WoW YouTubers that I've regularly watched are Preach and Bellular. And obviously, Preach not anymore because he's no longer doing WoW. But, like, when he was doing WoW, he was the only one that I consistently watched. Oh, that's Jesse Cox. Gotcha, okay. I have seen some of his videos. Gotcha. There were a few, other YouTubers that I saw videos of. Like, not regularly watched, but I would see a YouTube video from them every now and then. But it's so forgettable that I literally don't even remember what the channel name was. It's just been a while. Like, Total Biscuit is the only one that I consistently watched multiple videos of. Like, back then. But I've never really been into watching World of Warcraft videos. A lot of times, like, especially when I was younger and I wasn't, like, really into... Like, I played World of Warcraft, but I wasn't super into, like, learning more about it or watching more about it. Like, I just played it for fun, and I never really watched anything to learn or get better, stuff like that. So I wasn't super big on watching WoW YouTube videos. I just enjoyed watching Total Biscuit, just for his personality, right? But... mostly, I would just watch, like, other games and stuff like that. Like, I would play WoW, and then I would watch YouTube videos of people playing games that I didn't play. Because it was enjoyable for me to watch videos of games that I'd never played before, because either I would see a game that I would go, oh, that looks cool, and I would get it, or I would just be like, huh, this is a fun game to watch. Probably won't get it, but it's enjoyable to watch somebody else play it, that kind of thing. I still do that, honestly. Like, 99% of the YouTube content I watch is of games that I have never played. Honestly. It's like... something about it, it's kind of fun to watch somebody, like... especially, like, speedruns and stuff. But even if it's not a speedrun, if it's somebody, like, doing, like, fun stuff in a game that I've never played before. Or even, like, I've watched a few, like, Smash Bros. Videos. And I've technically played older Smash Bros. But I haven't played any of the new ones. But... it's cool to watch a game that I know absolutely nothing about and have the person I'm watching kind of, like, explain how to play the game or explain what they're doing. And that way, like, even though I've never planned on playing that game, I learn a lot about the game just by watching this person who's really good at it play through it, that kind of thing. So it's enjoyable for me to watch because I'm like a blank slate. You know, I know nothing. So everything that I'm watching, I can go, ooh, ah, like... I have no idea if what the person's doing is actually difficult or, you know, hard to pull off or anything. But it looks cool, and I'm just watching it because it's, like, mildly interesting. Usually, like, personalities, that kind of stuff. You really miss Total Biscuit's What the Fuck Is series? Yeah, for sure. Everything about, like, definitely, I've heard a lot of people say, like, you know, different things about, imagine if Total Biscuit was around these days, like, what he would say about X or Y, and especially the biggest one that comes to mind is, like, the whole Blizzard situation. Like, if Total Biscuit was around, imagine what he would say about what's going on with Blizzard right now. Like, sometimes you just kind of wonder, like, you know what he would say, right? But sometimes you just kind of wish that you could hear Total Biscuit comment on, like, current events, and it's just kind of sad. No. Definitely will miss that guy. The biggest kicker is, like, oh man, whenever I'm looking through stuff on Steam, and, like, I find some random old game on Steam that I've never heard of, and I click on it, and it's, like, recommended by some creator you follow. And the only creator I actually follow on Steam is Total Biscuit. So every single time when I click on some random old game, there's a chance that I'll just see a review posted by Total Biscuit for this game that came out in, like, 2014 that I've never heard of. And it's like, it's always kind of cool because I'm like, on one hand, oh, that's sick, I get to see Total Biscuit's review of this game, and it feels kind of unique because you don't get that anymore. So it almost feels like he's still here sometimes, right? When I click on one of those old games and see a review from Total Biscuit that I haven't seen. But then at the same time, it's kind of sad. It's like, oh man, like it, you know, it makes you remember. Yeah, definitely gonna miss that guy. Ah, damn, I'm making myself sad. But yeah, that was pretty much what I watched for old WoW stuff. Honestly, Total Biscuit's reviews for games often still hold up, even if the game is still being updated. Yeah, well, one that doesn't hold up is, unfortunately, he gave a pretty mixed review for Total War Warhammer. Like, let me see if I can find it. Because, like, when Total War Warhammer came out, there were some problems with it. And, you know, he gave a review for it, and the game has improved massively since that point. But unfortunately, you know, it still has his old review on there. So something that I actually wonder a lot is every time I open up, like, the Total War Warhammer page and I see his review on there, and it, like, reminds me of how he was, like, kind of negative on it at launch, I'm like, gee, I wonder what he would say about it, seeing how much it's improved over the years. What's the gold sack icon near the mob nameplate? Yeah, that's something that Questy does. We could probably move off this topic. I agree, yeah. But that did remind me of the Total War Warhammer thing. I do want to see if I can find it now that I've remembered it. If I click on store page. Was it Warhammer 2? Total War Warhammer 2. Damn, it came out in 2017. Yeah, here it is. Actually, he did leave a better... his snippet of the review was better. I'm forgetting which one it was that I saw where he was, like, kind of negative on it. I think it was something with Warhammer 1. Because, Warhammer 2 obviously released pretty well. But Warhammer 1 definitely released a bit clunky. Like, there was a lot of criticism of it when it first came out. But, I mean, it improved a lot. And then Warhammer 2 has been, honestly, firing on all cylinders ever since it came out. So, I'll have to find it later. I couldn't find it initially, but I'm not going to sit there and look for too long. But he did leave a good review for Warhammer 2, so that's nice at least. I guess this is my, my opportunity. I say this every stream, but if you haven't checked out Total War Warhammer 2, you gotta try it because it's such a good game. Obviously, it's like a different genre, right? You know, strategy isn't for everybody, but God. Like, I could not sell that game enough. Like, that... I know I talk about Final Fantasy XIV a lot, and Final Fantasy XIV is good, but if we want to talk, like, absolute masterpieces of game design, that game is just so good. It's so fucking good. Just in terms of, like, how Total War in general, like, just... I think Total War as a franchise is the best way to do strategy. But Warhammer 2 just takes it to a different level. It's so awesome. Have I played Three Kingdoms? I have not. I've watched a few different videos on Three Kingdoms, and it just doesn't seem like my cup of tea, honestly. I will admit, the sad part about Warhammer 2 is it's kind of ruined the historical titles for me. I used to love the historical titles, and I mean, I still do. Like, I have tons of hours on Empire. I have tons of hours on Shogun 2. I even played Rome a bit. So, I love the historical titles. Oh yeah, I played Napoleon a lot as well. But there's something about Warhammer 2 that, like, after playing it, it's so hard for me to go back to the historical titles. I don't know. It's just... when you're used to having these, like, gigantic monsters and, like, fucking Ratling guns and stuff, readjusting to just your units being regular humans with, like, regular weapons, it's not the same. There's still an appeal to it, right? But the main thing is, I guess, it doesn't have as much replayability. Because the replayability of Warhammer 2 is just off the fucking chart, right? Every single faction is completely unique. I have not played so many different factions. Like, so many people have told me I need to play Empire. like the faction, not the game. I've played Empire Total War a lot, but I have still barely played Empire the faction within Total War Warhammer 2. And every time I tell people that, they're like, how? How have you played this game so much? And it's like, well, every single time I play a new game, I'm like, should I try something new? Or should I just play Ikit Claw for like the 20th fucking time? So, it's been very hard for me to actually experiment with new factions. Like, Dwarves is another one. And like the new free LC that they gave with Ironbrow's Expedition, I've heard really good things about. A bunch of my friends told me that like Thoric Ironbrow is really, really fun to play. But I've just never gotten around to trying him. Oh wait. Overpowers on this mod, gotcha. So yeah, there's just so much I still haven't played in that game, despite how many hours I've sunk into it. Whereas like, basically, when I think back, I played so much Shogun 2, and so much Empire, and so much Napoleon. And then I look at my hours for how much I've played those games, and I'm like, wow, I've played Warhammer 2 way more. And it's just because I already feel like I've mastered Shogun 2, Empire, and Napoleon, because there's not as much complexity to them. And everything I saw about Three Kingdoms kind of implied it was similar. Because, and it's not like, I don't think it's a design problem on Creative Assembly's part. They do try to stay fairly historically accurate, and there's only so much you can do with that. They do a good job with it. But if you're trying to stay accurate to, you know, what actually happened, there's only so much you can actually, like, modify history to make it, you know, really, really fun and, you know, unique and stuff like that. And, you know, it means that it's a cool historical experience, but it, comparatively to Total War Warhammer 2, isn't as replayable. You like some strategy games like Civ, but not the Total War games. Their lore is pretty interesting. Total War is definitely harder to get into in the sense that it takes a long time to play like a campaign. So it requires you to, you know, invest a lot more hours. But personally, that's one of my favorite parts about it. Like, campaigns can take a long time. But then you really feel invested in that campaign. You know, when you spend a week trying to succeed in this one campaign, it means a lot to you. And it's like, the success of that campaign is like everything. So the stakes are much higher, and I like that. I was already into the Three Kingdoms history / lore, so it held up against Warhammer for me. That's fair. I mean, honestly, the history aspect of it is definitely one of the strongest parts about the Total War titles. Like, I've mentioned this in a previous run, but one of the coolest things to me about Shogun 2 is the history. Like, playing Shogun 2, I had a lot of fun, like, learning about all the lore and stuff like that. But then after I played Shogun 2, it made me really interested in Japanese history. So I did a ton of research outside of the game to learn more about all the stuff that I was playing through. So that was really, really fun for me. I have read a bit about the Three Kingdoms, like, history and stuff like that. So that seems pretty cool. It's just, it's one of those things where I've watched people play it, and it seems like an interesting game to watch, yeah. But it's not something that I've personally considered buying, I guess. Ah, shit, some alliance is camping this. His name is Hophip. Three Kingdoms isn't strictly historical. It has hero characters who are kind of like lords in Warhammer. They did the same thing with Troy. I did hear about that, yeah. I guess, like, the lords aspect of it is better, because one of the hardest parts to get used to with the old historical titles is, like, when I'm playing Shogun 2, it feels so janky having my my generals be, like, really squishy. Because in, like, Warhammer, and in, like you said, Three Kingdoms and Troy, your general is like a tank. You can use your general super aggressively to, like, soak up lots of damage and protect your front line. And in the older titles, your general is like the squishiest unit in your army. And if he dies, you're fucked. So the playstyle is just so much different between the newer titles and the older titles. And it's really hard to readjust to the, like, playstyle of having to protect your general at all costs. That's the hardest part to me, so I will admit that was something that did look good about Three Kingdoms. But still, it's more just the replayability aspect. Like, I know that I can still get a few thousand hours out of Total War Warhammer 2 before I will ever get bored of it. Whereas I'm pretty sure if I paid money for Three Kingdoms, I'd maybe get a few hundred hours out of it, but then I'd probably get bored. That's the only problem. I might check it out at some point. I've heard decent things about Troy as well, especially the new, like, Mythology DLC. A lot of people have been saying good things about it, so, you know, that's good. God damn it, my dog keeps just slamming his bone into the ground. I paused while saying that because it sounds wrong, but that is an accurate description of what he's doing. He's biting his bone, and then he just, like, drops it full force onto the ground directly above my room. Are you a buy the game you like or watch a playthrough and then think about buying it? Absolutely the latter. Before I buy a game, I will, like, watch a million playthroughs of it. So, trying to think of an example, Hitman 2. Obviously, Hitman 3 has come out by now, which I haven't gotten yet. But when Hitman 2 came out, it was something that I looked at and I was like, oh, this game seems kind of cool. And I waited like a year and a half to buy Hitman 2. I watched like hundreds of hours of Hitman 2 videos before I finally said, yeah, I'll probably enjoy this game. So that game I did end up buying, and I did have a lot of fun with it. It's a very fun game. Obviously, Hitman 3's come out. I've heard it's good. Haven't tried it personally. Same thing with Total War Warhammer 2. I watched a lot of Total War Warhammer 2 before I bought it. Like, hundreds of hours once again. And once I was finally like, okay, I think I'll like this game, then I bought it. And, well, as it so happens, it's a fun game. Wait, buddy, don't kill him, don't kill him. Yo, thank you.
Ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage.
Okay, do I have any quests in this area? I do have that quest. I guess I'll go do that. So yeah, I always do research before I buy something. I'm probably overly cautious about buying games, I guess. I don't know. I've never been able to just, like, spend money nilly-willy, right? Like, I'm not poor, but my family isn't, like, rich by any stretch of the imagination. So, growing up, I guess I've always had that mentality of, like, you know, I need to make sure that if I get something, it needs to be something that I'm going to really enjoy. Because, like, if I'm getting a game, like, as a kid, it was like, I would get, like, a few things for Christmas, a few things for my birthday, and, like, that was kind of it. I had my WoW sub, so there was that. But if I wanted a new game, it was like, it was a special occasion, usually. So, I kind of grew up with that mentality of, like, I had to be very careful about what games I bought. I had to make sure that, like, I was spending my money to get, like, the most amount of fun possible out of a game. If that makes sense. So I've usually, like, stuck with that mentality of, like, before I buy a game, I watch a lot of stuff about it to make sure, like, is this a game that I'm really going to enjoy? Is this something that I could see myself putting, like, hundreds of hours into? And if I am confident that I would really enjoy a game, then I buy it. If not, then I just continue watching videos of it. Sometimes I just enjoy watching videos of a game. Maybe I don't need to play it to, like, enjoy watching about it. That kind of thing. A frugal mentality is yeah. Hate how games essentially release half-finished nowadays? That's another thing. So good point from Lycan. Especially with, like, the trend for a lot of companies to just push out these games, like, half done, and then, you know, have people pay for it and then patch it after the fact. Like, all of those games where there's, like, even remotely a concern about it, I don't buy it. Like, I always give this example, but Cyberpunk 2077. So many people said, you should play it, you should play it, you should play it. And I said, no. I said, if it releases and it's really good, and everybody's telling me you gotta play this game, I will buy it. But because of that mentality I have, I waited until after it released to start watching videos on it. And, well, I'm sure we all know what I managed to learn. I managed to find out the exact same thing that everybody else did, which is that it was an unfinished piece of garbage. So, it's a good thing that I have that mentality because I didn't buy Cyberpunk 2077. Good night, owner. Sleep well. Thank you for wishing me good luck on grinding. Hopefully I should hit 63 without too much additional time. Probably another 30 minutes or so. Let's see. You can't determine if you like a game without seeing at least a bit of gameplay. Yeah. You can read the description or look at the genres, but that's not always a good explanation. Absolutely true. Could not agree more. I didn't like Troy that much. Almost all the units are infantry, so it's quite hard to do anything tactical. That's fair. Yeah, that's another thing that a lot of the older, like, historical titles have a much higher emphasis on melee infantry. And I like to play on Legendary difficulty, so on Legendary difficulty, if you played it, as you probably know, melee infantry are mega punished. So you need to have, like, range-heavy armies. Now, I have heard in Three Kingdoms, like, the best armies are, like, archer armies and stuff like that, as a result. But, you know, you can't really get the same effectiveness in historical titles that you can with, like, a full Skaven artillery and weapons team army. Like, that thing fucking shreds, even on Legendary difficulty. And there's nothing like it in history, right? Unless they do, like, Total War Modern Warfare or something, which they're never gonna do. That's rough, Cosmic. That's classic, though. I mean, as you've seen, that exact situation has happened to me multiple times over the course of this stream. It can be frustrating. It definitely can be a really frustrating experience when you accidentally pull something. Should be overly cautious nowadays, considering what state some games come out in, yeah. You can excuse some games like Risk of Rain 2 during its early access. Yeah, I mean, if a game is good, obviously, even if it's early access, like, I've played early access games before. Like, I played Slay the Spire back when it was early access, because even when it was early access and it didn't have that much content, like, my friends showed me videos of Slay the Spire, and I was like, yeah, this game looks really good. And it just got better from there. So, you know, I bought it in early access. I played it a lot in early access. I've played quite a few early access games, honestly. Risk of Rain 2 is big pogs. It's mainly just AAA companies releasing half-finished games. Yeah, I, generally speaking, play indie games way more than AAA games. Like, the only AAA game, honestly, that I play that much, aside from, like, Total War Warhammer, is World of Warcraft. Like, almost all of the other games that I really enjoy playing are indie games. Just because their developers are generally much better. And honestly, one of my favorite parts about Total War is Creative Assembly does not feel like a typical AAA studio. As I've said before, I really enjoy how active they are with their community. Like, they're very, 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 like, open, and they're really good at communicating, like, development stuff. So, basically, when you talk in, like, the Total War, like, Reddit and stuff like that, or on the forums and whatnot, it doesn't feel like you're dealing with a AAA company. Like, Creative Assembly is a AAA company that feels like an indie company. And that's really awesome. It's one of my favorite parts about the game. Just the community around it, and the developers. So, that's, I would say, a major plus. And that's one of the reasons why I really enjoy that game. Because, like, if there's ever a problem with Total War Warhammer 2, I know that the developers will be trying to fix it. They will be communicating actively with the players, like, on public forums, trying to understand what the problem is, and then before long, there'll be a beta patch with changes for it, and they'll be actively making tweaks to try and make it as good as it can possibly be. And that's something that most AAA companies don't do. But, Creative Assembly does. Some smaller devs do it, like Golf with Your Friends, but that at least did eventually finish and is pretty good. I've heard good things about it. Doesn't seem like my type of game, but I've heard it's a good game. Have I ever tried playing Europa Universalis or other Paradox games? You might enjoy them if you like history, but they have a steep learning curve. I have watched a lot of videos on Europa Universalis. That's like one of those games that I've mentioned that, you know, I watch a ton of videos on, but I've never played. Honestly, I kind of might keep it that way. It looks like a cool game. It's something that I enjoy watching other people play, but it honestly doesn't seem like the type of game that I would really enjoy playing through myself. It's really cool to see people play through it, and it's really cool to hear people explain the mechanics of it, but I feel like if I were to sit down and actually play that game, I probably wouldn't have as much fun. So, I do know a lot about it, though. I've watched quite a few videos. Slay the Spire is another good example of a game that is just as good as in early access as it is in release. Yeah, for sure. Oh, shit. I need to be very, very careful. I don't want to pull anything else. You've shied away from AAA companies due to the practice of half-finished games? Yeah, for sure. Like, that's the thing. You know, obviously you have cases like Cyberpunk 2077, where it's delayed and it's still half-finished, which is, like, kind of baffling. But, like, if Creative Assembly weren't the ones developing Total War Warhammer 3, I guarantee you they would have just pushed out the release in this quarter, just to get the Christmas sales, because that's what a lot of companies do, and it would have been half-finished. But they said they're delaying it to improve the quality, and I can believe that. When Creative Assembly tells me that they're delaying their game to make sure it lives up to the quality, I believe it, especially considering they're missing the Christmas sales. So, like, it's honestly not advantageous for them in terms of, like, making more money. But that is, like, the one AAA company that I can believe will actually delay their games to provide a good quality product. So there are some good examples. Not a lot, but they do exist.
Not enough rage.
Blizzard's just an indie company. Yeah, true. You know? Small indie company. Ooh. That was a beefy white swing. Alright. Let me bandage up before I do this. I have a feeling using... Oh! Oh. Just got a third Brewfest Ram. The guy's complaining about the dagger was... The guy complaining about the dagger's RNG was onto something. Yeah, maybe. But does that also make him correct about Edge Masters? Big thonk. Harldan, I just learned that Bellular is my dad and Asmongold is my calculus professor. What should I do and what is your advice? I don't know. That's an interesting scenario you put together. I guess Bellular being your dad, like, cool. Ask for a spot in the videos, right? Asmongold being your calculus professor, I guess just cross your fingers that Asmongold actually knows calculus. What the fuck is my dog doing? I just hear things getting knocked over. Is it this rock right here? Oh, evidently. Release Murlocs. Is that the entire quest? I guess so. Alright. Dog's just vibing. Yeah. he has like these moments where he just goes absolutely crazy and just starts running around, smashing into shit, crashing on the floor. Like, he'll just start running full speed and slip and just crash and burn on the tiles. Yeah, he's something else. And like I said, you know, when he's in one of those moods, he doesn't give a shit what you're doing. Like, when I was pet sitting this weekend, and, oh, there he goes. Now he's barking. Oh, I think he's getting food. So he's probably losing his shit because he's getting fed right now. Can you hear him? He's really loud today. I'm not sure if my mic is picking this up. But yeah, when I was pet sitting this weekend for him, I mentioned this last stream, but I fell asleep on the couch because, like, he doesn't really like to go downstairs. He just kind of hangs by the front door and just waits there. Oh, you can hear him. Yeah, he's barking very loudly today. Just faintly, though? Gotcha. But yeah, so in the middle of the night, it must have been like 2 a.m. or something, I woke up because he was, like, pawing my arm. Like, just hitting my arm over and over with his paw. And then I kind of, like, half asleep, like, looked at him, and he's just staring me dead in the eyes. I was like, what does he want? Like, I had already fed him at that point and stuff. And then I looked down, and there's a tennis ball sitting, like, right next to my arm. And I was like, oh, God. So, like, I, like, fell back asleep. Then, I don't know how long it was, but then I got woken up again by more pawing on my arm. And then he had the tennis ball in his mouth, and he reached over and, like, moved his head over and dropped the tennis ball on top of me. And then it, like, rolled off to the side. So, like, 2 a.m. it must have been. I technically don't know the exact time, but probably around 2 a.m. because I think I passed out around midnight or something. So I think, like, I picked up the tennis ball and, like, I just kind of chucked it. And I was like, okay, go. But then I immediately fell asleep. I was, like, fucking exhausted. But, you know, he was like, I don't give a shit, you know? Who cares if you're tired? We're gonna play fetch, and I'm gonna wake you up to do it. So, you know, that's my dog. Ah, this respawn, though. Last quest that I really need to do before doing a massive turn-in. Honestly, this set of turn-ins might be enough to get me to 63. So, fingers crossed on that. Then we're almost done with Zangarmarsh. Because I need, like, I guess there's one quest over at Cenarian Refuge, and then there's stuff over here. But other than the group quests, which obviously I can't do the group quests, but... Any new anime that got my interest? I'm still slowly catching up on ReZero. So I haven't really watched any new ones. Just ReZero. I think I mentioned last stream that, like, I guess the most recent new one that I watched was Darling in the Franxx. That was, like, a month ago, I think. Yeah, I haven't watched many new shows recently. Anime or regular shows otherwise. But, yeah, just, mostly just ReZero now. You love Darling in the Franxx? Yeah, I think it came up because I think it was talking about how, like, you know, the problem with, like, bad endings and stuff. And I kind of mentioned a good example was recently I watched that. Yeah, so I guess I'll repeat what I said yesterday. I really liked the first half. That said, I went into the show knowing that, you know, a lot of people really shit-talk the ending. So I went in kind of knowing what to expect, and I did like the first, like, 2/3 of the show. I would say I think it's around where it was good, but towards the end, yeah, I mean, I don't think it was as bad as people made it out to be, at least the ending, that is, but I can understand why people have problems with it. I think the biggest issue is, like, everybody was so invested in Zero Two's character, and then after a certain point, she just gets, like, no character development. Oh, the thing spawned. It's in the water. Huh. Yeah, like, so many people acted like it was the worst ending ever. I don't think it was, like, a terrible ending. If anything, I think it was kind of, like, maybe a betrayal of what the show was supposed to be about. Because, like, the show was inherently framing itself as a show about, you know, teenagers kind of, like, you know, going through puberty and, like, coming to terms with their emotions and stuff. And it's, like, the way I was seeing is, I'm like, oh, so it's a show about, like, people fighting in mech suits, but that's just kind of, like, a backdrop to tell the story about, like, puberty and coming to terms with your emotions and, you know, being able to properly, like, form relationships and friendships and, like, express your feelings. And I was like, that's actually really cool. You know, I thought it's really neat that they took this, like, fantastic setting and used this fantastic setting to tell a very, like, mundane, down-to-earth, like, character-driven story. So I was like, yeah, that's really cool. And then the problem that I had with the ending was just that a lot of the stuff that I thought was really cool about it, which was, like, you know, the characters and the, like, down-to-earth type of feel, kind of took a backseat. And by backseat, I mean heavy backseat to just this fantastic, like, galactic war type of plot. And, you know, I would have been content to just watch another 5-10 episodes of them just being teenagers, right? And stuff like that. I think that's what everybody was on board for with the show. Now, I don't think it was bad. It definitely wasn't the best writing ever, but it wasn't, like, the worst writing ever. But I think the way I look at it, right, is when I like, go into the show knowing that it doesn't have a good ending, and basically people tell me ahead of time, oh yeah, it's gonna jump the shark after X point, and people basically said, don't expect Zero Two to get any character development after this episode, right? So I went into the show knowing that. So when I get to, like, the climax of Zero Two's character development, I'm like, okay, that was a satisfying arc. I think that was good. But the way I see it is people probably watched it thinking, wow, this was really awesome. I can't wait to see how they're going to continue with this. Like, most people probably viewed that as it's just going to get better from here. And then they just did a 180 and went somewhere else. So if you're, like, really, really invested in Zero Two's character and you're really, like, waiting to see what else they'll do, then I can understand the disappointment of realizing, oh, they're not doing anything else with their character. That was it. So I kind of get that. But I think for what it was, I thought it was a good show. Where's the other item I just got? This thing. Yeah. Was that the only thing I could vendor? There's some gray items. What else? I think that's about the only thing I can clear for now. Sub or dub or both. Usually sub unless somebody tells me the dub is really good. Like, if somebody says, oh, the dub for this show is really, really good, like, it's actually worth watching dubbed, then I will check it out. Or sometimes I will re-watch it with dub after watching it subbed. The first time... Oh, hey, 63. First time I watch a show, I usually watch it subbed. Because, I mean, it's good to hear the original voices the way they're, you know, they were originally cast, right? And I would say, on average, the vast majority of dubs are not very good. So, I consider it to be, like, a more sure thing that I'll enjoy the voice acting if I watch it subbed.
Come get the voodoo.
You know, my dad will sit there and say, oh, I can't stand watching anime without dub because, you know, I hate having to read. No, I guess to each their own, I suppose. But, personally, I have never been bothered by that. I'll do these quests, and then I'll stop. Never seen an anime, only seen Breaking Bad. I mean, Breaking Bad was a damn good show, too. I fucking loved Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad is probably one of the best shows I've ever seen, so. Love the music from it? Yeah. It definitely had really good music. I mean, the opening especially was really, really good. But a lot of the other tracks just within it were also really, really good. I don't know the names of them. I obviously only know the name of the opening because it's, you know, in the song. But just the general music of the show was very good. I definitely agree with that. The Verm in the Galactic War kind of came out of nowhere, yeah. The Verm especially I thought was a bit strange to have, like, no setup to that. I think, like, it could have worked well if they had done proper build-up. Like, the way I think they should have done it is, like, done a 2-season thing, right? Season 1 is just focused on the characters, make you really invested in the characters, and then Season 2 is like a slow build-up to all of the Galactic War stuff. And if they have time to properly establish who the Verm are, what their motivations are, etc., then I think it would be a lot better. I think it would have worked really well. But it felt really, really rushed, which that's never going to work well if you cram so much story development into just a few episodes. It doesn't matter how good your story is, like, you need room to breathe in a story. That much stuff will never translate well into, like, 5 episodes. My puberty was awful. Sorry to hear that, Negan. You enjoy subtitled? Yeah. Definitely, I always think it's, like, the better way to watch it. I'm not one of those, like, purists on, like, oh, you need to watch it subbed. Like, I know some people like that, and it's like, you know, I definitely enjoy it that way more. But I don't see the, you know, huge mentality of, oh, you have to watch things subbed. It's just, if you enjoy it that way, then yeah. And personally, I do. But I'm not going to tell somebody that they need to watch it subbed. Like, as I said, my dad, if I ever recommend an anime to him, he only watches it dubbed. So, there's that. My dad loves Attack on Titan. Like, I mean, it's obviously one of the easiest shows to get into because it is so good. But I recommended that he watch that, and he was, like, actually really, really into it. But he watches it dubbed. That took an immortal age, yeah, for 63, for sure. Finally got there, though. Oh, my rested XP is finally gonna run out this level. Oh, shit. Back and congrats on 63, thank you, Nakasada. You would kill for a second season of Darling in the Franxx? Like, at this point, I don't know if they'll actually do it, because it feels like they crammed, like, the ending was kind of, it had an air of finality to it. So I feel like they kind of already missed their chance with that. I wish that they had, you know, lowered, or kind of shortened their scope in terms of what they wanted to cover within one season. And then, after that, maybe try to get funding for a second season. Maybe it was one of those cases where the writers just didn't give a shit and just wanted to jump ship. I don't know. I didn't really look into it too much, but it really feels like it would have benefited from just, like, lowering its scope and then, you know, going for a second season to fully develop its story. It's just the unfortunate reality is, I feel like there was so much backlash. Like, you know, even if there are a lot of people who really enjoyed it, the reality is there was a ton of, like, hate for Darling in the Franxx. I know this because the only stuff I heard about it was negative, like, comments. Like, until I watched it, I honestly had a pretty negative perception of it just because of everything I had heard. Just people talking about it and stuff like that. So, the general perception of Darling in the Franxx at this point is, like, overwhelmingly negative from what I've seen. And I don't know if, like, I mean, I can't imagine that, like, the people who made it are really encouraged to do anything more with it, considering how much, like, backlash there was over the ending. Do I care who the voice actors are? Not really. I mean, every now and then, like, if you hear a voice that you recognize, it's like, oh yeah, that's cool. Like, you know, you're watching Love is War and you hear Dio's voice actor, like, that's always fun. I love the fact that I don't know his name. I don't know the names of a lot of voice actors, but I love that Dio's voice actor voices oh, whatchamacallit. I forget the president's name, because in my head I just think of him as president. But like the president's father, I love that he's voiced by Dio, because every time I hear his voice I'm like, oh shit, that's Dio. Like, even though I already know that it's voiced by him, every time I hear him talk, it just makes me laugh, because I'm like, that's Dio, hee kind of thing. And I mean, his voice acting is just so fucking good that it's, you know, I love just seeing him appear anywhere. And, like, I have the same, like, thing with Garrosh's voice actor. Like, whenever I'm watching a dub and I hear Garrosh's voice actor voice acting a character, I'm like, that's Garrosh! Oh my god, I recognize it. So, like, there definitely is that appeal to me, where if I recognize a voice actor, I'm like, oh, that's so cool. But I'm never like, oh, yeah, you know, this doesn't have big-name voice actors, you know, I don't like this show because of that. Like, I don't care. You know, if the voice acting is good, that's what matters. I think it would be like, how would you know if a voice actor is going to be good if they never have a chance to do voice acting? Like, everybody starts somewhere, right? He's in ReZero too? Yeah. I forget what character he is, but I definitely remember that he's in ReZero. Is he, what's his name? Is he like the clown guy? Not the clown guy, but like, I can't remember his name. The one who wears face paint. Does he voice act that guy? I think so, but I could be wrong. But I always forget. If they keep the voice actors across all seasons, then who cares? But if they change voice actors, it can ruin the show. Yeah, I thought so. I remember, like, recognizing his voice. I don't think I ever looked it up to confirm, but I remember hearing that and being like, I think that's him. I mean, he has a very iconic voice, so it's hard not to notice. But god, yeah, I mean, obviously, one of the best things about JoJo Season 1 and 3 is Dio. Like, god, Dio's voice acting is so good. Just absolutely sells the show for you. So, you know, hearing him do other characters is really nice. But yeah, I mean, most shows don't really do, like, voice actor changes. Or at least not, like, the big ones. Because obviously it is really bad when they do a voice actor change. Or, God forbid, if it's, like, not an anime and just an actual show, if they just change characters or change actors in the middle of it. Like, even Game of Thrones did that, and it was pretty jarring, even though it was a side character. Because, like, for the entire season after they changed one of the characters' actors, I was like, who the fuck is this guy? It is extremely rare, yeah, in pretty much all shows. How many and who would, and what would you kill? Yes. Most subs are better than dubs, but sometimes it can be nice to throw a dub on in the background so you don't need to pay as much attention. Yeah, that's definitely true. Honestly, like, if I'm ever watching a dub, it's usually for a show that I just don't really care about a lot. Like, a good example, I've mentioned this before, and I hate to take unnecessary dumps on it, but it is one of the few shows that I've only watched in dub, Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail, I started watching in dub, and I've continued watching it a little bit, and I'm only ever watching it in dub because I just cannot be asked to continue that show paying attention to the subtitles and stuff. It's like literally throw it on in the background just because, right? And I don't like to dump on that show because I know a lot of people really like it, but I have expressed that I don't think it's a very good show. It's just at this point I had to slog through 700, or not 700 episodes. I don't know how many episodes it was. 7 seasons, right? So not 700 episodes, but 7 seasons of it. So at this point I'm like, fuck it. I might as well finish it, right? But it's definitely not my favorite thing in the world.
Ability isn't ready yet. Can't do that yet.
This is scary.
That yet.
Have I watched Demon Slayer? Yes. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm gonna loot, and then I need to eat, or I'm just gonna tick down. I have watched Demon Slayer, yes. Demon Slayer is very good. I watched Demon Slayer, like, half a year ago? 2/3 of a year ago? I forget. I watched Demon Slayer basically, like, earlier this year, like, back in January or something. Very, very good show, yeah. I mean, I'm sure anybody who's watched Demon Slayer knows it's a good show. There's not really much to say about it besides, yeah, amazing visuals, good story, good characters, good music. Like, I literally haven't heard a bad thing about that show. So, like, what do I need to say? It's Demon Slayer. It's a damn good show.
Ability isn't ready yet.
Demon Slayer is your favorite anime so far? Yeah. I can definitely understand that. Yeah, it's very, very, very good. I haven't watched the movie, though. I've heard good things about the movie, but I just haven't gotten around to watching it. You're stuck with sunk cost fallacy for Fairy Tail? Yeah. I also feel, though, like, if I'm gonna shit-talk Fairy Tail, I should actually watch the entire thing just to see if it's actually redeemable. Like, does it get better at the end, or do all of the problems that I say I have with it stick with it until the very end? It's honestly the only super long show that I've watched, so I am curious to see if it does manage to turn around at all, because I kind of want to see if it's possible. And a lot of people do say they really like Fairy Tail, so, like, there has to be some redeeming aspect to it, right? Am I still majoring in game design? Yes. Major in game design, minor in computer science. Admittedly, I care a lot less about my major now after the shit with Blizzard. I've said this in the past, but the Blizzard stuff made me lose a lot of the motivation that I had to continue into game design. More just because, like, I don't know, I always just really wanted to work for Blizzard. That was, like, my dream since I was 5 years old, right? So, basically, watching that dream kind of just crumble in front of me kind of killed any, you know, motivation I have to actually continue along this career path. I'm still in college for it. I'm still, you know, doing well in my classes and stuff. I mean, I'm a senior now, so I might as well finish, but admittedly, it kind of sucks. And at this point, that's the thing. I'm a senior. I'm not just going to change majors on my last year. At least, I mean, I have the minor in computer science, which, like, that helps a bit. So, you know, there's that, but, yeah. Sucks to hear. I hope that you find something else that interests you or your interest rekindles. Yeah. I definitely hope so, too. It would be nice. I mean, if anything, I'd be more interested in developing my own games. Like, just going indie kind of thing. But at this point, working for, like, a big company is something that no longer interests me in the slightest. It's one of those things where, over the years, you already begin to get skeptical a little bit. But I guess part of me was kind of, like, holding out hope that, like, maybe, despite all the problems that it's had, maybe Blizzard was different. And maybe, like, you know, they would change for the better, and I could work there and have a lot of fun and stuff like that, and yeah, I mean, that, I guess, like, that, even if it was kind of an unrealistic hope, I guess I still kind of held on to that hope, and it finally died with the lawsuit, right? So that was just the final nail in the coffin, I guess. I still like game design, I still like, you know, programming and whatnot. It's just, it's much harder to, you know, make your own game, for obvious reasons. So I might still mess around and, you know, continue to design my own games for fun, But obviously, it's significantly harder to do that because, I mean, honestly, designing my own indie game, I have about as much chances of success as I do streaming, right? It definitely is one of those things of without a support network, it is down to luck. So I'll probably need to just get a job that, you know, pays well. And maybe it won't be something that I absolutely love, but it's, you know, it'll be something that I can at least make money with. And then, you know, I can continue to do stuff that I enjoy on the side. Like YouTube, personal game design, etc. With the crazy schedule I have, do I have no time to read manga? I've never read manga. That's just something I haven't done. I've always been mildly interested in it, but I've just never... I mean, first of all, I wouldn't have time, really. I would not have a lot of time to do that, but... it's just something that I've never really thought, like, much about seriously doing. The only manga I've ever considered reading is, like, ReZero, because, you know, once I catch up to the show, I am obviously really enjoying ReZero. And that I could see myself getting. JoJo's as well. I have genuinely thought about getting, like, the Steel Ball Run manga and reading through that because, I mean, God knows how long it's going to be until that ever gets adapted, and I've heard really good things about it, so. If I do ever read that, it would be probably Steel Ball Run first, and then maybe ReZero second. That type of thing. But I haven't read manga before. Wonder Egg Priority is fairly recently, and from what I've seen of it, it's been really good. Interesting. I might check it out then, because, like, I haven't really been recommended any really, really good shows, like, that came out recently. Like, there's a lot of shows that people have been telling me to watch for years and years, that, you know, I basically just have on my list of, at some point, watch this show, kind of thing. I couldn't even begin to list off all of them. I've slowly begun to work through the list. Darling in the Franxx was one of those. But I haven't had any shows recently where people have told me, oh yeah, this new show is really good. The movie's really cool. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check it out at some point. One way you can look at it is Blizzard needs a change of culture, and it will require the upcoming younger generations to do so, and that includes you. That's actually a good point, Negan. That is actually a really good way of looking at it. Now, admittedly, I don't know if I would want to be, like, the... I guess, like, the test subject, right? I wouldn't want to be, like, that guinea pig that Blizzard brings in to try and fix their culture. If I, you know, I'm obviously going to continue to play Blizzard games because I've played them since I was a kid, unless things, in terms of game design, get seriously worse. I really don't see myself just stopping playing World of Warcraft anytime soon. At least not completely. So, I'll obviously be keeping an eye on what Blizzard's doing. Like, I've been following the updates and stuff. And let's say, like, you know, a year or two from now, you know, I've already graduated college, maybe I've, like, I have a job and I've just been kind of, like, doing something that, yeah, it's okay, don't really enjoy it a ton. If I see that Blizzard is really trying to, like, make a comeback and do, like, a big turnaround and stuff, and they've been making some really good changes that I can genuinely look at and say, this is for the better, they're actually trying to seriously turn their company around, at that point, in theory, I would maybe consider, like, applying to Blizzard, but that's a big if. So, I wouldn't want to, at this point, like, applying to Blizzard out of college is 100%, like, off the table for me. I really doubt that by the time I graduate, they're going to be able to turn things around to the point where I would actually want to work for them. But, I mean, there's obviously, you know, a theoretical in a few years, if they do fix it, and it looks like, you know, they're actually a good company to work for again, then maybe I would want to work there. Obviously, these games still have, you know, a place close to my heart. Like, definitely, like I said, the dream that I've had since I was 5 years old was to work on World of Warcraft, so if it actually seems like a company that's worth working for, and I can work on the games that I've been playing since I first started playing games, then that would be awesome. But I don't want to do that until I'm confident that they're actually making the changes necessary. Like, that said, I don't think that people who already work there should quit. So it's like, the argument of, obviously, there are people saying, oh, people should quit Blizzard. I don't understand why people are still working for them. Like, yeah, if people already have a job at Blizzard, obviously, they don't want to kill their job security. At that point, for them, they already work there. It's in their best interest to try and make Blizzard change for the better. But if I'm fresh out of college and I have tons of options available to me, presumably, I wouldn't want to pigeonhole myself into working for a company that I already know has massive problems and is unlikely to make any major changes, especially given the trajectory that things have gone, right? Like, even in the last month or so since the allegations came out, Blizzard has honestly just been making themselves look worse and worse. So we're on a downward trend right now, and they would need to really make a serious comeback in, like, less than a year for that to happen, for me to even consider working for them. I don't think it's possible at all. Have I seen Furi? Furi? I don't know if I'm saying that right. I have not. I have actually not even heard of it, so I don't know anything about it. But I'll look into it. So, Wonder Egg Priority and Furi, or Furi. I don't. You'll have to tell me how to pronounce that, because I don't want to be butchering the pronunciation. But I'll keep that in mind. I'll check those out at some point after stream. Oh no, don't kill me, please. Okay, we're cool. Whew. But yeah, I definitely would rather just kind of make my own games at this point. I mean, I enjoy coding still. Like, it's not like magically I've just lost interest in game design or lost interest in, like, doing programming and stuff like that. This thing that I've lost interest in, I should say, with my major specifically, is, it's working for a game design company, to be specific. So, the idea of working for a big company like that, that is the thing that I am very tentative about. And then, of course, the alternative is working for, like, a startup company, but that's, scary too, because, less job security. And probably lower wages if they're just, like, getting off the ground. A lot of times they won't have as much money to pay you with, right? So I'll probably just take something that I can make good money on, and then, while I have a day job where I'm making money, I can continue to do YouTube and, like, indie game design on the side. If anything. That's probably what I'd be more interested in doing. I do have a, a project that I'm working on for, my thesis, right? So, for a game design major, your thesis is not a paper, so you don't have a thesis paper, you have a thesis project. So, well, I have to make a game. I'm sure I could do something else. I think I even mentioned before that my teacher did tell me that I could use my YouTube channel as a thesis project, if I wanted to. But, I would rather just make a game, right? So I'll probably do that as my thesis project. And, I have an idea on what I want to do for a game, so I don't know how it will turn out, but could be fun, seeing if I put something together. And if I manage to put together a game for my thesis project that I am actually, like, proud of and think is respectable and actually holds up, then I might even share it here. Who knows? Obviously, if I think it's like a piece of trash, I wouldn't, share it with the public, but if I'm proud of it, I'll share it on my channel or something. But that obviously wouldn't be anytime soon, because that would be at the end of my second semester of my senior year. And right now it's my first semester of my senior year, and it's only like a month in. So I'm very much still in like the proposal and like pre-production stage. And admittedly, I've been kind of slacking on like work for it because I've been putting a lot more effort into YouTube. I've been completely honest with my like my thesis project advisor on that. Which is why he's even said, honestly, just like, fuck the project, just do your YouTube channel. Like, that would work. But, like, I am kind of set that I do want to make a game. But one of the other things is, I will be the first to admit that when I do design and stuff like that, I have a really bad habit of, like, crunching. So, I'll basically, like, sit there and think about what I want to do for a while. And then when it comes down to actually doing the programming and, like, making the game, I basically just take a weekend or, like, a period of, like, 3 days, and I just sit down and just code for hours and hours and hours and just work non-stop on the game. And then, at the end, it's done. Good or bad. The problem is, sometimes I've ended that process, and it's been a full, complete game that I envisioned in my head that turned out really well. Like, one game that I made, which was... I mean, I don't think it's very polished, but, like, for a minor project, I thought it was pretty good. I'm pretty sure I got a 100 on it, but I was happy with it. I wanted to make, like, I wanted to make a game that was, like, kind of like Angry Birds, but with a cannon, kind of. So, I forget what the prompt for that project was, but, like, our game design teacher gave us a prompt of, like, bouncing balls, or something like that. And most people did, like, what are they called? Like, Plinko machines? I'm trying to remember the word. Like, where you, like, release a ball and it goes down, like, one of those, like, fancy tracks and stuff. And it has, like, the little ramps and whatnot. But, like, honestly, those games, like, games, if you can call them that, I found really uninspired that, like, most of the kids in my class did. Because it's literally just, you design a track in Unity 3D, you spawn a ball at the top of it, or a player spawns a ball, or they can choose where to spawn it, and then the Unity physics engine literally does the entire work for you. So it's basically more of like a simulation than an actual game, and I didn't understand why they actually got away with doing that. Oh shit, I'm almost dead. Oh, it's 16 health! Oh fuck, that was close. But what I opted to do for that project is I took the bouncing balls, basically tagline or whatever, and I decided to make a cannon. And basically it was like you had these like elaborate Jenga towers and stuff like that, and you had to aim and fire the cannon to, like, knock out the supports and stuff like that, and topple the Jenga tower, and get all, like, the blocks to fall into the water below. It was, like, a relatively simple game, but honestly, like, I thought it was fun to play. Like, I actually enjoyed playing it, and, you know, my dad playtests every single one of my games, because my dad actually knows a lot about game design and stuff, too. He just does, like, regular program work, but in his free time, he's taken, like, online courses on Unity and stuff like that, so he's designed a lot of games for fun. And, you know, he'll playtest my games and, like, give feedback and stuff. And he can give accurate feedback, including stuff on, like, programming and whatnot, because he actually understands it. So my dad playtested it, and he was actually, like, really surprised because it was fucking hard. Like, he struggled with it a lot. Because there was, but in a good way, right? Like, there was an easy mode and there was a hard mode. And the easy mode he was able to do, but the hard mode he actually had to think about it and, like, strategize and plan out his shots. Because basically you had, like I said, it was kind of like Angry Birds with a cannon, is, like, the way that I envisioned it. So you had, like, a limited number of cannonballs, and you had to, like, basically, increase the power of your shot and angle it correctly. And I, like, basically playtested my own levels thoroughly to make sure that they were not super easy to beat. And each one, I managed to find a few different strategies to actually beat them. But you couldn't just YOLO lob shots at the tower. You had to, like, carefully take out a few support beams and then fire at key locations to tip it over. It wasn't, like, hard to figure out if you really thought about it, but that was the thing. My dad realized, he was like, that's actually good. You know, you put thought into it. And I was like, yeah, I did put thought into it. I was happy with that. So I thought that was a good game. It wasn't like the kind of game that, you know, I would share as like a, oh, I made this kind of thing, you know, that I'm super proud of. But I think for a school project, I thought it was good. I was like happy with the work that I had done on that game, considering it was a project that we had to, like, a month to do or something. So putting together a game like that within a month, that was, for me, impressive. Some of my other games, honestly, like, I have admittedly phoned in a little bit, but usually what I do is I just think of, like, a cool mechanic, and I just kind of build a game around that. And usually, if I manage to make the game fun to play, then my teacher doesn't really care. Because, you know, he's like, oh yeah, you know, the game seems good, it's well designed. And it's like, really, I just kind of copy-pasted a bunch of, like, stuff that I had already figured out, but I made interesting levels, so it's, like, fun. Sounds like a game that actually contains passion over just doing the bare minimum? Yeah, absolutely. I guess that's why it ended up being good, because I ironed out the kinks. I made it actually fun to play, at least in my opinion. Negan said, I worked for a software startup my senior year of college. I highly recommend it as a resume builder, kind of. I was working in finance there, and the co-founders hired, like, 50 unpaid interns. Yeah, admittedly, I haven't really done any internships. Not sure if I really want them. Like, if I have to get, like, a worse starting job without taking, like, unpaid internships, then I don't really mind. I was technically going to do an internship, but here's the thing. When I was planning on doing an internship, well, COVID. So we all know how that goes. Kind of didn't really work out as a result. But, huh. But yeah, so because of that, I didn't end up doing an internship when I planned on doing it, and then I've kind of figured this year, just like, fuck it, you know, it's probably a bit too late to actually, like, do an internship, and at this point, I don't really care. I'd rather just, you know, if I have to start off, like, with a slightly lower paying position, whatever. I've always been more of the mentality of, like, I'd rather just kind of work to get enough to, like, scrape by, and then actually spend my time doing something that I enjoy, which right now, honestly, is YouTube. So there's that. So if I have, like, a job that isn't maybe necessarily my greatest passion ever, that pays amazingly, but I can still do YouTube on the side for fun, then that would be ideal for me. It's basically a slice of life involving VR MMO, and the main character is a tank. Shit. Mom just respawned. Can't really give much more on it without spoiling, though. That sounds interesting. I will say, just the fact that it's like... an anime about somebody playing a tank in an MMO. I mean, you know me, right? But... 52 HP. Yeah, totally calculated that in your head to survive. Yeah, I did it again there too, Nakasadu. 100%. Holy shit. I am taking really unnecessary risks right now. That one tick of the bandage actually saved my fucking life. He can't keep getting away with it. You're really doing that mental math to survive. That one, to be fair, was entirely unintentional, because I walked out of that cave and the mob spawned directly on top of me. Yo, hey doo-doo. So my cousin's the one that just messaged me, and I told him that I was streaming, so, you know. Unfortunately, doo-doo, I will say, I am almost done streaming. Yo, heavy fell iron chest? Let's go. How did they kill that mob and not even notice the chest? Oh, nice. Super healing potions. Oh, shit.
Not enough. Ready. Need more rage.
I'm gonna pull away just to make sure I don't accidentally, like, chain pull a bunch of stuff.
Ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Ready yet. Can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet.
I really wish they would, like, re-add the Legion, or the Mage Tower to the PTR. I kind of want to test that. But I haven't really been able to test it yet, because, well, it's not on PTR yet. At least, as far as I know. Unless I missed it completely, but... I guess I'll double check. TBC... Mythic Gul'dan nerfed. Oh, yeah. I think, Lycan, you were the one who linked that in Discord, right? The old raid nerfs? Oh, yeah, and then I forgot about this. I don't know if I commented on this, but I'm really excited that they're bringing back Rimrail Depot. So they're adding that to WoD Time Walking, and that's, like, super fucking awesome, because Grimrail was an amazing dungeon. Easily my favorite dungeon back in, Warlords of Draenor, so really excited about that. But, no, it doesn't look like they've added Mage Tower yet. You believe so, yeah. Mythic Gul'dan wasn't that hard? Yeah. There were a few bosses they nerfed that weren't really that bad. Like, honestly, the biggest one in Antorus that I remember was ENR. Like, ENR absolutely needed to be changed. But most of the other bosses, if you had solid item level, were doable, so... I am curious to see what they're going to do to change Mythic ENR, because, like, the problem wasn't the tuning on that, it was just the way the fight was designed. So maybe they're only going to make it so one wave of mobs spawns at a time? I don't know. Should probably eat up while this mob respawns. I'll probably test it just, like, you know, just to see. Like, at first I was only going to do, like, leveling testing on the 9.1.5 PTR, and I was going to obviously test Legion Time Walking because I'm really excited for that just on my own. But, to be honest, my 9.1.5 PTR coverage has done absurdly well on YouTube. Like, out of all of my recent videos, it's by far the most viewed, so... I'll be honest, I am heavily incentivized to continue doing videos on 9.1.5. I mean, I don't mind doing it. It's kind of cool being able to test the new content. I usually go into the PTR anyway, like, every time to test everything when it's coming out. But the fact that those videos are actually doing exceptionally well gives me even more of a motivation to continue doing it, right? So maybe I will go and test to see what all of the bosses are like with the nerfs. But last I checked, it said coming soon. It wasn't like an updated thing. Let me check the development notes. See if they've posted anything. Okay, so they have updated ENR. It says Varamothras will be updated in a later patch. I can't believe they nerfed KJ. I'm mildly tilted that they nerfed Kil'jaeden, because, like, Kil'jaeden is not a hard boss to solo. Honestly. You just need to do the mechanic. And as someone who did Kil'jaeden when it was current content and fucking loved that boss, I thought it was cool that his mechanics were still challenging for people. Not because they were overtuned, but because they one-shot if you fucked them up. But if you did them right, which wasn't hard if you knew how to do them, you could just easily kill the boss. So I really liked the idea that KJ was still really difficult. But it was not difficult from a numerical stance. I worked for BOFA, and I recently learned we're working from home until at least 2020. Unfortunately, I'm actually not allowed to play WoW on the company computer they sent me. Is this one of those things where I say, like, what's BOFA, and then you say BOFA D's nuts? Like, is that what you're trying to lead me into? Because I feel like that's what you're trying to lead me into. Unless BOFA is actually the abbreviation of a real company. But, you know, I think I know what you're up to there, Negan. Oh shit, don't dismount me. Oh wait, there was an adamantite deposit. I missed it. Ah, shit. Oh well. Mark made me 5 times stronger with a few tips. I'm almost not a noob anymore. Yeah. Doo-doo, I was telling them about that. So I told them how, basically, you didn't know about Lone Wolf, which, in my opinion, isn't your fault at all. Blizzard does not properly communicate to new marksmanship hunters that Lone Wolf is important. So I actually mentioned that on stream, that I was explaining to you how Lone Wolf increases your damage by a lot. And, I mean, from everything you told me, you know, it really made it much better for you. So I'm glad to hear that. Definitely, I wish Blizzard did a better job at actually teaching things like that. But, you know, it's Blizzard. What can we expect, really? BOFA is Bank of America. Oh, so it actually wasn't a setup. Oh, shit. I'm so conditioned to people trying to bait me into shit like that. My friends do that to me all the fucking time, man. I'm so hardwired to, like, spot that shit from a mile away. But that's cool. Sucks that you're not allowed to play WoW on the company computer, but that is cool. I mean, I know Bank of America. Both of these nuts finna be in Shadowlands soon, yeah. Bank of America sends company computers out, even in COVID. That seems fascinating. I mean, if you're required to do social distancing and stuff like that, I would imagine it would be easier to, like, you know, just have people work from home. And they're probably required to, like, make sure that people have some way to work from home. I'm guessing, right? I mean, my dad had a company laptop when he worked at IBM for years. And, like, he also wasn't... Well, the funny thing is, my dad technically wasn't allowed to install World of Warcraft on his company laptop. And he just didn't give a shit. My dad, installed World of Warcraft, but he basically, like, changed the icon and the name to something different. And he basically had, like, World of Warcraft hidden on his computer where nobody would notice it if they did, like, a regular checkup. Because I think, like, every now and then he had to bring it in his computer to show it to people, just so they could, like, inspect it and whatnot and make sure it was in good condition. And they never really checked that deeply. They would, like, scan the programs and whatnot just to see. And when I say scan, I think from what my dad told me, they would just glance through it and whatnot. Why not use an external drive? I mean, this was back in, like, 2005, right? So I'm sure they existed back then, but they were not nearly as common. Wait, I just realized. Oh, shit. I'm not going to take any risks. Actually, shit, 1 hour cooldown does really suck. I think I can make it. Okay, I have to go fast.
How you doing, man?
Show me where I can fly. Shat.
Stay away.
I literally, I was about to end the stream, and then I remembered that at 9:15, there is a 2-hour experience buff that goes out on Burning Crusade. So, I need to get to Brewfest within 5 minutes. Oh, fuck. This is gonna be close. I think I can make it. I might just have enough time. I need to fly to Shat, I need to take the portal to Org, and then I need to run out to Brewfest and make it just in time to get the XP buff. It's gonna be close. But if I can get that, I'm assuming it persists through logout. You don't work at a branch, you work in the corporate finance group. They sent like $5,000 worth of laptops, monitors, and home office supplies. That's sick. But yeah, that makes sense. I'd imagine they would do that, yeah. "2005 had external drives that would work well enough for WoW back then." Yeah, I mean, I guess my dad just probably didn't think to do it. Okay, so on WoW Classic at 9:15 a.m. and p.m., or, well, it's, I think if I remember correctly, so Brewfest Classic, let me see, Wowhead, Brewfest Classic. Brewfest and Burning Crusade Classic. Where's the thing about the buff? Experience buff. There is a special experience buff at 6:15 a.m. and p.m. Pacific time, which is 9:15 for me. And right now, it is 9:11, for me, p.m. So in 4 minutes, the buff is going out at Brewfest. Yeah, it's an experience buff. There's a speech that Sarfang gives or something. I don't remember this, but it's on Wowhead, so I believe Wowhead. The fact that it only occurs twice a day at that specific time is odd, but alright. Fuck, I have 3 minutes to book it outside of Orgrimmar. Oh, it's gonna be close. I would imagine the buff doesn't go out at 9:15 on the dot, though. Because I'm guessing it means that Sarfang spawns at 9:15. So, presumably, he's going to spawn, give his speech, and then at the end of the speech say, like, "For the Horde," or some bullshit, and then the buff will go out then. 9/11, hee. We got him, boys. Yeah. Don't die once you get the buff. I'm pretty sure it doesn't persist through that. Well, I'll try, but have you been watching the stream so far? That's kind of out of my control, Nakasanu. If someone decides, fuck my Brewfest buff, I think I'm just screwed. Maybe I'll just have to transfer, like, ASAP. Just hope they're all like that one mage. Yeah, I guess. Alright, I made it. Whew. I'm guessing it's this stage here. Yeah, well, they're all facing the stage. Ooh, daily quest. Doesn't give any experience, so like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, Brewfest music, definitely. It's unique, I'll say that much. Brewfest gives me such nostalgia. I remember when I was 12, I would sneak downstairs late at night to play WoW on the family computer. I recall exploring Ironforge Brewfest, all confused. Yeah. I loved Brewfest. Aw, man. It was really fun. I mean, it's still fun, but, like, for me, Brewfest is, like... I used to do Brewfest stuff every single year, all the time. Like, on my, like, retail account, obviously, I have all of the old, Brewfest Steins from, like, the first 4 years or whatever. So, I played the shit out of Brewfest when it came out. At this point, it's like, they haven't really added new content to it, which is a shame, but You know, I've already done all that stuff multiple times, so, yeah. Wait, it said Sarfang gives a speech. That's not Sarfang, that's Vol'jin. Wowhead is out of date.
Spirits be with you, stranger. How may I?
Alright, cool. So, Vol'jin's the one giving the speech, apparently. Is it necessary to be in a guild to play dungeons or raids? How can you be in a guild? You can do everything except mythic raids in a guild, or outside of a guild. But I would recommend joining a guild regardless. You're gonna have a better time playing in a guild. So, Dudu, after stream I can explain to you how to find a guild. It'll be easier if I just walk you through it. The sounds of being drunk, yes. Do I have any advice for someone looking to go into college for some sort of game design or software development? I don't know if I'm, like, the right person to get advice from. Like, obviously, yeah, that is my major, right? But I don't know what I could give advice on. I would say, like, it depends on what you want to do. Maybe, like, game design... So what I'm doing, I guess, the one piece of advice that I can really give is... My interest in game design is a mix of just, like, obviously designing mechanics and stuff like that, but also coding. So I'm a game design major and a computer science minor, because I still think it's important to have the coding aspect of it as part of my major, as part of my, like, college graduation thing. Because I think that's going to be important for helping me find a job. Are people really counting down with him? I knew it! He was gonna say something for the Horde. Brew for the Horde, drink for the Horde. Alright. 2 hour, 10% buff. Cool. But yeah, so my suggestion would be, there's obviously, like, multiple different facets of game design. I would probably say it's important to have a minor in something, because game design is very broad. So, game design major, and then, like, minor in something. So, like, if you're more into the art aspect of it, like, maybe game design major, graphic design minor. Or if you're like me and you're more into the coding aspect of it, game design major, computer science minor. That's what I'm doing. I don't know if that's, like, you know, really good advice or not. I can only tell you what I think is probably the best idea. So, because I believe that's probably going to help me, I've opted to do that. So, I guess maybe consider that as well. But I don't know. I mean, I definitely wouldn't consider myself to be an expert on, like, college or what, like, the best way to, you know, go through college would be or something like that. Someone asked me if I wanted to join an Orc RP clan. Unfortunately, I am not going to be staying in the server for much longer. Or I might join them just for the shits and giggles. Minor in psychology so you can trick people into liking the game. Oh no! Nakasanu, every fucking time you come up with, like, the most evil answer to a question. Psychology so you can, like, implement more FOMO manipulation microtransactions into your game. God damn it. Oh, that's so fucking evil, man. This is the optimal 2-hour window for gankers to induce rage. Yeah, I will say, okay, this person's not a bot, so I will actually give them a response. Appreciate the offer. Probably transferring off. Grob soon, unfortunately. Best of luck, though. Pie eating game. Starfang's really changed over the years. On retail, the one giving the speech is Gadar. Maybe it's a pool of characters. Yeah, maybe it was Sarfang before he died. That's possible. Still surprised Wowhead didn't bother checking it. Comes from playing too many games with those kind of things? Yeah. I feel bad. This person's really nice, but I mean, at the end of the day, I still am going to transfer off Grobbulus. Just, if only to get away from the PvP thing. I like how they're trying to give me the RP explanation of their guilds. I can respect this person, so I'll read this out. I don't want to show their name or anything. Not bad, but, you know, I just, whatever. So, this person messaged me and said, hey, interested in joining an Orc RP clan. Burning Blade is recruiting people for samurai-themed things. Blade Masters, etc. And then they said, your name made it seem like you might be interested in stuff like that. And I said, appreciate the offer. I'm probably transferring off Grob soon, unfortunately, but best of luck. And they said, is there a better RP PvP server out there? And I said, not that I know of, but I'm more interested in raiding generally. And they said, okay. I said, I mostly enjoy RP PvP servers for the environment. They said, our reputation is very good with various big raid guilds. I said, getting ganked constantly while leveling is kind of wearing on me. I've been told allies kind of taking over the server. They said, we're often seen as the elite raiders that people bring in to shore things up. And then they said, it's news to me. Hellfire Peninsula is always a gank zone for both factions. Unless you're on a server with no alliance, that's always an option. Anyways, best of luck to you. So, just said you two. They seem nice, like, you know. I feel bad, because it seems like they're genuinely trying to... I'm on Grobbulus, yes. It seems like they're genuinely trying to, like, convince me that, you know, oh, no, you should stay on Grobbulus and stuff like that. You know, it's not that bad, that kind of thing. But, you know, I haven't been having fun, right? Like, there's obviously still a Horde community here, but, I mean... man. All I can do is look at what I see, right? When I quest around and I see a handful of Horde players and a massive amount of level 70 Alliance players, like... that's really all I need to see to know that there's a problem. And then people have, of course, told me that, yeah, the numbers show there's a faction imbalance. So, it's a shame, but, you know, I kind of want to be able to level without getting constantly ganked. And I also want to be on a server with lots of options for guilds. So, I'll just find some server where there's no risk of being ganked, where I can raid and have fun and focus on that. But either way, I mean, I hope this person's guild does well. But yeah, so, like I said, got the buff, got a bit distracted by the Burning Blade RP guilds, but overall, you know, that's it for the stream. I'm going to log out to preserve my XP buff, and I'll probably level off-stream with this and record it later on. You just got unluckily thrown onto the Alliance layer. I'm not sure if BC still has layers. Don't know. It's possible, but... it was a bit excessive. At a certain point, like, even if, like, it's not that bad, I'd rather it just not exist at all. I'd rather just be somewhere where I don't need to worry about that. But anyways, like I said, that's the end of today's stream. Thank you all for coming. Had a lot of fun. Got to level 63. Still haven't decided what I'm going to do for next weekend's stream. I never really know for sure. I'll figure it out. Maybe another episode of Survival Hunter stuff. We'll have to see. And then, once again, I do want to repeat real quick. So, I mentioned at, like, the start of the stream and somewhere in the middle, I am changing my upload schedule. So, this week, I will still probably be doing an upload every day, because I've already, like, planned out most of the videos. But, going forward, I will only be doing 3 videos a week. So still weekend streams as usual, that won't change, but I will only be uploading a video Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I think it's going to give me more time to edit the videos and make them overall better, more enjoyable to watch. That's what I'm hoping. Right now, I've just been kind of overwhelmed with the amount of editing work it's taken because I keep trying to basically spend more time editing videos and making them better. But when I still have to upload the same amount of videos and each one takes a lot longer to edit, it's harder. So I think what I'm going to try to do is focus on lowering the amount of videos and increasing the quality of the videos that I upload. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday is going to be uploads. I might still do infrequent uploads on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but if I do that, it'll probably be something that's like uncut gameplay footage. Like if I do leveling on BC off stream, I will just upload the raw footage of me leveling through BC to YouTube because it doesn't take me a lot of time to edit that, so that could be a good, filler day type of content thing. But we'll see. The more highly edited highlight things or guides or things like that will come on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I'm also not going to be doing videos on Saturday, Sunday. So having to put out a video and then stream on the same day is a lot of work. So I'm just going to be streaming, not going to be worrying about putting out an extra video on that. Just going to be kind of tightening the schedule so, hopefully I can put out better content. But anyways, once again, thank you all for watching, and I will catch you next weekend.